Mic check, mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. All right, people, well, boy. Hey, you know it's the festive season. I come in, boy. What? 2 streams in a one day? What? Yeah. Festive season is nigh. Festive season is nigh. But yeah, man, listen. We just come to give the context and the chronological order, called boys, sir. The propaganda is mad out here. But yeah, man, there's some time to get through still. So I'm still doing some stuff, Carl. You know, so my day did busy already. And you know, so we still have to earn with money. But yeah, man. So what I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna play the settings from beginning to end, and then you lot can make your own, come to your own conclusion. You get me? But boy, the remixing and the finessing and the lying and it's a mad thing. But yeah, we're here to learn still. But yo, Buddha, I hope you're happy still, brethren, because yeah, they're using your pain, brethren. Yeah, they might use your pain for propaganda. And I know you're listening, Buddha. I know you're going from place to place and listening. And as you become such a big pussy, you ain't even come and set the record straight. So I'll have to set the. Of course, she ain't gonna fucking sleep, the old heifer, man. I told you that these bitches live on my energy, man. They live on my energy, man. I am the big black dog. I keep telling you, man. But listen, you lot just strap in because you know it's still early. I know Tottenham is playing, but just go and have it in your background, yeah, and catch the chronological order, yeah, because you know what we deal with over here, so truth and right. But yo, family, I'm not even gonna lie. The remixing and the rehashing and the DJing of like it's serious, man. And that's why it's important that I put certain things on my stream because these people are dangerous, like absolutely. Like I've heard 2 people, Gummy and Danny Roscoe, hear something, like hear it in 4K, like hear it in 4K, and in that same moment manage to remix. Now this is something Gummy's been doing from Raspberry days. Don't get me wrong, and obviously Roscoe's learned the same trick. But yo, family, when I say these people are fucking dangerous, like she's playing a review. She's hearing what I've said, yeah. She's hearing, and him as well, hearing exactly what's happened, and in the same instant, just lying and remixing. Yeah, you're gonna hear like Dave. So for an example, yeah, for those of you that listened, you would have heard, yeah, big Buddha run away. He ran in it. He just skedaddled. They've remixed it. They've heard him run and be like, oh, she's running off the panel and oh, this is how black women run men and oh. And yo, when I say these people are dangerous. But look, you know what it is though, yeah? And this is why it's good that we learn these things now, yeah? And even if you want to widen it out to the sort of more right-wing politics, because one thing I know about these people, they are fucking liars. Yeah, there is absolutely no integrity. The thing is, yeah, you can even be right-wing and racist and right-wing and do whatever in it, because there's 2 wings to a play, whatever. But you see, when you're a liar, and this is what I'm trying to say, you, Daniel Roscoe, your thing, Daniel Roscoe, if you're hearing me now live or when you get, whenever, your thing will never fly, Daniel Roscoe. You know why it will never fly, yeah? Because you're a liar, bro. You're a liar. You lot are not true to your audience. And I think it's a little bit like Tommy Robinson's to build. If I was going to even make a relation, yeah, you're not real to your audience. Big up yourself, brother Jacob. I'm not even looking at my chat, but big up yourself, people. But you lot are not your actual. You lot are. This is. I'll be real, yeah. This is why there's fucking right-wing people in jail right now. This is why they're in jail. Because you lot lie to your audience. You lie, you gas them up, you fucking wind them up. And then when they go and do bullshit, it's a problem. Vis-a-vis, Taffy. Yo, but anyway, listen. Let me not even get too thingy worry, yeah? Let me just start playing the things. Like I said, I'm still busy, yeah? However, like I said, right, but now, you see Buddah now, because I know you're fucking listening, Buddah, yeah? You've made these right-wing people come and use your situation, just use you for their gains. You get me? Yeah? And the thing is, you're Buddah. But anyway, you done your thing, bro. And I hope you're happy in it. And I hope you're happy with the result. You see what I'm saying to you? I hope you're happy with the result because they've used yeah, man, and they fucking, yeah, man, they dealt. That you mean they come and deal with you. But let me just make the thing play. So, like I said, family, just sit in, man. Go on, do what you're doing, do your homework, your housework, your whatever. But chronological order, man. You see what I'm saying to you? And then we can have a conversation, man. Now, just for the wider people that might be listening, the reason why I've put my stream on private, yeah, is another thing. Like I told you lot, innit? You lot are racist, supremacist, this, that, and the other. Because what you want to be able to do is this, yeah. You want to be able to strike other people, yeah, that use your stream, yeah. Get me? I mean, Gummy, Wendy, you lot take that. I mean, you lot are all. Hold on a minute. The next thing is you want to be holding up people for taking down their streams, but this is something that you lot do all the time. And this is what I'm trying to say about the hypocrisy and the reverse bull. Like you're just. Anyway, yeah, you lot are just messy, man. You're just dumb, man. If we take them down, why? So what? Or why? Because I don't want you lot to move and go, man. Yeah, you take down all your fucking streams. Fuck off, man. You're a dickhead. I swear to God, you're a dickhead, man. You're an absolute. Didn't you take him down? Like Veli said, yeah, it's the reverse, whatever, and it is. But they're so dumb and dunce. Like, it's just innocuous anyway, man. So listen, family, wagwan, it's just content, yeah? Don't even take nothing for it. It's just content because the people that we're speaking about are actually dunce. They have no integrity. You get me? A very small amount of education. Most of them have been educated by YouTube and come to the conclusion because prior to YouTube, none of them picked up a book, a reference book, a bio, not a bomber clock book, yeah. So this is just the YouTube generation. But we'll go and listen still, man. But like I said, innit, this is the chronological. Yo, Buddah. Yeah, I hope you're happy, you know, boo. Yeah? I hope you're happy because this is you being a... You can't be from my sides because man, them from my sides don't move like... You know what it is, Buddah? You know what? Let me just press play. Let me just press play, Bubs. Let me just press play. Yeah? But truth and rights we deal with over Yasso family. You know my thing already, man. Truth and fucking rights. Yeah? Let it, what am I saying? Let it play. Sundown cities and whatever they're called, just for being black. Yeah? Whether it's ethnically black, fucking racially black, country black, whatever it is, but it all comes down to being black. They're not saying, oh, you're part of my human race. You get me? And rare this and rare that, and as such, no, they're not doing all of that. You know what I mean? So all this theorizing about us being a human race, that's all good in theory, no problem, man. But when we get to it,
it's not in theory. It's not in theory. It's in fact. Okay,
but it's not in practice.
It's not. You're right. It's not in practice because what you're doing, you're conflating two things, right? You're conflating the ignorance of racist people. Okay, the low IQ ignorance of both.
Why so religious? That's exactly why so religious.
All I know is the most
it's a tactic of flipping racism.
Why so
all
religious.
I know,
What
the
I'm
most I never met no human bumper clout race. I don't know about the way all one human race.
You just now called racism ignorance.
Mankind. That's my
point. That is my fear, and I just heard it right there. You just called racism ignorance.
No, you didn't hear that because I didn't finish. So if I was to finish, you maybe would have heard something else and come up with a different conclusion. So what I was about to say was this. You're comparing two things. So the human race is one, that's a fact. Okay. These ignorant people down south in America, they are the ignorant racists.
Where did the people down south in America came from? Where did they came from? They came from England.
Fucking dumb shit, ignorant shit.
They came from England.
You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't take away from the fact.
1 second, EIE.
Doesn't take away from the fact. The fact is a fact, and these people are dumb and ignorant and low IQ.
Right. So you are calling so once upon a time, yeah, when they were hanging black men from a tree, cutting out bellies, feeding them to the fucking crocodiles and all them things, yeah, a time come where we knew that was racism. Yeah, because it was based on certain things. Yeah, right. So now you're saying, Buddah, we should no longer call those things racism. We should call them things ignorance, because they were ignorant of the fact that we are the human race and that there's no such thing as different races and that we should all be treated equally. Yeah, so we're not going to call it racism or that they were racist. We're going to say that they were ignorant.
Well, if you had read what I wrote in the back chat, because I couldn't speak on here, you would have seen that I addressed that. So you wouldn't
Why
even
the
make
fuck
it.
You sound like Jupiter. I swear, this dude is being influenced by white people, man.
I will give you an example of abolition. England wanted to abolish slavery in America. That was for the benefit of the British Empire, not for the benefit of the slaves. Yet the slaves benefit from said action. And the same with the race laws in the UK were more to benefit them than us. For example, work discrimination was amongst the first race laws put in place. This was to ensure there was a black workforce in the UK. Although this benefited us, it benefited them more. Okay, I think I've done that bit. So hold on, it must be a different bit. All right, hold on a minute. I look from history can change. Racism exists now. You've not written nothing else, Buddah, that I've not seen, man.
Okay, if you go to
Not making no fucking sense. While he's trolling, sis, do you realize he's putting the blame of racism on those who are being affected by racism? He wants us to internalize it on ourselves. And he's playing like that's us taking control of it. You see what I'm saying? It's like he's saying, fool yourself into thinking it don't exist, and the white man will change his ways, or you will get a different result from the white man.
Right. So if you see there, it says that history cannot be changed. Racism exists now and then. So you see that bit there, right at the bottom of the last bit?
Yes, I did see that.
So history can't be changed. What was done in the past was racism. Yeah. So you remember the part I said that I'm going to. So the parameters have changed. Yeah, that's a good example. We no longer, well, in the UK, as far as I'm aware, we don't see the level of lynching and slavery that we saw in America. So the racism still exists, but the parameters have changed. Just because the abolition of slavery occurred doesn't mean racism went away. It still exists. Yeah. Right. So that's an example of where racism has changed. So can you see? So can you see the point I'm making?
So he's saying racism don't exist in Britain. Is that what he's saying? Because he keeps saying America as if he don't realize it's the British people that rule America. They're British subjects who came over here, bro. Do you not know that?
So I think So
I'm gonna to get timing out, Kushti.
So I'm trying to. So are you saying that now we know better, or now that we know that there's only one race, Buddha, therefore previously what was the subjugation that black people was under wasn't what we would now deem racism, because obviously there's only one race, so there couldn't be an ism from the same race, and as such we're going to call it ignorance. Yeah,
Trying to
But
make
No,
sense of the
I'm
nonsense.
not saying that. What I'm saying is this, right? Okay, so I feel like there's an issue here, right? The issue is this.
Yeah, the issue is we're trying to make sense of the
certain
nonsense.
people will feel. Can you moderate the chat there, or I'll just like?
yeah, I beg, man, I beg. Go on, Buddha.
So I feel like there's an issue here, right? So some people may take issue of being of one race. Some people would be more comfortable being a different race from everybody else. Now, to those people, I can't help you. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what the facts are. The facts, I can't change them, right? But if you do accept that there is only one race, a human race, are you then comfortable being taught that actually, no, you're not part of the human race? You're 3/4 a human, or a little bit more than an animal. Are you happy accepting that? And if you do accept that, it's continued throughout history, and you're still maintaining that same lie, or that same. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's two parts here, and I feel like it's the onus is on people to decide which camp they fall in.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, Buddha. And like I said, I have sort of heard the sort of sentiment elsewhere. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, but to be fair.
Do you understand what he's trying to say, sis?
Yeah, I do. Obviously, I
What is he trying to say? Help me out.
I vehemently disagree, but
What is he trying to say?
I think when putting everything together with what he's been saying, just not now, but whatever.
No, did he just say? What did he just say a minute ago?
I don't know. What did he say? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. Because I'm probably gonna get it wrong, man. Fuck it now. I don't know.
All right, never mind.
Give it a try, now.
You're trying to give us a headache, Buddha.
No, I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Do you understand what he just said, Lady D?
I'm not gonna lie. All I'm hearing, I'm listening to it, but I'm not listening to it. And all I'm hearing is Buddha's rocking us to sleep. That's literally what I'm hearing. Buddha's rocking us to sleep. He's literally saying, you guys, you're doing it all the wrong way. You got to take this S off your chest. You got to fight the fight and go for it the right avenues. All this rearing and marching and protesting. It ain't worked. It's never worked. You don't need to cut it out. Now, what we're not going to do is we're not going to do none of that anymore. What we are going to do though is we're going to go and try and get new laws and new things and all these new stuff, and we're going to do it their way and feel that we can beat them in their own system at their own game. No.
Yeah,
I didn't actually say that, like,
you better than me.
right? Yeah. I didn't actually say that. But
you better than me.
But that's what you're hearing. Hence why I say you got donkey is. But yeah, all right.
That wasn't your words, but don't get me wrong. But that's just my summary of what I can hear going.
That's the problem we're having here. This guy either is the most horrible person at conveying his message, or he's just all over the place, and like my suspicion, not making no sense, because he's not standing for nothing. He's using somebody else's rhetoric, and he's not even representing it right. Because I've heard this rhetoric before. The gist is they want us, black people, the ones who went through it. We need to be the one to change. We need to be the one who change the way we look at white people. They're not racist. It's us who need to change our perception. You see what I'm saying? It's the old putting the onus on yourself. And it's rhetoric that's on the right. Any of you listen to white, and especially white Christians, you will hear this type of rhetoric. They preach it in their churches. You see what I'm saying? It's part of that forgiveness doctrine bullshit. It's part of that forgiveness doctrine bullshit. Trust me. I've heard it before. That's why I'm listening to him and I'm like, this is not original. Buddha is hearing this from somewhere. But he's not going to admit it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I've definitely been tried to patient and listen to Buddha and whatever. But, you know, I still don't see how what you're saying would benefit us, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? I just think that, yeah, obviously it would, like I said to you before, Buddha, I can see how it could benefit the sort of powers that be, because, you know what I mean, they don't want to hear us, you know what I mean, barring about this and that and basically holding them up to a mirror, this, that, and the other. But I don't see how it will benefit us. For me, we should be doing what we're doing plus doing what you're doing, Buddha. You get me? I don't think it's an either or. You know what I mean? We should be making noise.
But I never said it is. Remember, this is what I said is my opinion.
No,
Me.
of course.
So when Divine starts saying I told people they should be doing that, that's a lie.
I'm just responding.
Okay, she thinks that's what she's hearing. She may think it's a joke, but it's a lie. Okay, but what I'm saying is this works for me. What works for you works for you, right? But what I'm saying is what I do, in my opinion, is more effective because what I done before was not.
So okay then.
I'm getting James Jones right
there.
now.
When you said what you do is more effective, okay. So who would you be comparing yourself to?
You're making a bold claim.
One second. Who would you, for example, be comparing yourself to in that regard? And
myself. So when I gave you the hypothetical about the guy in the coma years ago, that's who I'm looking at myself then, and I'm looking at myself now, and I'm comparing the two things. What was more effective then? What's more effective now?
Right. So then you was a little bit wayward, I'm presuming, and now you're not, and obviously now you're more productive. Is that fair? Is that what you're saying?
I contribute to my community in a greater way than I did before.
Right. Okay. Okay.
That sounds like a personal testament to me.
How, Buddha?
How Buddha what?
Nah, in what sense is that benefiting the community?
So, for example, years ago I wasn't in a position to offer accommodation to people in my community. Now I am. So that's a benefit to the community.
No, I'm not saying in that sense. I mean, how is what you're doing in any way benefiting you in order to benefit the community in the sense of not using racism, not doing all of it? How? Shall I give us a demonstration how you got to that point?
I think I've already given you that demonstration. Okay. So the demonstration was when I went to the bank and done what I done, managed to get the thing, done the house up, rented it out. That is how that action managed to benefit myself and people in my community.
Bless up, family. Bless up. Bless up.
I feel lost.
Big up,
I feel lost because I asked about the racism thing, because you're saying that not calling out racism or not going on beating the drum of racism basically is not beneficial to we need to do it another way, which is basically go through laws and whatever. But I'm saying we've been done that too.
So just to remind me, sorry, are you familiar with the 48 laws of power, or
a little bit, not very?
A little bit. Okay, cool. Nines, are you by any chance?
Buddha, can I ask you a question? Because it's so confusing. I know I came
in
I have no clue where you are going with this. It don't seem like you all are on the same page either. So I just want to clarify. Are you saying that you don't like the word racism?
It's not about the like or dislike. So, as I was trying to explain earlier on.
So Nine gave you an equivalent of an incident which would be typically deemed as a racist incident. And then she said that you wouldn't call that racism, you would call that prejudice. Is that correct?
No, what incident is referring to?
She gave an example of something occurring to a black person. I don't know.
In America, so that one?
Yeah. To say, I
So,
think,
so
say for example, it would be like lynching or something like that,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Because of someone's skin color, right?
yes.
And they're calling them
So
all kinds of N words. It's
yeah,
clearly
yeah.
because of what they are in an outside form. You personally wouldn't call that racism. You would call that prejudice.
No, no. So what I was saying is this. So what we saw back in the day of slavery and Jim Crow and all that kind of stuff, that I define as racism. Yeah. But now, so for me personally, all my life, racism has been a war, and I've been a participant in that war. Okay. Now I have seen that the war has changed. The arena of the war has changed much in real life. How we see conventional warfare has changed from guns and rockets to computers and viruses and whatnot. Okay, so the same thing with racism. Now, lynching and all of this kind of stuff that was going on back then has now changed to things like economic. I don't really want to say too much in there, but try and read between the lines.
Yeah, we
But
get
you know,
you, though. We do get you. Go on.
all right. So all of the things that we're seeing now is another form of racism, but they don't call it racism. You understand? So for me to be effective in this war, you need to adapt or lose. So by redefining racism as prejudice, for me, in my opinion, it works out better and more effective because the ultimate goal is to win the war against racism. And that needs to be done by any means necessary, whether it's my way or whichever way is more productive, whichever way can get the job done. Now, for me, this works. Now, the prejudice is not something like it's like a small thing because it's racism nevertheless, because it's racial prejudice. So that's the point I was trying to make there, Christy.
So, but how do you win by calling it prejudice?
Um,
That you win.
I think maybe somebody else can explain that because I've already explained that 4 times. You know, I don't really want to.
I think by bringing everyone underneath the same umbrella and not making you be unique. Maybe, I don't know. Is that it, Buddha?
No, sir, me did upon that.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not seeing the
Well,
win.
no, if Buddha's saying like he doesn't see like he sees people as people and like all as one human race. Is that how you're trying to put it? That you don't want to be a unique human race that has a label?
Oh, this is that humanitarian business.
Sis, you know, it would me say is that we're not upon that.
So
Yeah,
what I
I'm
was saying is like when I gave the example of the bank, right? I was giving the example of the bank in the sense of not whether it's racist or not or whatever. It's the way of achieving the goal, the objective. Now,
Which is
if getting a loan or getting a mortgage, yeah. So I gave the
Yeah, you
example of
got
going.
that.
I was giving the example of going to the bank and asking for a mortgage or a loan or whatever it is, and then refusing me, even though I had all my paperwork in check and everything else, but refusing me nevertheless. On what grounds? I wanted to know. So go to the higher ups, the governing body, say to them, listen, look, I've been refused. I need an explanation as to why I've been refused and blah, 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 blah. Didn't mention racism. I said, is there some sort of prejudice here? Blah, 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 blah. They done the investigation and the rest of it. And I got the mortgage. Well, got the finance.
so
So
you think that if you said, "Is this racism?" you wouldn't have got it. They wouldn't have
there would
done
have been there would have been a bit more pushback. In my experience, not even in my opinion, in my experience. So the minute you start using the word racism, they say, oh, you're playing the race card and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other. People start getting up there in their feelings, putting, oh, I've got black mates, I'm this, I'm that, blah, blah. See what I'm saying? So
you're saying that calling it racism, it gives you more pushback, whereas saying prejudice, you don't get as much pushback.
yes, even though the
incident in hand could be a racist incident.
But you're forgetting that there's racial prejudice. So essentially, it is racism just under a different name.
Yeah,
So you're
but that's
just
your
basically, so
that's
you're
what
just
you're
basically saying instead of calling it racism, call it racial prejudice.
No, just call it prejudice. Let them decide what the prejudice is.
yeah, but that could
Amazing.
brother. Yeah, but that
Amazing.
could I mean
Amazing.
I'm not sure.
Amazing.
I'm not sure that works in the real life, bro.
I mean,
I
I'm
can
not gonna lie,
I
brother.
can
If I'm in the
testify
queue,
it works.
if I'm in the queue, brother, and there's bare people being served before me, and I will wait just to see, brother, I'm kicking off. Obviously, I'm not gonna be quiet and be like, "Here, what?" I'm gonna be like, "Yo, I'll be standing here, and you serve
Listen,
Tom,
that
Dick, and
people
Harry."
get kick on back.
Yeah, but just by
And
calling
so
something
what are we saying now?
racism,
Well,
Sorry,
I'm
one
just
minute.
talking
by
about
saying
the
something
bank situation.
racism
What I'm trying to
doesn't
say,
mean that you're
brethren, right?
more.
Now you've
Sorry,
gone to the
one minute.
higher ups.
One minute.
You need
I'm
for
trying
them to explain
Nat,
to
are you
you.
saying it in the bank or in the coffee? What were we saying?
No, in the coffee. Now, if I'm in the bank, right, I need
No,
to now
so stay
explain.
on the coffee. Stay on the coffee for a minute. So you're saying if you're in a queue for a coffee and everyone walks past you, you don't get served. You're going to kick
Yeah.
off, right? All right, cool. All right. But are you going to turn around and say, is it because I'm black? Is it what is this? A racial thing? What is that? What you're
Well,
going to
it
do?
must be.
Are you
Well,
going
it
to say
must
that?
be.
Are you going to say that and state that?
That's
Or
exactly how I feel. Yeah, because it must be.
okay, all right, cool. And you think that work or?
Well, he could tell me what it is.
Yeah, but Buddha, this is
Right, but wait, Christian. That's exactly what I just said, though.
But I'm
yeah,
not going to
you're
wait for
not
them
being
to
No,
tell
fair
me.
no.
on that though.
You're saying to me, you said to me that you're waiting for the
listen.
bank to tell you what it is, brethren. You're waiting for the bank to tell you.
Right, but you
Thank
just
you.
said that.
Yes, Natty. That's what I
And
do.
you just said that, Nate. You said I'm gonna wait for him to tell me what it is.
Yeah, but I've already put it on him, and then you said, "Then what you're going to do?" Then I'm going to wait for his reaction to tell me what it is.
Okay, all right. So in both
The
instances,
fire's already been started, brethren.
Okay,
The fire
but
has already been lit.
in
The
both,
flame has already been lit, brethren.
yeah. But in both instances, right, we're both going to be waiting to see what their reaction is going to be.
Wow.
Is this what critical race theory is? Like this kind of
I have no idea what
No, critical race
That's something.
theory means there's implicit bias in institutions. It's not a one-on-one individual thing. It's the right wing that blew it up, make it look like it's people and kids in school are being taught this. It's a principle only teach in colleges where they teach professionals about implicit bias in institutions. That's all it is. And the right wing took it and blew it up. You see what I'm saying? Oh, our kids are being taught critical race. No.
Okay.
Between a black person and a white person, critical race theory says, hey, it's two human beings having an interaction. It's when the institution gets applied to the situation where the white person activates their privilege.
If the bank manager turned around to Buddah and said, it's not because of your skin color, it's because we don't think you're still strong enough for your case, then what are you going to do, Buddah?
Sorry, say that again, Nate.
So the bank manager, so now you've gone to the top, you've gone past the bank manager, you've gone to the executives, they've written to you and said, sorry, Mr. Buddah, we're still going to have to decline your application due to the fact that we still don't think your account and your documents are up to this. You know what I'm saying? Sufficient standard that we meet.
Yeah, listen, that's fine, but you need to evidence that. You need to show.
No, they've given you it. They've just told you it. They've told you the evidence.
So if I'm saying to you, all right. So for example,
he's right. They have to evidence that.
So
he's right on that.
If I say to you, look, my brother went to a bank with the same documents I've got, and he secured a loan against one of his properties or whatever, then he's got exactly the identical documents I've got. And if I go to a bank and I want to do the same thing and they say no, then they need to evidence and tell me exactly what the reason is for not having it.
And you just kill your own argument by saying that, because the evidence will show that statistically when black people go in those banks, they get less chance at these loans. And that's why the implicit bias is.
So are you showing a white man's evidence or are you showing a black man's evidence for the same case that you're putting forward? Because it shouldn't matter, should it?
No, it was my brother, because it was my brother that put the paperwork together for me to go to the bank. And when I turned around and said to him, listen, man, they turned me down. He was like, how the fuck can they turn you down? The only thing is the age difference. He's a little bit older than me. But other than that, the income was there. Everything was identical. So there couldn't be no reason why he would get it and I wouldn't. So that's what preceded the whole fucking thing going to the.
Is he a real nigga? Or is he mixed like you?
Oh my God.
He's mixed like your bum's pussy. How about that?
All
No,
right,
I just want to make sure because different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying?
All right then, family. Yeah. So for those listening, you can hear there that obviously you heard EIE made reference to the mixed race thing. Cool, that's one thing. But you hear Buddah, his first thing was to speak about people's mums. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So let's make sure that we're dealing with this chronologically, yeah? All right? Because Buddah knows how the mum thing goes. Eh? But anyway, Buddah felt that it was okay to start mentioning man's mum. All right?
Cheerleader,
No, I'm saying.
Cheerleader, cheerleader, sort them out.
Let me ask a question, Buddah.
I hate to see them fighting.
Hello, Natty, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
All right, thanks. Buddah, let me ask you a question. Yeah, I feel like when you talk about prejudice, it's like that's the karma form. But if someone says something in racism, it's like they're kicking off. Does that make sense to you? Like even with the back and forth, yeah. So that's why I don't want it conflated because I can see how it's getting conflated, and I'm trying to understand. Hold on.
It doesn't mean.
Hold on, Buddah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, right, that to me personally, you see the example that you gave in regards to the bank account. Had you said, I feel that this is racism, I think they still would have acted accordingly because no banking body or financial institution needs the drama of them being a racist. So the same way that you said that I think this is prejudice and you said that, okay, because they didn't want the backlash, they acted on it. If you had said, if I went into a bank and said, and I had actual evidence to show that this ain't adding up, it's not even like how it was back in the day with banking. No bank manager sits there with a rum and decides if you get a loan. It all comes down to your credit scoring, what you're getting around, things like that. So it's not personal. No one should have the right to say to you, I don't feel you have it. It's either the computer says yes or the computer says no.
Exactly.
Right? One thing. So if you have all the evidence in front of you and somehow the computer says no, when you tick all of the criteria and you said, calm voice, this to me looks like it's racism, I think that they would have acted the same way had you have done the same thing and said it's prejudice.
Right. Right.
So you're right in what you're saying. So these days it's all done by a computer and that your credit scores and points and all the rest of it, right? But I'm talking about maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Okay. So
but what we're talking about is how you're how you feel about
now. So let me maybe explain it to you. So you're right. You don't have to be animated to go in there and claim racism. Okay, 100%. However, like I was asking everyone if they're familiar with the art of war of the 48 laws of power. Okay, you say more without saying certain things. So, for example, I've never met you before, but I'm sure you're a strong, independent black lady, right? Now, if you was to go into the shop, like Natty was giving the example of the coffee, and people walk past you, get served before you and all the rest of it. Being who you are and how you conduct yourself and the way in which you speak, right? Do you have to mention racism? Or can you just go out there and say, excuse me, is there a reason why I'm being served? Or do you have to automatically start jumping around saying, actually, hey, excuse me, is it because I'm black that you're not serving me?
Okay,
is
that what you were trying to say?
More or less, yeah. So
yeah, good point.
The whole racism thing, right? Although you may know 100% it's a racist thing.
Yeah. Okay? It's the way you go about it in different scenarios and different.
Exactly. That's all I was trying to put forward. Not so much like,
racist thing.
I mean, for me, it depends what you want. Like, for example, I've got some things doing, right? And I wanted to get something in something that would be deemed a prestigious venue, right? And as soon as I went in there, one of the first things that he had said to me, and granted, I wasn't like, anyways, that doesn't matter. One of the first things that he actually said to me was, I don't want no troubles. I don't want no police. I don't want no problems. From the off, Buddha. I walked into
That's an excellent example, because you know why?
I know exactly what that is.
I've faced the same. That's the worst. In fact, you know what? That's the best example, because they get the right to do that. They can turn you down, and more time it's big, and they don't tell you why they're turning you down. Oh, we're overbooked. We got that place booked for that date. Sorry.
Right.
It's an excellent example. I've had promoters tell me the same shit. I've had all of the time, and it's not even just black people. It's fucking gypsies. It's all kinds of fuckery. So definitely, that's an excellent example.
Yeah,
Right.
gypsies. Yeah,
And when that happened, the first thing I did was not scream racism in that time, because I needed to secure something that I needed from them. But
so what did you do?
So I did imply racism. So I asked him, I don't know why you would suggest that. Obviously, I knew why, but I played dumb. So I said, I wouldn't know why you would suggest that. I'm here looking for a venue, and actually it's for this kind of demographic, which was the most, harmless demographic. In fact, you're actually situated in an area where majority of my demographic is here. Most of the services that are about £10,000-15,000 are used by my demographic. So you actually helping us will actually show my community that you're actually giving back and not taking, and not always assuming the worst out of us. Like, for example, no police, no this, no that. And the brother went fully red. And then I walked out of there, and he said to me, we'll work it out. It's fine. By the time I left out, he's talking about, you could get charity discounts. We can work together. I really want to do this. It's just that we don't want problems. And I've got a boss. And the last couple of people who came in, they wrecked the building and blah, blah, blah. So it's different things like that is what I'm saying to you. There is a way of conducting yourself. So if that's what you're saying.
100%. 100%. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah.
But
I also believe that there is a time.
So wait a minute. Why was he initially implying that that's not what we do?
Because he saw me walking in and thought I wanted.
No, not you on your case, sis. I'm talking about Buddha, because yes. Why does he have this
caricature
this caricature of us that we don't do that?
Rowdy, in your face, loud, and whatever. But the same thing he's saying, that we know that we can be perceived as from the white people. There, Buddha does his very self, and this is what I see very highly hypocritical. He doesn't realize he does it. But we know.
I think you've missed the point when I was actually referring to EIE, because it's a piece of shit. And you're making it about everyone.
Whether
right?
It's EIE, again, Veli made an analogy to you earlier. Whether you're directed to one person, all of the other people can be offended by it, right? Do you remember?
That's fine, be offended, because you know what? When he was cussing me, none of you lot open your mouth. So keep your mouth shut, innit?
Well, you can try and remember whatever the case may be, but I know that when you did dash that stone after one person, it lit many. That's what I'm telling you straight.
He was acting as if he was directing it at me, but he was implying it to the wider community.
Shut up. Like
he was implying it to the wider community.
When you're cussing up fucking people, do you hear me coming in and telling you to shut up? Do you ever hear me say anything about you? I let you carry on cussing the way you're cussing. So what the fuck you got the energy for me for? Because of him.
Anyway, that's what I was saying to you, Kushki. I don't know why he's just
anyway.
That's why EIE was bringing up that thing of earlier, because literally earlier his whole thing was black people, you lot just got to take the S off your chest, you got to stop whining, whatever. Now Nifa then came off and said, but hold on, you going on, we don't use these avenues too. You're not saying nothing new here. EIE said the same thing when he was talking to Natty, but again, that's gone over. He's not acknowledged it. Even now, while he's cussing and doing the most fucking theatric, he's still not acknowledging it. Notice that.
What do you mean about, because I never heard that, I wasn't here then. What are you meaning that black people need to take the S off their chest?
As in we are too brash, because he has an issue with me speaking Patwa. This is Buddha 101. He wants me to speak like a proper Englishman. So he wants to claim that people who talk like me don't get things done. He's offended by people who talk like, ghetto people, as he would say. You see what I'm saying? So he wants us to be proper English people out here.
And then he uses that then he uses that
no
to
one's
think that
correct.
that's how we operate. He uses
You're
that to
allowing
think
him to
that's.
lie on my
No,
name and not
Buddha, let
correcting
him
him.
finish his sentence, and then you
He
can come in
said we
after.
operate like that all the time, not knowing that we teach our kids. When you go in certain spaces, you go to win. You adjust. You make sure you represent. Some of us talk better English than even the English when we go in these settings because we are trying to freaking, you know what I'm saying? Get what we need to get done. So if we go to the bank, we're not going up in there, yo, give me a loan, brethren. More I'm a loan. Yo, me know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have to be strategic. We're going to win. So I'm like, this is something we teach our kids from birth. So I'm like, why Buddha don't know that? To be making these stereotypes about the community he knows.
Me want the loan.
Yeah. Give me a loan, you know. Me know say, yo, give me a loan in a brethren.
Give me the money, want the money. That's what
Yeah.
that's the caricature.
He just think we just.
He don't
All
get
right,
it.
let Buddha respond.
You know what? Pushy, with the greatest of respect, I'm not going to respond. You know why? Because nobody else corrected him. So you know what? Let him go with what he's saying.
I'm asking you. I want to know.
No, but guess what? Everybody else on this panel was. So he lied through his teeth. And
So
nobody else.
Am I lying? Am I lying on this man?
I'm asking you, but I asked you generally. I was just asking you one of them. What did you mean?
Where's the
about
lie,
that, right?
Buddha? Hold on. What's the lie?
I wasn't speaking about the black community or any other community. I was speaking specifically on EIE, the dance breed. Yeah, I wasn't saying that about any issue with his fucking way.
No, but hold on, no, Buddha. Let's keep it real, yeah, because we've been having this conversation for a good few hours, yeah. Now I know that there were certain points you were definitely.
But I'm still trying to talk, and you just fucking interrupted me. You see what I'm saying? Your mouth weren't there when he was talking, but when I'm talking, your mouth come out big and fucking proud.
Yeah, anyway, I didn't even get a big up. Hi, Nines.
Sorry, Kushti.
Yeah, but anyways, Buddha, let me.
It looked like they want. You know what? All right, cool. Like the people that are like the nice nines, you know, like people want me to be.
I want a nice nines. I want a big up when I come in.
I'm not even talking you, Kushti. Sorry, but go through, Buddha. Yeah, go through, man. Today's your day. Go on, chat, man.
Listen, I've sat here from every single one, apart from Natty, funny enough. But everyone else, the guy just lying. He said, I've got a problem with the way which he's talk. Do you know that to be true? Do you know that to be true?
Buddha, can you just take a breath, please, and just see that I'm genuinely trying to talk to you? I'm not trying to make.
No, listen, I'm not disrespecting you, Christy. I'm trying my best there, yeah? But like.
All right, just breathe for me, bro. I just want to know, did you say the statement that black people have to take the S off their chest?
No, I did not. Okay. I said this pussy over here. This dickhead over here, the way in which he conducts himself.
I'm gonna have to come in there, Buddha, because like I said, I have been here and we have been conversing. And yes, there was a time when you definitely was isolating Buddha in your disrespect, just like you did before, yeah. However, me and Divine have been, well, let me speak for myself. And there was definitely a point where you're definitely, remember you said brains versus brawn, yeah? Yes, I'm drilled down into that. So that wasn't just isolated to EIE. You definitely have a vibration, like said certain black people or certain parts of the black community act out in a certain way that you don't think is conducive.
No, so when I said brains over brawn, I was referring to that warrior class air quotes you was talking about. Exactly. And you're saying people, right. So what I'm saying to you in response to,
I put myself in as well.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying, to you,
let me just punctuate, please. Let me just punctuate, because I did also say that we can be both, right? It doesn't have to be an either or. We don't have to.
You can definitely, but this fucking dance over here, no way.
Isolating it to EIE because we're here having a general.
Why not? When he cusses me, you say nothing to him. When I cuss him and his mother, you got all the fucking energy.
Stick to the conversation, yeah.
Why? He doesn't stick to the conversation. Why should I?
But do you not want to have the discussion about it? Because I think it's quite interesting discussion. Because I never knew that you had that kind of temperament or feeling in regards to Black people being in their authentic self, or how it deems, or how it's deemed, or
Listen,
looked
quickly,
down.
don't drink the Kool-Aid. He's feeding you a load of shit.
But
I never
listen,
said that.
I'm not drinking that. I'm asking you about the ingredients, brother. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm trying to explain it to you, but
Alright.
everyone keeps cutting me in. Right. So as I was explaining, when 9th was talking about the warrior class, right, I was trying to explain that brain over brawn always wins in certain scenarios anyway. Okay. But this guy here wants to cause confusion to the point I want to, you know what I'm saying? This guy brings me back to what I want to be when I was back in the day. Honestly, people like him, it just bring. You see black on black crime, so people because of him, people like him. Fucking hell.
I wish the white people
What
would
is it
motivate
about
you
him?
as another
He
brother
talks-
do.
Is it because he talks in his
I wish
authentic
you'd be
self?
as motivated
No,
by them crackers.
All right, so I'm just gonna pause it there, yeah, people. Big up the people them in the building still. I'm not lying, I eat two food, but I'm hoping that, especially the little dickhead trolls, yeah. Although I know there's not an honest one amongst you, but I'm hoping that everyone's following the line of the conversation. Sorry, the lines of disrespect, this, that, and the other, yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't talk and eat, but yeah, man, big up the people them in the building still. And like I said, we've got a bit to make run, and then we'll come to the byproduct situation, yeah. But like I said, it's all about the context. I'm gonna go on listening and big up on yourself.
No, so what I'm saying. So what I'm saying,
all EIE spews out is black pride. I don't understand.
Okay, all right, cool. But listen to what I'm saying, though, Christine. Listen, I'm saying he lied. I don't have an issue. Listen, I've been to fucking Jamaica, right? I've never had an issue with anyone speaking Patois. I speak Patois with my people, then, all right?
Yeah.
So this guy turns out and says I've got an issue with it. That's a lie. Nobody could have corrected him. So that makes me vexed with everybody else. Do you understand?
I did say that I was surprised to hear that. That's why I was asking you to.
Right, exactly. But it's a lie. It's a literal lie.
I think Lady D should find it. Rewind back the thing, Lady D, and find it, because we're getting our wires crossed here.
Yeah, find it.
Give me a sec. I'll get it.
So is there a sense of you that thinks that black people act a certain way that's not helping them? And is there something connected?
It's not black people, it's individuals, isn't it?
Okay.
Like 9th could go into a bank and sit down but the way in which this guy talks to me, there's no fucking way he could go into anywhere and get anything conducive. Right? Wow. He's turned up court. He's got the most racial fucking issues with me being because I'm not black, allegedly, because I'm of mixed heritage. That's his issue. Wow. Ever since I've ever spoken to this guy for the first time, the amount of disrespect I've got, and everyone's quiet. I don't know why, whether they agree or whatever the fuck it is. But, you know, if he wants to catch fire with me, I'll fucking cook him all day long. I'm a chef.
So listen, good people, yeah. Sorry, you can hear Buddah. You can hear where he's aiming his anger and his fire, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, but we move, man. Let it play. Hey.
I did say earlier on, I didn't like hearing you brothers going at it at all. It just doesn't make sense.
So I think that's the root cause of it all, then, isn't it? Like, if
well, listen, have you ever heard me speak to anyone like this? The way I speak to this donkey.
I think this is just some regular old brother to another house.
That's the root cause of it. Yeah. Let me just put this down a minute. Yeah. Sorry, family. So you can hear in this exchange we're beginning to establish what the root cause of it. And again, Buddah, I know you're listening, bro. Yeah. And if you're not listening now, you're going to be listening in the future. Yeah. And this is why I don't rate you, Buddah. Yeah. At this point. Because you've allowed these far-right racists, yeah, to develop a narrative based upon your exchange. And they're not even going to listen to the truth, which is what's happening now. You know what I mean? And you won't even go over to Gummies and correct her, because we know you go over there, but you definitely won't go over there and correct her. And make her know, say, yo, my God, you actually got this all wrong. You base your whole shit on a whole false premise. You won't do that, bro. You know what I'm saying to you? And this goes back to what Carl K was saying about Let me just make the team play. But like I said, yeah, our shoulders are built for it, man. This is what we do, innit? Like we were literally wet nurses. It's a real talk. But you see, but at the end, I'm gonna bring this all together, yeah. Because I want you to see the dynamics, family. So at the moment, there's myself over there, or us over this side, if you want to be really thingy bobby, yeah. You got the far right over there, so, yeah. And you've got Buddah and Danny Roscoe. Who can't tell me there's nothing ain't different from the plantation and history don't repeat itself? Like, talk to me, man. Talk to me. But look what, listen. What does Nynaeva say? Nothing ain't changed from the fucking plantation. You know my thing already. But anyway, let the thing place.
Shut your mouth. I don't want to talk
you
to
know
you,
what I'm
man,
saying?
you donkey. You piece
This
of
is
shit. Is
the
that you
brother
talk to your
be
brother?
half brother.
Fucking slag. Shut up.
Listen,
listen,
something, gentlemen. Yeah, if I can speak to Push. Listen to what now, Buddah. See, because this is all coming back to me. Because I don't even remember. But listen to the way in which Buddha's addressing him. You get what I'm trying to say? And this is what I'm trying to say. You see, and this is what some of these Buddah boys. So anyway, you've made your move, Buddah, man. I hope you're happy over there, so brethren. Yeah. So so Kushti, yeah, there's definitely been like a thing between Buddah and EIE, yeah. But even with that being said, there has been a conversation going on, right? Now, I don't know if you can look in the back chat where you can see that Buddha's written a few things that will sort of
It's come up blank for me, unfortunately. I can't see anything.
Dear. Oh dear.
Let me copy and paste it again. Hold on.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
That's a shame still. Because Buddah is definitely here making certain assertions, yeah, of which, like I've said to him, I disagree with. But if I try to maybe see if I can catch something that he has written, and then maybe you can then comment, or it will put you more in the picture, Kushti.
In the loop, yeah.
Dependent of what him and EIE are doing, because that's just too cocky thing. You know how that thing go already, right? So one thing Buddah said is, for example, and I'm not doing it in any chronological order, unfortunately. I'm just going.
Yeah, it's not letting me copy like it's not letting me copy the whole thing. So if you could read it to her, probably better.
Well, I'm gonna read it, Buddah, and then you can say if I'm reading it right or wrong, or you get me, whatever. But I'm just reading it as said, right? So he's gone at one point. He's gone clearly. Them laws and these laws that he's referring to is like the Race Relations Acts, things like that, yeah, and those laws that come from that, right?
When you say that, Nines, are they like protection laws, like no discrimination of color and things like that?
Yeah, you know, the Race Relations Act of 65, and then it came 68, and those that have, you know, come as a result of those, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was in reference to those. So big up yourself, melanated, so I don't get the same box that I've got.
Bless up, everyone.
Clearly, them laws worked. So therefore, a new tactic needs to happen to effect change. Yeah. So now that racism exists, so how does one affect change, or do we carry on the same way we have that has not worked but looks good but ineffective? Yeah. So that's one thing he said.
So can I just ask, like, what those ways are that we've carried on that looked good but that are not effective? Buddah.
So, for example, I don't think we as a community has done this for years, but generally speaking, things like protests don't work. People protest left, right, and center. Very rarely do they actually work. So, would it be wise to go out on the street now in our thousands and protest against something? Would the government even listen? Palestinians have been protesting for fucking best part of a year now, or even a year. What have they achieved? Nothing.
Yeah, I see it works. I see it works. I see it works.
As the killing in Gaza stopped.
Yeah, but that's for them. That's for them, man. That's for their Abraham, man. That's for. Okay. That's a different thing here. Yeah, this is like us people. Them. When you talk about that BLM, that went worldwide. Like it touched, and that was a statement that was affecting the people that was in these type of establishments.
Y'all are forgetting the most atrocious claim he made
by these establishment laws, and these establishments were persecuting.
The most atrocious claim he made is not calling it racism. That's the key issue. We should call it only prejudice. Rename all of that we know is clear racism into only prejudice. Get rid of the term racism. That was his major claim.
Yeah, that one I think, I can't rock with, but he says that's how he does it. That's for him. He doesn't believe. I think that's when I came in, when he was saying he doesn't think that everyone should be doing it. That's just the way that he moves. But in regards to the working of how has that helped us? I don't know. I don't think that. Yeah, I agree with Natty. I don't think that adds up. I think that we've gotten very far on the people who have marched and boycotted, and all of the civil rights came from the black people who stood up, got spat on, and everything else. When it comes to us, that stuff has worked.
But that's what I'm saying. You've missed
And
the
you
point I
said
was
that
making. So I said the arena has changed. So what was effective then is not effective now. Like I gave the examples of using bows and arrows and laser guns and stuff. But listen, I'm gonna have to cut for a minute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right then. Nines, can you finish off the last part of what he said there?
Yep, 1 second. Yeah, big up Buddha. All right, so what else? He said the laws put in place by the government were not put in to help us. They were put in place to subjugate us. What else? Hold on a second.
So from those writings, what is the energy that he was giving off then? Because I feel that there's a collective understanding on the panel that he was giving off an energy.
The energy is us who are too vocal, the ones who go out and protest. We are now redundant. We're now redundant. His methodology is renaming racism, just call it prejudice. His methodology is us need to look within ourselves, okay? And say we're going to be the one who say racism exists, but at the same time, we need to be the ones who adjust, not the white people or laws passed to protect us and other minorities. He is saying the onus is on us. But he's saying it in these vague ways, these not clear. He's jumping from side to side, so it's hard to pin him down on what he's saying. And then he's acting like it's we who don't understand him. So it's kind of hard to understand what he's saying, but that's the gist of what I got from what he's saying. I mean, Nainitha may have her own understanding, Lady D, but I mean, really and truly, he has not been very clear on what he's saying.
It would be interesting for him to have. Did he end up telling you what way he believes is the right way? He believes that what we've been doing up to now is not working. Did he come with an alternative? Oh, was the alternative calling it prejudice and going it that way, that route?
Calling it prejudice is one.
Well, I think let me quote him, and I don't want to misquote him. Using the racism, so using the laws against them.
Right. I mean, when he was talking about the whole prejudice thing, it wasn't more to me about the impacts of what you'd get. So it's kind of like how much you offend them, and I don't care about that aspect. I think that the ancestors have done that much.
But he doesn't want to admit that though, even though we've been trying to tell him that that's what you're doing. You're absorbing them of what what this thing is, that they're the ones perpetrating against other people. So him not get it. Him not get it in a thick skull. So that's what he's defending while he's saying the opposite. So that's why it's confusing for me.
Well,
because to add to it, because he said that doing it that way would be better for us. You get me?
Yeah.
And I was trying to get from him, well, how is it better for us? I can see how it's better for them because, like EA said, it can sort of absorb them of certain things. You know what I mean? They can get to rewrite history, this, that, and the other. They can say in the past, instead of calling it racism, they can just call it ignorance. You get me? That's what he's basically saying, that it's a type of ignorance. You know what I mean? And I'm saying, beyond that, man. You know what I mean? And this is why we're talking about this whole critical race theory and that in the first place, because like I said, I heard Why So Religious say something similar, where he's like, he doesn't see race, therefore there's no racism. Yeah, all it is that people are ignorant of other people, and I'm like, nah.
Oh my God.
The only place I hear that type of talk is in the white Christian church. I'm telling you, the God in heaven is true.
But that
well,
could be
hearing
a
it on
how
right
many?
thing.
Well, guys, I was trying to talk for ages, but guess what? I had some
No, I
madness
couldn't
in
hear
the
you,
back. I know, sis. I had some madness in the background. I couldn't shut down a browser. But sis, if you go back to your show and go like, if you rewind back your show and go to like the 4.55 in to your show, that might give a recap for Kushti rather than us trying to explain or getting Buddha's words twisted up. She can hear it first.
Give us a sec. I'm just doing something. 4 minute what? Did you say
4.55.
All right, give me a minute. I'm just doing something.
Yeah, that'll make it easier. Then, Kushti, you can hear it for yourself and make your own analysis. Otherwise, it's going to be a biased thing in it. So if you just hear it from Buddha, and then you can, I guess, respond to Buddha that way. Maybe you might have a better chance. Yeah.
All right, no problems. Thanks, sis.
I'm back, by the way.
Big up.
Welcome back.
I do think that like we can just have this discussion. You know, it's interesting.
I just don't know, sis. I think this all stems from, because it kind of all stems from a thing. It all started off with white or religious, really, innit? And this thing of there's no racism, such thing as race, and all of this thing, and it's all of the, you know, that same.
So just so I can be clear, right? I'm not coming from whatever Why So Religious says. In fact, I can't even stand that guy most of the time. But I'm not saying that there's no racism. What I am saying is relabeling it. That's all I'm saying. Relabeling it.
Mm-hmm.
But your reasoning for relabeling it is in order for it to be more palatable to the people who are subjugating us.
No. It's not to allow them to have the power over us. Well, I think for me.
No, to make it more palatable. So because when they do racism, we know what reaction it brings out of them. Hence why you're saying that once you say prejudice, the backlash that you receive is lighter.
Right.
But you understand that to black people, when you say it to black people, you're effectively saying, don't say racism because it hurts their precious, tender white feelings.
Okay. All right. Let me address that. Right. Let me address that. So, when it comes to racism, yeah, like I was explaining, I think you could take issue with the point of there's only one race. Yeah. So, and I get that. I understand that. We can discuss that at some other point. But for me, I'm not comfortable with someone telling me that I am outside of the human race. I am human, therefore I am part of the human race. There is only one race in my mind. So I am not comfortable with someone dictating to me who I am. Do you understand? And what they define me as. I will define who I am and what I am to you. So therefore I will not be using that word racism. I'll try not to use it because it's very difficult not to use it. But I will try not to use it, and I'll define it as prejudice, racial prejudice. Do you get the point? And you're right. There is a point of that. The ultimate thing is to get the goal, right? It's to achieve the objective. And if that means using a certain word that doesn't, how do we put this now? That makes things run smoother than it would using a different word, then so be it. At the end of the day, I'm achieving the goal. People were saying, I think I heard someone say, how does it benefit us? That question has been asked several times, and I've responded to it several times. So I'll respond to it one more time for your sake, Christian. Yeah. So for the example I gave about the bank, getting that loan enabled me to do up a house so I could rent it out, and I rent out to at the moment. Actually, what's the date today? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I rent out to 5 black people. Yeah. So that's how that's benefiting us. Those 5, that one family.
Man, that benefited you. Who the fuck is this?
No, let him go. Let him talking to Kushti. We're gonna fall back. We already had to say what we had to say. Let Kushti hear him out, and then she can respond her way. But try not to influence it. Yeah, beg. Go on, Kushti and Buddha.
I like I said, Buddha, I think when you talk about that incident, you talk about it as your personal experience and how it worked for you. But then when we talk about how the Black community should handle things, and in regards to how the Black community should get rid of the word racism, that's when I don't agree. Because like I said, I will happily use the word race. EIE said something specific, like to say, we have to, and from birth, we have to know how to code switch. And we've talked about this before. We've all grown up with our parents having a telephone voice and things like that. So in my scenario, I code switch. I instantly knew that what I was having was racism, but I needed an end goal out of them. I needed something from them. So I decided to use a tactical way. But if I'm in an institution who has done it, where I know that they've got more to lose than me, I'm screaming racism. And I'm getting my coin, and I'm shutting them down, and I'm making an example of them. I'm going to the fullest length that I can go to on that. Do you understand?
I hear you, but again, I don't know if you heard. I don't know who.
Hold on, and I won't get that far if I'm screaming prejudice.
That's fine. Okay,
we need to be able. It's like when people say, that whole like painful era when people were trying to decide why we call ourselves Black. Do you understand? At the end of the day, it's a unifying force. We know exactly what that word means, and when things directly happen to Black people, it is pure. You said that you don't like feeling like you're another race. They treat us like we're not a part of their race.
So then should we perpetuate that then?
Fifth of a man. So that is what they're implying.
Yeah.
It makes more.
But then, Kushi.
Yeah.
Shall we perpetuate that then? If they treat us like another way, should we allow them to do that?
It's labeling it and calling it out for what it is. And the reason why we get that reaction is because then we're stripping them of their clothing, and we're putting them naked for the whole world to see, and we're calling it for what it is, raw and direct. And we get the backlash because they don't like feeling uncomfortable. And that's the power in that word when it comes to us. And we've shed blood, we've died, we've gone through rapes and generational kind of all sorts for that word to have that kind of impact. And I'm not giving it up because they feel uncomfortable.
So I don't know where you heard it from, whether it was from Divine or that donkey over there, but I never said about the Black community. I said for myself, me, in my experience, I choose to use that word. I'm not saying everyone should go out there and stop using the word racism and word. That was never my words.
I think maybe you're right into when you were saying that Black people should start doing things better, right? And
no,
so
I didn't say Black people should. I didn't say Black people. Sorry, I'm speaking. I didn't say Black people nothing. I said that pussy over there, not Black people nothing.
Calm it down. I'm trying to help you. The reason how we came to that conclusion right there, so is because he turned around and said what we've been doing in the past hasn't worked, and I'm saying we can show you it has worked.
With S on with chest.
That's how it got. He said with the S on our chest. Yeah, that's how we made it all inclusive. But Buddha doesn't see that part.
All right, maybe I can see that part, and that's true. That's in my opinion, that's truth. It hasn't worked. In fact, I wrote it in the back. I'm sure Nani read it out twice.
And our point to him was, Kushti,
so
those were the S on our chest people who won the right
do the same thing
that he's taking advantage of now.
Doesn't it
the
need
S
to be
on the chest people
while
who
the
got
enemy
beaten up,
changes their
as you
tactics,
said,
we're still
spit
using
on,
the same tactics that we
killed,
used
are the
100
ones
years ago. Does
who
that
got
make
lost
sense?
change, so he can now talk about them.
That's the important thing there. I hope you heard what he said there, Kushti, because he just said that the enemies changed their tactics. Yeah. So why shouldn't we change? Why? So as such, we should be changing our tactics, right? So when he's talking about tactics in this conversation, yeah, he's like allaying to us being loud and gregarious and this and that, whereas his way is to do it the most.
All right, do you know what? Don't do that. Did I say? Well, who's us? I talked about that pussy over there, and you're saying us. You're feeding people bullshit.
Buddha. 1 second. All right, let me try again here, Buddha. EIE, when I've been up here talking, Lady Divine's been up here talking, Natty Dread's been up here talking, we've all been up here talking. Now, when we say us, we are referring to ourselves as Black people. Who are you referring to?
EIE, the pussy. I told you 16 fucking times already.
So is your whole conversation just about EIE?
If EIE went to the bank, yeah, definitely.
This
Yeah.
boy is a blood clot liar.
You and your mother's a blood clot. Like, how about that? Yeah, dirty Ross, yeah.
Because the thing is, at the end of the
This
day,
boy have a
the
fetish,
reason
man.
why you're talking nonsense, like what you're. All right, family. So I'm hoping that you're hearing the exchange here. You can obviously hear that Buddha's anger and vexation and is definitely aimed at EIE. Yeah, you've heard Buddha refer to EIE's mother X amount of times. Thus far, EIE has not mentioned any of Buddha's family, anything like that. Yeah. So if we're going to be 100% and keep it, you get me, truth and rights. Thus far, Buddha's definitely been the protagonist, etc., etc. Right? So we could then argue again that Buddha's like again bringing feelings in from wherever, whatever. Yeah. But in line of the chronological order of where we're going, I hope you're hearing. Because, yo, Buddha, I know you're hearing, you know, brethren. And I swear to God, Buddha, man, listen, I'm telling you this, yeah. You see, if I don't hear you come up or come out somewhere, somehow, to whatever station and try and clean this up a piece, yeah, then trust me, it is what it is, man. And like, again, I hope it's worth it, man. I hope it's worth it. I'll be so real, man. I hope it's fucking worth it. You're saying isn't true because your comments in the back.
So just play the thing. Play the thing. It's easier. Just play the thing.
Listen, I'm reading your comments in the back, so it's very clear. Like I know what you're saying here and now because you're upset with EIE and all the rest of it. But I know that we've been having a conversation, and when we've been speaking about we talking about black people. Now, if you've taken yourself out of that, then that's okay. That's fair enough. Yeah. But I'm reading what you said here. And
so what I written in the back refers to black people, us in the UK, right?
Exactly.
When I'm talking about the bank, when people go in there with their S on their chest like that, dickhead, right? He won't get anywhere. That's not the way. The way he talks to me, the way he refers to me, he would get nowhere in a fucking bank. I'm surprised he can even get through the fucking door.
Translation.
So that's how I'm referring. So stop making it about you.
Jamaican.
I don't know if you've got like a love. I don't know what the fuck it is with him, but like, stop that.
Okay, but Buddha, we kind of dealt with that already, yeah, because we already established that.
It's studio fish.
None of us would.
Your mum and your dad's a fish. How about that? Your mum and your dad are dirty sharks. You stink motherfucker. Look at you. You got a picture of a lion on your fucking profile. You should have a picture of pussy.
Yeah, fish.
You dirty, nasty pussy, are you? Yeah.
Yo, people, yeah. And the thing is, yeah, the people that was streaming and doing the most with the other one, they won't do it with this one. You get me? Because this is where the truth, like I said, the genesis, yeah, the close on the thing lies. You can hear Buddha, yeah. Now the thing is, yeah, Buddha wouldn't do this in front of a man in real life because he knows what time it is. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So Buddha's doing the most online, and this is like you can hear this is what the 5th, 6th time he's mentions a man's parents, mom, dad. Now remember, as ignorant and as we know EIE to be, yeah. Let's give him up till now. EIE ain't really fired back no shot, you know, considering man spoke about his mum. Now, dad, X amount of times, and all now. You get what I'm saying to you? As ignorant as EIE is, he ain't fired back no shot. Yeah? Yo, Buddha, I know you're listening, you know. Yeah? I know you're listening, Buddha. And what I'm saying, listen, history. This is history. History. His story. You get me? Because basically, Buddha's been able to pull a thing like he's a victim and a byproduct and so he's got the whole of the fucking far right doing the most, yeah, without knowing or not even they don't even care about the genesis or the context of how the thing. Them the business part that all they need is one little piece byproduct and they've gone vroom. They've gone lie upon lie, but this is all on Buddha's victimhood. Yeah. And then the wickedest thing is Buddha's victimhood, as we're hearing now, it could be argued is based upon what? It's based upon what? It's based upon him telling a man about his mumma and his... let the team play. Buddha, brethren, I swear to God, do your thing, man. Because I didn't even remember. I didn't even know this is how. I didn't even remember this was how bad you were going on, Buddha. I'll be so real. I didn't even realize this is how bad. What? Yo, Buddha, you're going like you're a bad man in this. Oh, allow it, man.
Yeah, listen, man. I would love to see you in jail. You're lucky you're not in the UK. You know that.
Oh,
you dirty
Fish.
fucking degenerate piece of
Fish.
shit.
oh,
Shut your mouth. Your mum's a fish.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
dirty,
you see
stinking
that,
piece of shit.
Buddha. I'm not gonna
Fish
lie now.
boy.
Now you see,
Let's
Buddha,
go.
this is where now you just look like a dickhead. Yeah, I'll be so real, Buddha. You look like a dickhead, yeah, because a few minutes ago you're bunning out the way in which very black people and you gotta go in a different way and all the rest of it, yeah. But as soon as you get into your feelings, you're on where mum talk, this, that, which we know ain't your Irish, Creole, whatever side, yeah. That's the straight. We know what side that is, yeah. But I just want to say about the fucking confusion. You see what I'm saying to you? You and that fucking dickhead, Donny Roscoe. And it's, you know what, this is excellent because, like I keep saying, this is history. History. Yeah? Yeah? So what? You, for whatever reason, Buddha, can tell people then about that. Yo, brethren, yeah? Buddha, you flopped your show, and you know you flopped your show. Let me just let the thing play. You flopped your show, bro. You fucking flopped your show, man. You flopped your show. Listen to... Yo, brethren.
Play. Let's press play, please.
Fish boy.
Yeah, like I said, though, because like I said, I
Run the
have been
track.
all the time. And although, like I said, Buddah and EIE are obviously having their thing, Buddah has definitely been making certain assertions.
Me don't have nothing with no man in the night. I like me. The boy I carry belly for me. The boy I carry belly for me. Nobody come mix me up with this half breed.
All right.
Go on,
I'm gonna go on because I'm actually
no, go on, Nines. Go on, because he's getting
Yeah,
to
half breed, yeah.
You know what? It's just going to all be avoided. Had you just done what I said in this, it's just
Half breed, yeah.
No, stop.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course, yeah. You call me a half breed, that's okay, that's all right, innit?
Just
Huh?
run the
What are you?
fucking
You're full breeding.
Run the track.
You're full breed.
Why?
You're full breed.
Yeah, each your show
What?
for the shoot a second.
Yeah,
sis,
cool.
do me a
You're half
favour.
breed. That's fine.
Yes,
Sure.
please. Fucking hell,
Half
man.
breed's
Shut up.
fine.
You're frustrating
Yeah,
me
let's
now.
go.
Shut up.
all right, calm down.
Sis, just do me a favour to avoid all of this fuckery, sis. Just run the thing, let Kushti hear it, and from there, so a conversation could be had. Until then, it's just going to be mudslinging, innit? I beg. Mute up Buddha, mute up EIE, run the fucking thing, let Kushti hear it. Avoid all of this, man.
Sissy melionated. We didn't even get to really hear you. If you're there, jump back on. And Nines, are you looking for it? Okay.
Yeah, I speak from the hip. I don't lie, I don't mince my words, I don't take back no chat. That's
So now you're real, pussy. Pussy, now you're real. After you out there talk about you got to change races, now you're real, pussy. Which part of you real? First of all, your bum back mouth by you real. You're a real piece of shit. That's what it is. A real piece of shit.
Going back to you, all right, yeah. Going back to you, I hear you, yeah. You're right to be able to talk back, but just try to stay on the topic. But going back to you,
Nines, is there any way to turn it up a bit?
the board versus brain.
I think she's going to share the screen once she finds the right part. You know?
I'm just doing it off my phone. All right, let me go to the. I'm just trying to do a quick one, man.
In the back chat about you not thinking that certain things have not worked, and as such, you believe that the parameters need to be changed. And this is what I'm trying to really work with and get to. You see what I'm saying to you? Because when we talk about parameters changing, what are we talking? What do you mean? I don't understand. Because even if we were to use your example of the banking sector, any person that if we were to use your example of the bank, etc., any person that oh shit, what's happened? What's happened? Who's tapping?
Well, go on, selector.
Sorry, hold on.
I think he's just trying to catch up. Yeah.
It just stopped.
Yeah, it froze.
Mine was doing that madness earlier when I tried to do it as well.
Wait.
Conspiracy.
What's going on? What's on the screen?
Conspiracy.
Hold
Yeah,
on a minute.
You're showing the thing on the show on the screen to do the playback.
Yeah, it's just
but that was
minimized.
happening
Nah.
really early.
Oh, that's you, innit? That's you tapping. That's you.
Well, go on, selector.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
hold on.
I think he's just trying to catch up. Yeah.
It just stopped.
That
Yeah, it
happened to
froze.
me. I think it's a stream. I don't know if it's streaming on YouTube when I tried to do it as well.
So it's just play it through your phone. I turned up my volume. I could hear it better then. It's fine.
No, something mad's going on, man.
Yeah, that was a bit scary.
All right, let me try again. I'm gonna go on talk. 1 second. That was a bit mad still. I'm gonna go on talk now.
Sorry.
But I'm
shut
gonna want to
you
talk us again.
No, those two can't talk. They have to stay on mute until it's time to discuss what we heard.
Come on, Brentford.
All I know is I'm not on this whole getting rid of the whole racist conversation. I'm not a part of that. I'm not for that. I'm not with that, because doing that, to me, that interprets to me as, oh, you guys, we must stop calling them racist and using this racist thing because it's not getting you nowhere. Plus, it's not effective. Them, you got to teach them. And I'm with EIE on this. It's not my job to teach nobody but my pitty them nothing. If they can stay in their ignorance, I'm not here. My job is not put on this earth to teach no white people about racism. That's not my job. I refuse. If that's what Buddah wants to do, cool. He's entitled to do what he wants to do. But the rest of that's not my job. If I'm going through racism, I know for a fact I'm going to call it out. No.
Bloody hell. Big up yourself, JB, man. The first person that's actually come with some truth and rights to Bomber Clock. Yeah. And you know, say JB is not no friend thing, red boom, boom, boom. But JB has come and he said, can we confirm that Nines never called Buddah by? Nines said it about a hypothetical child. And this is what I'm trying to say, Buddah. This is what I'm trying to say, yo, Buddah, you've lost with me now, bro. Like, you're gone, man, because you've allowed these people to use you, bro. To use you and your emotional, potentially bipolar, whatever self, and go on some campaign. Yeah. But it's like fucking Brother Kel said anyway, but we're used to it, man. But yeah. Give thanks, JB. Yeah, give thanks, man. But we're gonna get to it. But yeah, man. And now Buddha's just in the fucking bushes. Yeah, ain't even got the Buddah energy to really come out and clean up. Yeah, the fucking, not even to say the mess that he's made. So I'm not even gonna say mess that he's made, but he can see, yeah, how people use propaganda, boom, 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 and we can see where we're at. Yeah. But and the thing is that I'm gonna see now. This is what I'm trying to say. You call yourself Buddah. Yeah. You call yourself Buddah. So as such, Buddah, yeah, what I will expect you to do is at some point come and clean this up, Buddah. Yeah. At some point, I expect you to come and clean this propaganda up, Buddah. Yeah. Let me see if you're actually by name and nature. You know what I mean? Or is it just a fucking name you grab from somewhere and rare tear? Because if you really are a Buddha and a Buddhist, you're supposed to come and clean this up. So we're gonna see. And you know what I'm gonna do, Buddha? I'm gonna give you 3 days, brethren. I'm gonna give you 3 days to make an appearance somewhere, even if it's on Auntie Gummy's channel. Huh? But we're gonna see, man, because you've allowed the people them to run with a lie. Yeah. Historically, you know. You hear me, Buddha? But it's all right. Let me just press play, man. Listen, truth and rights, man, over views and likes, you know that already.
No one's not gonna make me feel no type of way to call it out for what it is. No one's giving them no little cushy seat to keep doing what they're doing and thinking it's okay. I'm not ready for none of that. No. If it's racism, we're gonna call it out for racism. We're gonna make sure that's what's gonna be drilled into them.
Sorry, let me take a pause again, man. Yeah, because again, give thanks, JB. That's why I have to give thanks to my subscribers, my audience, blah, 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 blah. The ones that actually come through and talk the thing. Yeah. JB said it was Buddha who insulted Nines with an outrageous question. And you know the beautiful thing, family, I've heard the people then review it, right? Even this morning when Danny Roscoe was reviewing it, yeah, and he heard these things, no one ain't mentioning it, no, they're not touching on it, Gummy, not touch on it. No, that's not salacious enough. That's too truthful. That's I think, no, do you know what? Yeah, let me not tell a lie. Danny Roscoe did kind of say, you know, if he did say that, well, but Bomi just went into his thing, innit? You know what I mean? His thing. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, his thing. Hey. But thank you, JB, and I will be playing it, man. But yeah, man, how you mean, man? Man asked me if I'm gonna, and again, Gummy heard it, and this is what I'm trying to say, that these people are dangerous. When I say dangerous, Gummy is listening to it in 4K. JB, she's listening to it, and Gummy spinned it as I said that I wouldn't love my mixed face child. You see what I'm saying to your family? You check the levels, you know. Remember, you're listening to something in 4K, yeah, and you've heard me say whatever what you think I wouldn't love my mixed race child, and then the person listening to it, I remember her audience is there, you know, and this is what I'm trying to say. These people are dangerous. Her audience is dangerous because no one ain't correcting her. No one's not saying no. Do you know what? I'm not. Well, I don't even know. But no one's not saying no, but that's not what she said. You get me? Or no, then that's not what she said. You get me? And this is what I'm trying to say. And you see, in this YouTube or this social media thing, you get me? A lot of the people, them subscribers, are as bad as them, because a lot of the people, them subscribers, like gas them on. Do you know what I mean? Don't correct it. You know what I mean? Because they're there for the fuckery, isn't it? Because a lot of people are just here for fuckery, isn't it? They're not here for truth and rights. They just want fuckeries. So they will actually listen to a woman, because a lot of them, they've heard the truth elsewhere, you know, like they would have heard the stream in real life, yeah, and they've actually heard it. People like Irish and whatever, because I know them, but the definitely people that will go in between, and they'll hear it, you know, and they'll hear my girl tell a blatant lie. You think anyone's gonna say nah, that's not what she? No, sir, no. And this is what I'm trying to say about how dangerous these sort of situations is, because you know what I mean, this is how people go to jail for life and things like that, because people just turn a blind. And this is what I keep trying to say: we give thanks for laws, acts, statutes, and then wait there. Otherwise, a lot of us would be in jail, just locked up with no evidence. We've seen it in the past. You get me? We've seen it in them, and this is why we call them scummy. Yeah, scummy. Because how you can, but again, when I say how, let me not even say how, because people have been doing this for years. But even in 2024, to see it in 4K where you've actually heard something and you're spilling the exact opposite to your audience, and no one in your audience is saying nothing. You get me? So we know your audience is there for the fuck shit, the lies, and the whatever. And yeah, man. It's an amazing thing, man. But yeah, man, I heard them spin exactly that, JB. Spin it. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And remember, they're spinning not just on YouTube, because as according to Coconut Roscoe, his thing goes out to X. Yeah. So to show you how deadly these people, they don't care about lying, fucking remixing, whatever, to whomever, as long as they get. And then we go back to the riots, because that's exactly what these people do. Yeah. Gummy, Danny Roscoe, whatever. This is what you see, that what's his name? What's the youth that sat in the car and said, yeah, let's burn England down? William? Danny Tomo. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? So they just get a bit of truth, a little bit. It could be a smidgen, just a smidgen of truth. You know what I mean? Pile their shit on it. You get me? And see where it runs. And we saw the result of it in the riots. We saw the results of a little bit of truth. Just a smidgen. Yeah. Yeah. Sprinkled with absolute bullshit. And we see where it goes. And you would think that these people would learn after they're seeing some of their brethren and their patriots and all these things being in jail for listening to their claptrap. You know what I mean? And then go and put in there, because remember, all of these people, they're just on the fucking internet chatting shit. You get me? Bar maybe Coconut Tomo, because he's probably really out there, because in fact he is out there, because like I said, my stream before, he's getting handcuffed by Popo, so he's definitely out there. But yo, these people are like, but you know what? We've been here before, man. So we just remember, when we do it over here, it's just to document. You know what I mean? Because there's gonna be a time where we're not hearing it, and we need to let the people them coming up know what we were living in and amongst. You know what I mean? Like, and just how people can lie in 4K, like in nanoseconds. But they've been doing this. It's like back in the day, they would go from one station to another station with a complete different story. It's wild, man. But give thanks. We're here to document it, man.
We're not going to give you no passive seat and pass it under the guise of prejudice or any other cushy little words that they want to use. No. It is what it is. If it smells like shit, it looks like shit. It reek of shit. It's shit. Why are we trying to remix the thing? It's racism.
Facts.
My thing is, where is he getting this from? It's not original. I'm telling you, it's not original.
Well, that's
But that's what I said. No. This is exactly what I said to both Gummy and this fucking Coconut you. Yeah, they're using Buddah, which is probably whatever it is probably quite genuine to Buddah. You see what I'm saying to you? And probably in his whatever certain things have got lost in whatever. But these people are using his, let's just call it sufferation. You get me, to further their right wing agenda. Big up yourself, Buddah, man. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think you need a name change at this point, no, Buddah, because I don't know if you could be named as Buddah again. But
let's hear.
Shoulda,
he
maybe,
has to say,
not Buddah. Maybe shoulda.
Like he said, he doesn't want people putting words in his mouth, and it's that's one of the biggest frustrations that he's getting. Like he said, that he's coming across with.
I hope this is the right point. You have to let me know, Divine.
Fear to the group that I'm a part of. I don't have access to that privilege.
I don't think we're saying dissimilar things. I think we're just going using different words to say it. You get me? I don't actually think we're saying dissimilar things.
I agree. And can I just say, they call them Karens nowadays. They've got rid of the racist word and started calling them Karens. So they're doing the same thing. They're trying to dumb things down so we don't see these people as being as bad as they really are. Because that's just pure evil. All of these Karens, all of these racists, it's pure evil, but it's never been depicted that way. It's always been depicted, well, they're nice to other people, they just prejudiced to this. No, they're not nice to nobody. When you look at their life in a whole, 9 times out of 10, these people who are racist are just downright evil, nasty people in general.
They just have a tool that you don't have. That's all it is.
So 1 second then, Schiffer. So what, is that the right part, or have I gone too far? Because you said 4:55, right?
Yes, around that time, I tell you, when Zara Yeah, Zara's still on the screen. She'll soon get there because I can see Zara.
Alright,
When
okay.
Billy jumps off, it gets there. Yeah.
Are you saying that there is no differentiation in their nastiness? They're just nasty to everyone. But
No. I'm saying by giving them by calling them a racist, we're letting them off the hook. They should be charged with criminal charges and be treated just like some type of murderer, pedophile, weirdo, whatever. Do you understand? Because these are evil people who are in the world set out to hurt other people based on ridiculous reasons.
Shifa, I disagree there because I think it's nature versus nurture, and most of this is generational indoctrination. You don't know, it's passed on even subconsciously.
That's true. But if you've got a bad dog, what do you do with it? You put him down.
Well, you're not going to go, I've got a bad kid, so I'll go throw it in the lake with a bag of bricks.
I am.
If you've got a couple of hours free, I've got a son who's doing me fucking head in.
Yeah, I'll put him in a headlock. Why not? Like,
all right, so hold on before we start going. Because I don't want to move away from the central point, and let's be reminded that the show is called Race Theory and Race. Yeah. So going back to Buddha's reasoning. So Buddha acknowledges that there is racism, but I think he wants to change the words to sort of take the power away. And I think he made reference to the niggle, the N word as well. Take the power, like make it, use the word prejudice instead. But for whose benefit would that be, Buddha?
White people. That's who.
One second, EIE. For whose benefit would that be, Buddha?
That would be for our benefit.
Okay. Can you, because I'm thinking about it, tell us how it would benefit us then. That would be a good place. How do you think it could benefit us as black people?
So there's many different types of prejudice, right? So you've got prejudice against people with disabilities, ageism, all of these different prejudices. Now, there's a bigger movement for those types of prejudices in general. So when you see a company that's got non-disabled access, they'll catch fire, right? Now, if we're showing that so the racism is a prejudice, okay? So if we show that that's a prejudice, there's more push behind that from getting it stopped, in my opinion.
It's a prejudice plus power thing. Simple.
Do you understand? Because to be honest, Buddha, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Is it right about give a reply to that? Sorry.
Yeah, because I think the white people
obviously, you know, like over time.
Wait.
See how?
You not understand what Buddha's saying?
Yeah. I heard what Buddha's saying. Yeah, he's saying to make it into a wider group in it. Yeah, so it's more people fighting together or whatever. Yeah, but obviously, like what I was gonna say to that, Buddha, was that obviously from the 60s, 70s, 80s, when certain other people, remember, where everyone was black at one stage, right? And we was all fighting together. Hey, that's not right. Yeah, that's not. Now everyone's sort of still not on the set. You know what I mean? It's some people got some soldiers got left behind in it. Like, so the tide doesn't lift all ships. If you don't directly concentrate on the stuff that you're trying to concentrate on, is the point that I'm trying to make.
Can I say something? What Buddha is bringing is an idea of absorbing white people. He's watering down what racism means. So, of course, white people would rather be called prejudicial than racist. Of course they would. They would like to be called prejudiced while practicing racism. But black people, real black people, know what.
Buddha, are you there? But if you're talking, we can't hear you. You might be muted. All right, and I'll just try and remember all my little points. I just think it's easier if we can just lick off a point at a time. I'm very intrigued about this. All right, let me just put it out here now.
Wait. No, hold on, sis. Keep pausing it for Kushti, yeah, because remember she's the one we're playing it back for, so she can give her. We've all had our say, so I beg you, she says pause it, yeah. Go on, Kush.
I appreciate that. So I'll just put it out then. Hopefully, either he can hear me or someone remember to remind him. So there was a section there where there was this thing that got that got said about this all-in-one group. So if you put it in a prejudice, then we're a bigger group. We've got this bigger group to fight this injustice that we're, as a smaller group, are facing, but now we're in this bigger group. So now we've got a bigger crew to help us fight this certain injustice. I just want to know a bit more about that, because obviously, is that this whole humanitarian? Is it, if we call it a prejudice, we're not offending so many people, so other races will all of a sudden care about racism against Black people? I really don't think it would be down to the way we term a word that would make other people fight on our behalf. If you ain't seen George Floyd, and these people used to have picnics and watch us get lynched, cut out belly out of pregnant belly, none of that kind of made them think this is wrong. So us saying it prejudice over racism, I don't think that when all of them get support from any other group, now that we've changed it to prejudice in order to get this bigger group from, I don't know who this bigger group encompasses. So I'd like you to clarify that part. If you're hearing, I hope you heard that part, but we can keep playing until he's ready to unmute, I guess, because that one was, yeah, that one hit me.
And guys, I know you lot might get triggered, but if Buddah and Push get into a convo, I beg you lot, don't interrupt. Let them flow, yeah? Sorry, guys. Go on.
Supremacy is, we know that just every argument we have with white people is not a racist conversation, but we know when white people decide to activate their racism and the privilege they hold in the society we live in, we know. And if you as a Black person don't know, something is wrong. Maybe
more how it would help. 1 second, EI, sorry to cut you, because I still don't understand in terms of what Buddah said, how it would help us.
It wouldn't help.
Well, let me try and respond. When you guys are ready, I'll respond, maybe.
Yeah. Well, for me, Buddah, I just want to hear more about how your theory would help us. I'm very interested in that. But yeah, one still.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
All right, cool. So for those of us that understand certain strategies and tactics, so for people who've read The Art of War, who understand the 48 laws of power, this is the same sort of thing. So let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I don't know where everybody works, but I've got a rough understanding of where kind of environment 9 Ether works in. All right, cool. So Nines, look at this, right? Imagine you go to HR and you make an accusation of racism against a colleague. And then you make an accusation against a colleague for prejudice. Which one's more worse? Which one's going to get dealt with more severely, the prejudice or the racism?
I mean, if they are following the procedures and this and that of the company, then they'll both be dealt as equally. And moreover, prejudice is a type of racism.
You fell for it, 9 Ether. The question was fallacious.
No, but I've answered it, EIE. So let's just see where we go. You get me?
Right.
Yeah. But I'm saying, in answer to your thingy, Buddah, that one prejudice is part of racism, and if people worth their salt in HR, they would be dealt with, equally the same, because they're both quote unquote against company policies and this and that. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So listen, people keep saying this prejudice is part of racism. I know that, I accept that, I agree with that. So can we not mention that again? Because I don't know why people trying to put this forward like I don't know.
Then why do you keep mentioning prejudice then?
Okay, because
he was just trying to take away from that argument. So nobody can say there's no racism. He was just trying to take away from that and omit that from any further argument. I was frustrated by it, to be honest, because you spent far too long on it, but I see what you were doing.
Then, so let me ask you a question then. What would be the difference between myself as a Black person, and I don't know, another white person? Then say there's myself as a Black person, there's a white person.
So you're moving on from the point I was trying to make. Like,
exactly.
Let me try and make
making it more better because she's specifically targeted the individual. You just said 2 employees. What if it's 2 employees who are black, or 2 employees who are, one is Asian, one is, there is no racism involved, just prejudice. It's when a white individual is involved. But
Okay,
you're not
no,
being specific, Buddha, in your explanation.
Let it finish your point then, Easy. Let it finish your point. Because Buddah, sorry, finished his point. So go on. What are you saying? What's your
So
point?
as I was trying to explain in the beginning,
No, it was
in all of the years that racism has been fought against, okay, no real progress has actually been made. So by changing the terminology, by understanding the strategy, and
So I don't know. I want to put that to the chat. So obviously you hear Buddha saying, with all the fighting against racism, this, that, and the other, that no progress has really been made. So what do you lot in the chat think to that statement? Give us a 1 if you agree that there's been no progress made with regard to racism, or give us a 2 if you believe, no matter how minute the progress may have been, that there has been some progress. Yeah, a 1 or a 2, people. Come on. Yeah, Danny Roscoe, I know you're listening. A 1 or a 2, Danny Roscoe. Has there been any change to racism, Danny Roscoe? A 1, or if not, number 2. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. And this is what I'm saying, man. Buddha, I tell you, sometimes if you just kibble your mouth, man. Sometimes if you just kibble your mouth, man. And I see you still ain't making an appearance in the Buddha. And I'll be real, yeah. You see, the longer that you remain invisible, it's the worse it's gonna look for you, bro. Over Yasser, anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? Obviously, you might get a hero's welcome elsewhere because, you know, you've allowed yourself to, you know what, let me not even use historical language because you'll get upset with that. But yeah, man, the play has been a serious play, man. Let me just press play whilst me I do my thing.
infiltrating a certain type of system, shall we say system, or what was the word you guys use? Establishment, right? Now, when you make the accusation of someone being racist, right? Their claws go up. Oh, I've got black mates. I love a curry and all of this bullshit. Yeah, their hands go up straight away. But guess what? When you make the accusation of being prejudiced, it's racism light. So it's more easier to deal with. It's more acceptable to be dealt with. When you go to HR and you
racism light, Buddha. Do you see like where, my bro, do you see where like that notion of making it more palatable for them? Racism light. Racism is supposed to be heavy. You understand? It's supposed to be a dirty word. You're supposed to be shook of being racist to us as black people, Buddha. I think I'm getting what you're saying, right? And I genuinely want to have this conversation with you. So I hope you don't think I'm warring you, right? But I genuinely disagree with you on this, you know? I think I know where you're coming from. And I want that sting in racism. You see how people, I'm too scared to say a full word. So I say the J people, because I don't want to impact my sister's channel, because that particular community have that kind of power. I want you to understand that if you do the N word, you subjugate me, you make my life difficult, you come mess with my pitney when they're walking to school, you deal with me bad when I'm giving birth. You know all these aspects. I have to break it down to you. You know all these aspects where we get sufferation. They need to be worried at that word. In no way should it be racist light, bro. I don't agree with you on that at all. And this is why you'll get that reaction from people from within our community that will react on that. And I can see that reaction. You should know that I'm the kind of person that would be before that kind of reaction. The way that it concerns someone who's being racist to me is of none of my concern. The main concern is the individual who has received the racism about racism light. What's racism light? I hear you, but I'm maintaining the objective takes precedent. I will say though, I appreciate you.
I am responding to you, but it's difficult because I'm responding to you. I can't really chat at the moment.
Okay, go ahead. Let me let you take. If you've got time to talk now, let me let you talk.
So racism, like I'm saying, so changing the word from racism to prejudice is what is air quote racism like. So the objective is the main thing.
I think it's this whole thing about when they hear racism, they get their claws out. I think it's just, I understand now why perhaps, I think someone mentioned as well that the warrior class aspect might have got mentioned around this time. And I think there's people that are fit for purpose for that that is a warrior class, right? And if you want an easier life, there's alternatives to do it. But that's the thing, give us the space to be able to adapt in situations. So in the situation that I gave earlier, it was best for me to use that tactic, even though I knew it was racism. In another scenario, it is not okay for me to be racism like it is racism. Like for me, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Like I think that is damaging where we start moving in line and make our decisions align to how the oppressor feels about it. I could give a damn what the oppressor feels about it. I hope it buns them. Yes, I hope the claws come out. And I get that you're saying, will it get to our effective goal? But it will do. We're not back in those days where when we're too scared to look them in the eye. You got to cross the road. You got to sit at the back of the bus. We're in a country right now that if it is blatant racism and I've got evidence of it, I get to scream it. I get to sue you. I get to go to all of the publicists, expose you, shut you down. That's the rights that our ancestors had fought for us to get us this far. So what am I doing now getting this far and being like, oh, I don't want to upset them if they're demonstrating exactly that, racism. I'm not for that one.
You're missing the point. It's not about them, it's about us. So upsetting them, it's not upsetting them. You know what? I'm gonna jump on my other device. Give me a sec.
All right.
See, I like this conversation. Let them flow, man. Let them flow. No one interrupt. But big up, sis, man. It's sis 9. Play a little bit more.
Oh, sorry. Could you not hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
now.
okay.
Yeah.
Could you hear what I was saying before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it said it was muted. But yeah, I was saying that you don't have to keep playing it. I was just saying that I give thanks for you not giving the time out to letting me get a gauge of what the kind of conversation was. I think I got a bit of an understanding where he's coming from and where you are coming from as well. So we have to go through the whole thing because I know like God of Jacob mentioned earlier, like, do you have to go through the whole thing? And I hate going through the whole thing as well.
God of Jacob, okay, he knows what directly to you. Yeah,
but I know what it means. If it was ages ago and you were there at the first one.
Chatting, boy.
What God of Jacob?
But I get an overview now of the conversation. But yeah, I just think it's dangerous for us to start. And the thing is, it's actually interesting for Buddah to say that because Buddah would be one of the ones that would jump on a panel with like the likes of you know who lot and then start calling them racist and cussing them out and telling them what for and exposing them for their beliefs and what they think and how they've been in the past. So to now be like raw, I think that we should be a bit more reserved and call them this over that and not be as crass.
He was doing it literally. He did it the other day with Wendy the other day. He's calling her out. That's why he got that shit room 101.
Welcome back.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome back, Buddah.
Sorry. The question. So ask that question again, please, Kirsty.
I asked you 2 questions, but you're probably talking about the last one, so I forgot what I was saying. Does any of the family remember what I was saying?
I think it was
About
the racist
racism
light.
light. You're talking about racism
light.
light, and then about to get to the you that I'm not getting it. It's about us, and I think you're
Yes.
saying it's about, and I was saying, like, is it about getting to the goal, right? The objection, whether it's the loan or the situation, if you're at work and you experience it, you're saying in those circumstances, it's easier for us to say prejudice against racism. And I'm saying in those circumstances where of advanced now, where we get to say racism with chest, especially if we've got evidence. And I don't think it's healthy for us to put that down. I think we need to champion and protect that word. That word has that impact because we've been like that. That's the reason why they're scared of it. It's because of the legacy and the history behind it. So why are we now putting it down? It's our weapon.
Again, you're saying we. I'm talking about myself, yeah? I'm not saying we. I'm just saying myself, my opinion, okay? All right, cool. So let me ask you this. First of all, can I ask you this question? Have you read the 48 Laws of Power?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So much of what I'm talking about relates to the 48 Laws of Power, the art of war, etc., etc. Yeah? It's a strategy. So when I talk about removing the power of the word racism that was put on us, okay? That's my opinion. That's what I say. When you say racism light, that's how they perceive it. It's not racism, so it's prejudice. Maybe we can deal with it. Now, you say that works in their advantage. They feel better placed to cope with it because it's less whatever traumatic for them to deal with. All right, cool. Now, I take your point that we should be allowed to scream racism whenever we feel that we're seeing it and it's objectively evident that we're being getting racist stuff across to us. I agree. However, what overrides everything, my feelings and everything else, is the objective. Okay, I'll draw back to what I was saying about the bank. Okay, so there's a family and a girl, a black family and a black girl, that have a roof over their head now because of what I achieved in the bank, getting a loan, getting a house done up, hence renting to them. Right?
I own that. But you see what I'm saying to you to that though, Buddah, I think if you equally were to say that this is racism, you would have been able to articulate it yourself and conducted yourself and had the same result. That's what I'm saying to you. I don't think that I honestly believe that, Buddah. I honestly believe that if you called it for what it was and you were sitting down and you conducted yourself in a certain way, you would have come out with the same outcome. That's do you understand? That's where we're not.
Okay, so if that's the case, I disagree. But if that is the case, then that's your opinion, right?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the venue and you tried to get the venue, why did you not scream racism then? If that's the case,
right? So, okay, good. And the reason why is because I needed something out of it. So I knew that I could shame him and then also remind him that he's towing the line with law here because I'm telling you what it is in your way, right? So I was using your way. I was telling him what it was in a roundabout way without actually saying the word. Why though, Buddah? Because I understand the power of that word. That's my card. We finally got a card. And I get to pull that out when I'm ready. Do you understand? And because he saw that I knew and I had that card, he started playing his role. He went red, he overs, and then it was, oh, remember, I'm sure we can do discounts. I really want to work with you. We really want to look like we're supporting the community. His tone changed. I didn't have to use that Joker card yet. Right? That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, I understand what you just said. Now, what you just said applies to exactly what I was doing in the bank. You know that law that says you say more without saying certain things? It's exactly what you've just illustrated. It's the same tactic I used. I could have turned around and said, listen, is it because I'm black? Is it a racist thing?
Yeah.
Do I need to draw for hold on.
Okay.
Do I need to draw for that card at that point? Let me just run this thing, see what happens there. If I don't get the reaction or the thing that I'm getting from this one, I'll draw for the last card, which is the race card.
And
see
there
my
you
point?
have it. So you would use the racism card, and you see the value in it, and you
But
see
no,
the
but
power in it.
the
Because you would
racism,
have used it. You would have
not
used
racism,
it,
no,
and you're
not
in your right to, Buddha. You're in your
no, no,
right
no,
to.
no, no, no. Wait. But not racism card. Prejudice,
Don't try
racial
that.
prejudice.
Listen, hold on. Who's listening on the panel? We was talking about the racism card, weren't we?
Yeah, but
Right.
as the racial
You
prejudice,
said
yeah,
if
not
that word
racism.
card did not work, you would
Oh.
use your last Joker card, which was referring to the card we was talking about as racism. And
The
that's
racial,
all I'm
the racial.
saying, Buddha.
Okay,
That's
but
all
all
I'm
right,
trying to
all
say
right,
to you.
okay, all right. Listen, just so we're clear, right? Do you understand that there's racial prejudice and there's all different types of prejudice, right?
Yeah, we understand.
All right, so I would draw
I
the
know
racial
you know that
prejudice
I
card.
understand that, so I'll give you a blow on that one.
All right, cool. So that's why I say I'll draw for the racism card, the racial prejudice card, not the racism, because I've moved away from using that.
You've got levels to it, so you'll go for the prejudice, and if they
Yes.
didn't over what you were talking about, the next
Yes.
word you use is racial prejudice.
Yes, the last word would be that. So, like I said to, I think it was Natty, I was saying I'd let them decide what the prejudice is. In fact, that's what I've done.
so
Is there a prejudice there? Now, I'd let them decide. They go do their investigation. Is there a prejudice there? Is it because he's black? Is it because he's bald? Is it because what? He's wearing trainers? What is the prejudice? Now, if they can't come up with a prejudice, maybe I'll throw in a prejudice. Is it a racial prejudice? Because guess what? You gave my brother the same fucking loan, and it's, our paperwork's identical.
So do you not think that racial prejudice will have the same impact to a white person as you saying racism? Does it not imply that you're now...
Say that again. Say that again.
Do you not think that saying racial prejudice has the same impact to a white person as calling them racist?
Yes, it does.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
So what's the problem? Because your whole thing about the racism is that it brings out so much it brings out this discomfort in them, right? And the claws come out, right? Is what you said.
Yes.
But
Yes.
if you say I'm being racially prejudiced, you're being racially prejudiced, the claws will come out the same way.
Yes.
So what is this exclusion of the word racism then? If you're still going to use another word that has the same impact, and your whole thing was to lessen the impact.
Right. So there you go. So what is the problem? Everybody else has got the problem. I haven't. I've just said that I will not use that word racism.
Right.
I've said several times racism still exists. Look at
the case that we were saying, sis.
You can't look. Is this fucking dunce still here?
The case we're saying is when you check
there's a
the
glory hole
history
down the
of
road
the
waiting
word
for you, man. Go
racism,
fucking do your
the
work.
connotations
There's a couple of
behind
sailors
it,
waiting for you, man.
it will not have
there's
the
a whole
same thing as
fucking
racial
What
prejudice.
the fuck is wrong with you, man? You piece of shit. No one's talking
There's
to
a
you. Shut up.
history
I
that
want to
goes
talk to
with
you. I'll
the
spit
word.
on you. Look, fucking dunce over here chatting to big people. What the fuck you think you're doing? Fuck gave you the permission to talk?
Oh, calm down. Come on, family. You know, I don't like all of that, family. Come on.
Well, no, neither do I, but I don't hear anybody else talking to him, like bringing him out, so I've got to do it myself. But anyway, like I was saying, there is, like I said in the back chat earlier on, I posted it, I wrote it, I typed it out. There was racism then and there's racism now. It still exists, right? I just choose not to define it by the word racism. I define it by the word prejudice.
Why?
Because it will lessen impact, EIE. So lesser impact that he will receive. But I did want to say, and then I'll let you come in, EIE, because you've been quiet. One thing that I do want to say to Buddha on that was when you said that the difference between the two scenarios, right? And I will say that the reason also why I'll be quicker to do it in a bank is because I know it's an institution. Remember, I'm just dealing with something where I know that the situation is a verbal communication, and unless I've got real tangible proof that it is racism, I'm going to have a hard slog if I come out from the bat saying it's racism. I can just give him indications to why this doesn't sound very good when you should be supporting a community that you're making buck out of.
And
right?
I already explained to him. Let me interject just for a second.
Yeah.
I explained to him the high bar that it is to prove racism in the
Exactly.
United States. I don't know about Great Britain. I said to Buddha, it's an extremely high bar. It's a low bar to prove anti-Semitism. It was designed that way. But to prove racism, which is the number one sin of white societies, they made the bar so high where you literally have to know they would ask you, how can you tell what's in the heart of someone? Because they've made it so almost impossible when you know what's happening. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and that's in
legally
America,
they've made the bar so high to prove that's what racism. So by now disarming ourselves by not even using the word racism. How would that help us? As Nainita keep asking, how would that help us?
I don't think that is a good tactic for us as a community. It might be one that helps Buddha, but I don't think that it would help us in that way. Like, I definitely think there's definite scenarios where you should know that you've got that card. And
well, look at it like this, Kushti, yeah. Now again, I'm not saying anyone should go out and do what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Some people just ain't got the ability to do that. I understand that. I'm just telling you from my perspective. All right, cool. But imagine this. Imagine if it's so hard to prove racism, yet it's easy to prove prejudice. What would be more wise to opt for in the first instance?
But like you said, it's racial prejudice that we're discussing now. So it'll still be just
okay, but like I did with the bank, I said, is there some kind of prejudice there? I'll have to pull up the email, but I said specifically, is there some sort of prejudice here? I didn't mention what the prejudice was. The onus is on them to go and find out if there's a prejudice. Now, if I said racism, that's one thing. It could be all kinds of different things. We all know, well, me and my brother and everyone knew that it was a racial prejudice. Clearly, it had to be. It couldn't be anything else, right? So the onus is on them to go and find out whether there's a racial prejudice, some other prejudice, or whatever the fuck it is.
The onus is on them as well. And that's what I was trying to say to you before, right? That's the last thing I'm just trying to get out to you. And then everyone else can come off. I was going to say that when you're in an institution like a bank, it's a whole different dynamic than trying to negotiate something for a business, for a personal venture, right? When I'm in a bank, I'm in an institution. So whether I say prejudice or racist, they have to investigate it.
How would the bank go about to prove it, sis? Wouldn't they have to look at statistics?
No, but this is what I'm saying. In this day and age, right? This scenario rarely would ever happen, right? Because if you're going into a financial institution to get a loan, they're calculating everything about you, and the computer tells them. So if you know that the requirements, for example, is that you make £100 a month, and
sorry to interject. Could somebody drop
this one point out? Let me just get.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking. Can someone drop the link in the chat for Scattered Minds, please?
Thank you, Nines. So what I'm saying is, if there's a regulation that you fit that criteria of, right? And you should know that going in before you apply for anything, whatever, you're pretty certain Buddha knew that he was supposed to fit that criteria and get it. Now, if somehow someone comes up to you and says, you ain't getting it, you haven't got it, you've not been approved, if I call it racism or if I call it prejudice, that has to be investigated.
Right. How would they investigate that? That's the key. How would they invest? What resource would they use to determine if this person was being unjustly, wouldn't they be using?
This person fit, there was a criteria of A, B, and C, and Buddha fitted A, B, and C. So the computer should have said yes. And Buddha got told the computer says no. So now when it goes to investigation, they'll say Buddha applied for this, which requires A, B, and C. Buddha does have A, B, and C. The computer should have said yes. Why did Buddha get told no? And that goes down to the individual who processed it. And regardless if they say, oh, it's not racism, it's prejudice, it's whatever, I don't give a damn, yeah? It's now been perceived as racism. I have evidence here because you even admit that I should be approved for it. So now Buddha gets what he wants.
And these things don't happen in a vacuum. So there's going to be a history of people who look like Buddha
Constantly, yeah.
who are not getting the benefit
Approved.
of these things, even though they have all the criteria.
Absolutely.
These
And
things
there's
are
been
borne out in
cases like that in
statistics,
America.
correct?
There've been loads
Right,
of cases
hold
like
on a
that.
second. Bless up, Scattered. I want to hear your take on this. I'm dying to hear it.
Bless up, everybody. I've been listening for the whole day.
Yeah,
So
respect.
Respect. Oh, no, you EIE actually. Now I got a problem with you, brother. How you big Rasta man talking about bringing home the bacon, brother?
Brethren, me a Rasta from the original sense of the word. Man, a religious Rasta, brethren.
You name the bacon, yeah?
Black power Rastas, eh?
No, you name the bacon, yeah?
Me eat for live.
All right.
Things, brethren. You see, you now is a Muslim, you know. I call Muslims, them can't afford to be bougie, you know. But you have to remember, you know, there was a time when Muslims were starving. You understand? And that's how the religion come about for having that Hajj thing and all that thing with them do. These people went through a starvation time. Black people are pork bring with you slavery in a brethren. So if you bougie now, that's up to you. There's a time if we never have piece of pork, we wouldn't eat.
A lot of mercy. But I hear you. I hear you.
African people, the oldest African people, the Hadzabi and Khoisan, them not deal with just vegetation alone. You couldn't reach this way in human evolution just to eat vegetable and you have to eat meat. So that's cool if you have a culture where you do things your way, but me African brethren, me eat my meat.
Respect, brethren. Respect.
Yeah.
I don't want to sidetrack the thing too much, but yeah, I hear you though, brethren. Shall I tell you what? I didn't even jump on too much about this whole thing because I think.
Question.
Go ahead.
Do you think we should be calling racism for what it is, or going down another route? And because times change and whatever's going on, should we go down prejudice?
All right, thank you for bringing me back on call because I almost forgot what I come on for. So thanks for that, Sister D. Yes, racism. Yeah, we definitely have to still use the term, and it's interesting to hear Buddha's argument. But I would argue with you from a different perspective because I think you're completely wrong to say that they've changed tools and that this tool is no longer effective. I think they've tried to change tools many times and they haven't been able to find something to counteract this tool. That's how effective that actually is. And that's why we're seeing right now this whole massive effort from this culture war. And we're seeing them man use words like woke and all these other types of subtle things to try and get at black culture and black people because they know they can't do it the same way they used to because we got them they're back against the wall on our foot and their neck. And in regards to that situation you're talking about regarding the bank, I hear you in terms of the investigation that they
Yeah, that's quite interesting. What Professor Scattered said there still, and that actually makes complete sense because you know when we hear the term woke in these streets or in these, you know what I mean, where we are, it's always with a lot of disdain, a lot of negativity. Do you know what I mean? Nothing positive about it. So if and not even if, because I mean I have no need to doubt what he's saying. But it makes complete sense as to why, you know, the word woke, yeah, comes under such fire, actually. So big up yourself, Scattered, man. Talk means talk, man. But yeah, they almost spit it out like, woke. Mad thing.
They had to do. But like EIE and everyone else here said, I would argue that the only reason they even have to do an investigation is because we have an Equality Act in the first place, right? Because all those equality laws that people, by using the arguments about racism, have brought about the 2010 Equality Act, which would mean that a company would have to investigate if there's any form of, as you said, prejudice. Regardless of the term you're using, they would use the term racist if they find it to be a racial prejudice within that thing. So us using legalese and the whole critical race theory approach has actually moved the thing forward. Like beyond anything else that has happened in the past 10, 20 years. Even Black Lives Matter will show you, and I'm not a big fan of Black Lives Matter, but it just shows you the effect of being able to utilize those terms in policy practices. And that's why, like, I understand what you're trying to say, like maybe it's a strategy you're trying to do, or maybe you're trying to be less robust or less aggressive, and you're trying to bring people with you. But I think history showed us that, this word is actually very strong, and we've the whole reason they had to, like I say, investigate what he was doing. Because back in the day, you know, Rackman, Back in the day, Rackman could tell you, I ain't giving you a house, or if you want this house, you gotta pay 10 grand a month or whatever it is. And black people had to do it. They had to get 10 of their brethren together, each one put piece together and live in some dump wreck house in Lubbock Grove somewhere. And Rackman, everything he was doing was legal back then because there was no laws protecting you based on race. Like if man wants to put his price up for black people, he could put his prices up for black people. It was only when the equality laws came about. So yeah, I don't know. I think every like everyone else has already said on the panel, I don't want to overtake it, but like everyone else already said, if we get rid of that word, we're doing them a favor rather than ourselves a favor.
Yo, big up Scattered Minds. You raised some great points still. But again, I maintain my position. Okay. I refuse to have somebody dictate to me what racism is. Like, they're going to call it racism. They're going to dictate the parameters of what racism is. Now, I'm just not built like that. I would rather tell them than tell me. So I choose to refer to it as prejudice. I'll give you an example, Scattered Minds, right? So there are many Muslims who are black, who are of African descent and all the rest of it. Now, you cannot be racist towards a religion, but you can be prejudiced towards a religion. Now, when someone is being prejudiced towards our Muslim brothers and sisters from Africa, do we turn around and say they're being racist to them? Would that even make sense? Is there a case if they're not even being racist towards them for their ethnicity, but they're being prejudiced towards them for their religious beliefs? What do we call that then? Did you see how there's a bit of a disparity there, Scan?
Yeah, but they have terms for that. Like you say, prejudice would be the catch-all term that you'd use. But you do have terms for like specific religious hatred. If there's a specific group that has experienced hatred, like for example, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, etc., etc. Like, so you do have terms for that, Ally?
I don't think Islamophobia, by its technical definition, is a prejudice, right? So I think so. The question is,
no, I think by definition it is.
Really?
Yeah. I think
hating someone because of their religion. So
I don't think it's a hatred. I think it's a fear. So phobia is a fear, like arachnophobia or hydrophobia.
They counter-react it because it's turned phobia, and so people say the actual meaning of phobia is supposed to be meaning fear. But
that's like technically, so technically it is. It does mean fear, right? So again, and I know a lot of the far right.
Yeah.
So I know the far right bring that in. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say the definition for Islamophobia specifically is similar to the definition for homophobia in regards to not fear, it's fear, hatred, and discrimination. It's all three in regards to those two hate terms.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but like, what fits it more?
All three.
Racial. Okay, no. So if you've got someone being prejudiced towards someone who doesn't like Islam, okay, and they don't like Muslims, and we got our brothers from Africa, from say Senegal or wherever, yeah, and they're being prejudiced towards those people because they're Muslim. Are they being racist or are they being prejudiced towards their religion? In my opinion, they're being prejudiced because you can't be racist towards a religion, because within that religion you'll have people from Dagestan who are white, or Albania, do you know what I'm saying, or Indonesia who are Chinese. So it's can you see the confusion there? So I'm trying to bring order to my confusion by saying, listen, it's easier to say that you've got a prejudice against a religion than be saying that you've got a racism towards religion. Does that not make sense to you, or am I wrong?
I think you're the one who's confused about that, though, because I think that's already stands. That's what I think Brother Scattered was trying to explain to you. That word means that. He said that it means those three separate things. What was it, bro? Hatred, fear, and
discrimination.
And discrimination. So there is a word for that. So that's the particular word you would use for that.
Mind you, that is a horrible definition, because those words don't mean shit. Hatred. What do you mean hatred? I mean, that's a horrible definition white people just made up.
And what's the definition of racism?
You want to go down that road in the dictionary?
Yeah.
Or you want to go Francis Wilson, which I subscribe to? Because definitions come from people who experience it. Why is Jewish people able to define their tragedy, but not black people?
Yeah, but I mean, we can define anti-black racism, but what I'm trying to say to you is the term hatred could be used in both.
But what hatred mean? I can hate you because you don't like something about me.
Yeah, but
hatred is not against the law.
So
I can hate you. I got the right to hate your ass if I want to.
But the definition of racism isn't just hatred, right? It's about hatred because
we were
black, right? And so hatred in terms of Islamophobia isn't just hatred; it's hatred because of the religion. It's not just fear; it's an irrational fear because of the religion, right? I didn't give the full definition because I didn't think it was necessary. I just gave the 3 terms that create the basis of the definition. But if you want to read the entire,
let me ask you something. If I am fearful and hatred of Islam because of what it did to me historically as an African, what does that mean for me? Does that mean I'm a Islamophobe?
It depends on how you're doing it. If you're fearful, rightly, you're like, okay,
I am fearful of Islam and the oppressive nature of it as an African who's historically been oppressed by it. Am I Islamophobe?
Why? I don't want to go to Islam. I want to get back to the racism and prejudice.
No, I can use it to homosexuality then. I do hate and I'm scared of homosexuality because of what it's done to African people historically. Am I homophobe or whatever?
I'll come back to this argument because, as Lady D said, we're trying to have another argument.
No, I'm just saying the definitions are made by people who are.
I really want to have this. I think it's the perfect place to have it. We can't really do this on the block like that. You get me? So, can we stick to the prejudice and racism argument?
I thought we were.
Well,
but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's dangerous for us to get rid of this whole racism thing. I don't think that's beneficial to us by doing that, because now I just see it as you're giving them people there a little cushy seat to do their thing. Now, when you get to prejudice, now you've got to narrow down what type of prejudice. I ain't got time for none of that. It's racism. We know it's racism. Now, why are we going to curb what we know it is in order to accommodate somebody else's feelings and to play it their way? I don't like that. I'm not doing the passive thing. That's what I'm saying.
All right, cool. So look at this now, right? So imagine, let me give you the scenario. Let's say, all right, so let's say there's a bag of rice. Okay, and that bag of rice needs to feed 10 people. Now, somebody won't sell it to you because they're being racist towards you. They want to sell it to their own community. All right, cool. Now, what's the objective here? To call out the racism or to get the bag of rice to feed the 10 people?
To get the bag of rice and call out the racism.
Who's the bag of rice coming from? The government? It depends on who the bag of rice coming from.
Big and serious. I want to do both. I want to get the bag of rice and I'm going to call it out for what it is. Racism. So nobody else behind me has to be.
No, it's not that simple, because if it's coming from.
I need to complete my sentence, CIE. All I'm saying is I want to get the rice. Yes, I get the goal is to get the rice at the end of the day. But at the same time, why would I leave the door open now so my other people behind me can experience the exact same thing I just went through without calling it out and putting a stop to it? Why would I want to do that? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Divine, you're absolutely right. In an ideal world, that would be the perfect scenario. But unfortunately, we live in the real world. And more time, you've only got one choice. Now, for me, the ultimate goal is to get that bag of rice and feed the people then. Right? So if that means that I have to stroke the...
Sorry, but that's not true though, Buddha. That's not true. It's not. And this is what I'm saying. That's such a contradiction. Let me just rewind to make sure I heard right. Hold on a second.
But guys,
can you understand what I'm saying?
Divine, you're absolutely right. In an ideal world, that would be the perfect scenario. But unfortunately, we live in the real world. And more time, you've only got one choice. Now,
that's foolishness.
Call it out for what it is, racism, so nobody else behind me.
So, and this is what I mean, and this is what I'm trying to say. This is a little bit dangerous here, because if we are to go with what you're saying, Buddha, that means that everything that's been done before didn't, as according to you, didn't really happen then. Nah. Anyway, I'm gonna let this play, and then I'm gonna switch streams here. But like I said, I wanted to give you the true and long context as to how we got from one conversation to another.
It has to be.
No, it's not that simple, because if it's coming from,
I need to complete my sentence, EIE. All I'm saying is, I want to get the rights. Yes, I get the goal is to get the rights at the end of the day. But at the same time, why would I leave the door open now so my other people behind me can experience the exact same thing I just went through without calling it out and putting a stop to it? Why would I want to do that? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Divine, you're absolutely right. In an ideal world, that would be the perfect scenario. But unfortunately, we live in the real world, and more time, you've only got one choice. Now, for me, the ultimate goal is to get that bag of rice and feed the people then. Right? So if that means that I have to stroke the guy's ego or whatever, who's winning at the end of the day? Him or
that's
me?
bullshit. If it's a white person who just have a bag of rice, he have a right to give his white people that shit. If it's a government, the government has the right to split it equally. That's why I'm saying the government operates different from individuals. If it's the individual organization or individual person and they have a bag of rice, they're free to give that shit to whoever the fuck they want to give it to. But if it's the government, no, they have to operate differently.
Yeah,
so you gotta form your goddamn scenarios better, bro. And people need to stop answering them because they're not formed properly.
I think the thing is here, Buddha, is you're correlating with, as soon as you say racism, you've lost, and we're not rocking with that. In 2024, that's not the case, and it's like, you know, if you called it out for racism, you don't eat the bag of rice. The only way to win and get along in the world is to just stroke the white man and make it like, we have gone so far past that, bro. That rhetoric is dangerous. Our ancestors are rolling in a grave with that kind of rhetoric.
No, I hear what you're saying. So I do hear what you're saying, but I don't know if you're hearing what I'm saying. I acknowledge that the reason I'm not getting that bag of rice is because of racism.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. I'm not saying, it's because of thing. Let's forgive the racism. So you have to explain that. Let's forgive the racism and kiss his ass and get the rice anyway. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this: I acknowledge the racism, but by any means necessary, I will feed my people. So I will get that bag of rice and I'll feed my people, and I'll come back and deal with that racism in any way that I feel is fit.
Right. And you're saying that only by any means necessary comes down to stroking, by saying that it's a subtle way, a light racism, saying it's
whichever,
saying it a nice way. And that's what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is, if I have to call out racism and it's going to get me the bag of rice, I'll call out racism. If I'm going to have to call out the guys who got a dirty shop and I'm going to call the fucking...
That's what I've been saying the whole time. You've not been saying that, though. You've been against the racism word. Ain't that what you've sort of been battling about this whole time? Racism, light, calling it prejudice instead of racist.
Well, that's what I'm saying, prejudice, not racism. Bad. Like I said earlier on, right, and I forgive you weren't here, so I used the word... I'm using the word racism because it fits here. But in actual fact, I'll be calling it a prejudice. Yeah? A racial prejudice. Yeah? I understand it's racism, but I won't refer to it as racism. I'll refer to it as racial prejudice. Right. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not taking away from racism and all that kind of stuff. The things that we've sacrificed. Remember,
that doesn't make sense, Buddhage. That doesn't make sense. You can't try to not call something racist, but then still use the adjective racial prejudice. Do you know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say about the confusion, man. That right there, that's just straight confusion and contradiction. Because you're saying you don't want to use the word racism because you don't acknowledge it or whatever, cool. But when you're ready, you're going to use the term racial prejudice. Like, this is just word salad, brethren. This is just word salad. I'll be so real, man. This is just word salad, man. Is either you, if you don't believe in the term racism, then you should never have it in your vocabulary. It should never be. You can only then use the word prejudice, and then you shouldn't prefix it with racial, because as far as you're concerned, it don't exist. And this is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to play both sides of the coin, brethren. It's a matting in 4K. It's actual matting.
I'm the progeny of slaves, so don't think I don't know what it means to have racism be put on my people. I know what it is. What I'm determined to do is beat racism. Now, if the goalpost moves and the arena and the war is changed, then I will change and adapt because I want to win.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at present, this is the route that works. Yeah.
Yes, this any means necessary overrides everything. The objective and the goal overrides everything.
We've been trying to tell you can't beat racism by yourself. You can compartmentalize it by yourself, but you can't beat it by yourself. And it's those people who are organized and got things done that you're benefiting from, and being able to make these, claims of being able to do it your way. There was a time you couldn't do shit your way. People fought and died for you to do that. That's all we've been saying, man. Look, none of us are in this by ourselves. We are a product of people who came before us and put in work. So we can sit back here now, comfortable, and say we this and we that, and we got a new way of doing it. No. All we got to do is pay homage to the people who put down the work. They left a way for us to do it, and we have to just learn how to do it. Is either we go to war with these people, or we're going to have to work within their system. And the way we work within their system is in a non-violent so-called society. We have to perform non-violent. You see what I'm saying? We gotta get things done in a way where we are safe. We can't just go box down people. We can't roll up on people and just act like we crazy, as you think. We're in our own little echo chamber now talking, but when we leave here, we're gonna have to, in order to win, we're gonna have to adjust. That's what we teach our kids.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it seems like you're making this harder than it is.
Mm.
You're trying to reinvent the wheel, and it's your struggle, your personal struggle, but you keep saying it's about me. Then you're trying to make it look like it's about something you think we all should do. And then it's like, I'm just confused on what you're trying to say. The roadmap's been laid already. We know what we need to do. I know you heard me, Christy Kushti. This dude playing this little game, but I know you heard me.
I heard you. I was like clicking my fingers. You said that about cussing. You were articulate. You was patient. And I agreed with a lot of what you said there, if not everything that you said there. So yeah, but I think it's good to have these conversations as well, man. Like, let's not all remember, we can all have our own views and thoughts.
It sounds like he's having personal struggles. I mean, we all do, but it seemed like he way behind time. He keeps saying, he could have. I mean, we don't have to prove anything to us. He don't have to prove anything to us. You see what I'm saying? I mean, he sounds like he's having personal struggles, man. I promise you, this dude sounds like he's got identity issues. He just
personal.
Trust me, man. Personal. I'm not getting personal. I'm just being observant.
That's personal.
I'm being observant, sis. I'm being observant. And the way I have the right to be personal, the way he's been classifying our community and just talking in these little subliminally racist, using racist language. He doesn't even know he's doing it. That's why I'm like, who is he being influenced by? He definitely, clearly is being influenced by somebody. He's somewhere getting this stuff. It's not original. You see what I'm saying?
I
So
mean,
these
I
are
was
his
coming
personal
because
struggles.
I think the critical race, I don't know much about it.
And let me just add something there, yeah, because I'm like I said, Buddhich, I know you're listening, yeah. So I don't know if you still par with Respect and then Mande, but I know there is no way that you could be saying these things around Respect and then Mande, unless Respect's made a whole 360 now with becoming a Muslim, etc., whereby he now no longer sees racism, this, that, and the other. But I know that not to be the case because I know that Respect still rides out for racism, this, that, and the other. So, as I said, I know you're listening, Buddha, yeah. So I'll be very interested to know if you talk this sort of thing amongst Respect and Bugs and their man there. That would be very interesting to me. You know what I mean? Because I know once upon a time you and Respect were quite tight, this, that, and the other. So, like I said, I know you're in the bushes, etc. So this is another question that I would like you to answer when you do finally come out. You know what I mean? Do you talk this sort of thing around Respect and the Mandem just by any chance? Yeah.
It, but I know that there's this, is it like this erasure as well, isn't it? And so it kind of goes along the lines of this erasure that's happening, that they're forcing like the books to be stopped read and stopped to say certain words and things like that. So it does probably go in a line of things like that. So it would be something for you to be conscious of, Buddha, because when I look in the chats, it's all like the kind of, you know, who lot that kind of agree with this kind of theory and things like that as well. So I don't know. I know that YSO got mentioned, but you said that you don't rock with YSO, whatever. But I'm just saying that if something that I was thinking and then it aligned with white supremacy, for I would just kind of look deeper into that kind of connection as well. Do you understand? Because
Well, that's where I'm different though, Kushti. I don't care about whether my opinions, they are my own personal opinions. If they align with some redneck fucking racist guy's opinion, that's not my fault. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fucking censor myself not to speak my truth because it aligned with some
So
racist.
in other words, you don't care about its historical context.
well, that's two separate things. If he thought of this idea by himself and this is what he truly thinks, that's one thing. If he heard about it and ran with it, and then someone's telling you that this aligns with supremacy, like what happened with the incel and all of that crap, we knew where that stemmed from, but black men just picked it up and did it. That's a problem. So that's what, like, let's make clarification here, Buddha. Did you are you saying that you because you class yourself as a black man, right? Or no now? Was I wrong on that? Because I thought
yes, black, yes.
So you're saying now that as a black man, you thought by yourself that, you know what, the word racism is not helping us. Or did you hear it from something? You might not have known where it stemmed from, and now we're letting you know that this is like a white supremacy.
So listen, I don't know anything about fucking critical theory, race theory. I don't know about it. Yeah, I'm telling you from my own life experience. Okay, like I was trying to explain before, I've done this whole out on the pavement thing. I've got scars on my head from fucking riot shields. Like it's no joke. Yeah, I've done that. I'm talking about hypothetical things back earlier on. I'm not going to repeat them. Yeah. So, in my opinion, in my observations, yeah, if all of these laws, like I said earlier on, these government laws they put out to stop racism haven't worked because racism still exists, the onus is on us as a people to stop it. Now, if we've been one moment. So if we've been out on the road protesting and striking and doing all of these things, and they've worked to the onus is on us. Earlier on, I'm not going to repeat them. Yeah. So, in my opinion, in my observations, yeah, if all of these laws, like I said earlier on, these government laws they put out to stop racism haven't worked because racism still exists, the onus is on us as a people to stop it. Now, if we've
All right, so I don't know if you heard that, but I think that's really important, you know, in terms of the pathology of somebody. That's really, or should I, at least let me say the way in which somebody thinks, because Buddha's just saying there, all the laws and demonstrations and this and that has not worked because the very same word that he doesn't believe exists, i.e., racism, still exists. Yeah. And this is what I'm trying to say. It's absolute, actual confusion. Yeah. Okay. So like I said, he's saying if all these things that have you know gone into trying to help stop racism, etc., although he doesn't believe it exists, hasn't worked, then the onus then becomes upon the oppressed to get rid of racism. Somebody make that make sense. Yeah. So let me just summarize again and let me just make sure that I'm getting this correctly because this is very important. So all the things that have happened previously in terms of the laws and the kid and the people that have died for it and blah 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 blah, it hasn't worked. All right, then cool. And he's made that very clear. Yeah, in a few times within this same stream. Okay, then cool. As far as you're concerned, it hasn't worked. No problem. Because people could agree with that, no problem. But then to say, so the next thing now is for the oppressed to do what? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense.
Sorry, one moment. So if we've been out on the road protesting and striking and doing all of these things, and they've worked to a certain degree, but they've stopped working, and we still carry on doing it, what profit do we get from doing that? Shouldn't we augment our approach and maybe gain more? Okay, so when Rosa Parks refused to sit on the back of the bus, that was a protest, and that worked because it kicked off the civil rights movement. I get that, but is the same thing going to happen in 2024? Will it work? Will a protest on the street work? In my opinion, no. If you go and smash up a load of buildings and burn a load, that will work. But is that a positive move? It'll draw attention to us, to our cause and to our thing. But guess what? Half of us went up in jail. So isn't there a better way?
And a better way is stroking their ego, Buddah. Like really.
So you're doing this whole thing about stroking ego. Listen, you're saying the whole thing about listen. No. Okay, but listen, this is my opinion, and I understand you have your opinion.
Treated us, Buddah.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay, I don't work on feelings. I worked on objectives.
There's nothing about feelings. I've just said there.
But wait. You're saying about the past and all the rest of it, yeah?
That's factual. That's not feelings.
I know.
I know. Yeah, and people tried to stroke the master every which way they could to be seen as a human, and they were still 3/4 of a man.
Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
2024. Start stroking them.
Right. No. Again, like if you've read that book, you'd understand what I'm talking about. Like, if you don't understand
what you're talking about,
right? So
it's in line with certain circumstances, which I have given you, which I've told you about as well. It's not overarching of how you deal with a whole race. No way.
Okay, but listen to where I'm seeing it from, Christian, because you're telling me that stroking egos and all that kind of stuff is wrong, but yet you've done it yourself when it suited you, when the situation required it.
That's why I said to you, I never stroked ego neither, right? I highlighted a certain thing to them. That's what I'm saying. We're different in that way because I'm not going to stroke nothing. I just didn't start screaming and shouting. I highlighted to him how it could be perceived.
Okay. So why did you didn't? So you did
someone harshly and not harshly. And hold on, let me just talk, yeah, because you're doing a lot, yeah. Because I never stroked nobody, yeah. And there's a difference. I highlighted to him how that could be perceived. He heard me tell him, you are one stroke away from getting the red card. and he acted accordingly. So that was me not stroking. I was firm in my approach. It's just that my voice wasn't raised and I articulated myself well. And this is what I'm saying to you, Buddha. This is why the confused people are saying it's confusing in what you're saying and the molding of the words. Like, even when you're saying that this ain't going to stop racism, I just wanted to ask, like, everybody on here, like, does anyone think that we're ever going to stop racism? Like, for real?
Nope.
All right, so let me try and speak now, Kushti. So you've said what you've said, and I've listened and I've understood, okay? But nevertheless, you didn't draw for...
I had to finish.
Okay, so you're going to just talk over it. No, but you're talking over me. I'll let you finish.
Hold on, let me say to you, because you were going on one, right? And I had to interject when you said that I was doing the stroking, right? So I might finish and then I'll let you carry on and finish off what you're saying, right? But what I'm saying in regards to like the racism thing, I don't think all of this is, you're saying, why is it not working? Why is there still racism? I don't think this thing, what we're doing is trying to stop racism. You cannot stop someone's nature. That's mad to think that. The things that we have won is literal, is in the words, civil rights, for them to just look, for us to be recognized as a human. So regardless of how you feel for me, I understand that your nature is that you're going to discriminate against me. You're going to try and run me down. This is my logical thinking. So instead of trying to cut out the nature in you and beg you and plead you not to do it, I'm going to set up so I am protected by law when the inevitable is going to happen. So when we're talking about feelings and things like that, we're not really doing the higher thinking here, right? To expect something different out of someone who could literally lynch me, beat me, and cut a baby out of my stomach and crunch its head. And then your youths are there sitting down eating sandwiches. And that's how we got picnic. Brethren, I'm not going to try and change your nature. What I'm going to do is, if you ever try a test to try and do that to me again, I've got something set up in law to protect me. That's the difference, Buddha. It's not about feelings. It's not about how they react. I could care less. The whole point of racism and the black part, the reason why we took over the word of racism and saying that black people can't racism and all of that, is about the power. You can't affect me anymore because I've made sure I have protected myself in law, civil rights. I don't care if you don't see me as a human, you're going to have to act like I'm a human regardless. And that's the difference, Buddha. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're seeing it a whole different way and then have the cheek to talk about feelings. I'm looking at it logical. These people are going to keep doing what they're going to keep doing if they can get away with it. The reason why these people march and everything is to make sure that we're protected under law. So we could do something about it because we couldn't before.
All right, so let me try and respond. Like, I wasn't trying to be rude or disrespectful, Christy.
Yeah, no problem.
When I'm talking about feelings, I'm talking about feelings for our ancestors and what they've been through. That's what I meant by feelings, yeah? Okay, so you're right in what you're saying. There's civil rights, there's laws and all that kind of stuff. Those laws, like I said earlier on, again, you weren't here, but I stated it in the back chat, right? Those laws were given to us by white people. They weren't given to us for us, they were given to us for them, primarily. Yeah, so for example, when they brought out the housing laws and the work discrimination laws, that's just so that black people can work in the industries they brought us over to work in. So they can gain their infrastructure and they can gain their tax. Yes, we benefited from it, but they were primarily for them. Okay, so that's what the kind of things, when they're putting out laws, I have no trust in those laws. Okay, now if I can gain something off my own back without maybe breaking a few laws, but you know, if I can gain something off my own back and protest in my own way, then I will do that. Now, I'm not taking anything away from what our ancestors done. I understand that protesting worked in a certain scenario. I've given up protest. I haven't protested for maybe 5-6 years now. Just before COVID, I think it was. Yeah, just before COVID was my last protest. I don't protest no more because I've seen that people protest, nothing happens. Palestinians being protested best part of a year. People are still dying in Palestine. So there is no real emphasis on protest like there was before. People go out and riot. That used to work. People used to debate it in Parliament. Now they're all flinging people in jail for fucking writing something on Twitter. And that's not just them, that's us as
come
well.
Come on now. They deserve that. Them people deserve that. But them people deserve
I'm not talking about the posts.
That woman that when I talk about burn down the hotel with the immigrants.
Yeah. But I'm saying there's a precedent there, yeah.
But no,
people people used to write the most shit on online, worse shit than that. They never went jail, but now the precedent's been set. You write certain things online, you're going to jail. And if you think it's just them, it's going to be us as well. Don't get that twisted.
Yeah, people have to do that, then that's what's going to happen. But I have to disagree with you though, because when you say that these laws that they put in is for them, I think like that could go any way in it. Like you can say that about any single law that's ever been made. It's nobody ever just makes laws because it solely benefits one group of people, right? But when they
so long as we realize that though, Scan. So long as we understand that. All right.
Of course.
I disagree. The laws were brought in as a compromise. As I stated, laws are compromises that are made by parties that are tugging and pulling. One group wants this, the other group is fighting it, and there's a compromise. We keep fighting because the laws need to be improved, because we know equality don't just stop at one little law. We got to keep making sure the laws stay on the books, first of all, because people are always trying to get rid of them. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just the nature of the society you live in. These laws were not brought in for these white people. They didn't want the laws in the first place. It was a compromise that helped us out, helped us to survive in a society that was rabidly racist. Absolutely. So don't say it was meant for them.
No, what I meant by it helps them in regards to they get extra tax receipts because now black people are able to get employed when they wasn't. But like you say, 100%, I agree with you. The best wait. 100%, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that we had to push for that, and that they had to compromise and give us jobs as a result, and give us protection and all the sort of laws that we've gotten. And that's why I'm disagreeing with Buddah, because whilst like I agree with you, it's a compromise, right? It's not like, okay, we're just gonna give black people money, or we're just gonna give black people their own country or whatever. It's okay, you're gonna get free laws that benefits us. So I don't understand how you can say that's a bad thing, like Buddah. Like I don't understand how you say that we've been losing, because clearly we've been winning this. One second, I dropped the video in the back. One second. I dropped the video in the back chat.
Scattered. I don't know if you want me to play it or not.
No, you have to play it, or you play it later, because obviously people are talking now. But you have to play it. But all I'm saying, I got the video in the back chat, and that video is a white man there who is saying exactly the same thing that I'm saying, right? Which is they are losing. People from his side of the politics are losing to people from our side of the politics because we're able to use racism and social justice on our side against them. And and that's why I understand you're advocating for us to give up social justice and to give up fighting against racism and allow them to. Well, you think
no.
What's going to be the result of that?
Scad, I never said that. I don't know how you got that. I really I don't know if I'm speaking a different language yet. I have not said give up social justice. I've not said give up protesting or anything like that. I'm saying augment it. I'm not saying like stop. That's it. Give up. Kiss people's asses.
I'm saying, though, right? We've got. No,
I'm saying augment the. If they're firing lasers, it's stupid for us to fire arrows. I'm saying we need to augment this thing. This thing of ours is changed, right? Yeah, so again, I never said.
We're the ones with the cannon right now. We're winning. We got the cannon right now. Them and there are the ones with the arrows.
Definitions, not realizing.
That's what I'm saying. They've got the arrows.
The fix he has is worse than an arrow. He uses these definitions without realizing. Dropping the word racism, that's like dropping the born era period.
Yeah, that's
while they're using the space laser on us.
So like I'm trying to say to Scab, right? So I never said these laws that they brought were bad for us. But like you said, so long as we acknowledge it's not just for us, it's for them as well. They're benefiting from it. Okay? Remember, if they were doing things for us, we wouldn't have issues like Grenfell. We wouldn't have issues that we have in society now. If they were doing it for us, we would have social housing. We'd have all of these things. There wouldn't be the stabbings and the killings that we see within our own community. Right? So, when I'm saying these things, I'm not saying them because I'm anti these things. I'm just saying that the game has changed and we need to change with the game. The change is not a massive change. It's only a small change. The change primarily starts with the point of view. If you can see where I'm coming from, that's all the change you need. You don't have to follow. You don't have to follow what I'm saying. You don't have to do what I'm saying. All you have to see is understand where I'm coming from. That's it.
They're just switching up some things. The game is still the same. White people want to maintain power and keep people who are not white submissive to them. We are fighting to gain some measure of equality and maintain that equality in a society that they are very aggressively trying to tell us, shit, nowadays we don't even want you here. It's a continuous fight. The game has not changed. You might be able to have a white neighbor right now who come to the barbecue, but let me tell you something. You don't know what they do when they go in that voting booth. You understand? The game isn't changed. You're trying to put us in this post-racial type of mentality, and you're trying to throw down the gun and say, look, we're going to just not acknowledge what we're dealing with. How is that winning?
Was there a video that was supposed to be played?
Family's a bitch. They work in glory holes. How about
me playing? Right?
Was there a video that was supposed to be played? Would you like me to play
It's the little bitch ass game he playing. Rather than have a conversation, he tuck and run like a little bitch.
Your mom and your whole family's a bitch. They work in glory holes. How about that? You dunce motherfucker. You pussy hole. How about that? You degenerate
little mixed breed. Cut your little mixed breed anger tantrum out, boy.
You had one
Cut
each.
your little mixed breed anger tantrum out, boy.
Your mom.
All right. So you see, all right then. So interesting. So after all the varying exchanges that they've been having, yeah, mostly, if we were going to be truthful, Buddah has always been the antagonist, as I've said before. Yeah, we've just heard Buddah do it again. Do you know what I mean? Okay. EIE, I think, called him a bitch. Yeah, obviously we've heard that. Now, obviously, Buddah can just call him a bitch in return, or say something, you know, in the same vein in kind, right? Yeah, an eye for an eye, if you want to call it that. But we can hear. Let me just rewind it again to make sure I'm not hearing things. But yeah, man, this is.
Mom and your holes. How about that?
Was there a video that was supposed to be played? Would you like me to play
It's the little bitch ass game he playing. Rather than have a conversation, he tuck and run like a little bitch.
Your mom and your whole family.
So definitely we hear EIE calling him a bitch. 100%. Yeah, we definitely hear that. Yeah, man is calling him a bitch.
Was there a video that was supposed to be played? Would you like me to play
It's the little bitch ass game he playing. Rather than have a conversation, he tuck and run like a little bitch.
You didn't even call him a bitch, actually. Task games.
Your mom and your whole family's a bitch. They work in glory holes. How about that? You dunce motherfucker. You pussy hole. How about that? You degenerate.
Cut your little mixed breed. Cut your little mixed breed anger tantrum out, boy.
You had one
Cut
each.
your little mixed breed anger tantrum out, boy.
Your mom and your dad's mixed breed. How about that?
All right, that's enough. Two
Yeah,
each.
you fucking faggot. Shut up.
Little mixed breed temper tantrum.
Two each.
All right, stop. Done. Let me play the video.
Check if you're allowed to still. It's Al Jazeera. I don't want to get you a strike on that thing there.
Now, I don't know if that's the one, because I can't remember if that's the one and only exchange, this, that, and the other. But again, you know, Buddah, yeah, you lied on me, bro. In the fact, you didn't even lie on me, you lied on the whole family, because you know what, Buddah, yeah, you're veteran, and the mere fact that people have gone and built cases upon this, and this is what I'm trying to say, how this shit is dangerous, you know. Yeah, because you built a case like you was oppressed on the panel, and you know what I mean, all these different names were being called at you, and rare. You know what I mean? This how this mixed breed come up and whatever. But we see that that's not even how it went. Oh, Buddha, man, this actually makes it even worse, man. You know what I mean? Because not only was I trying to say stop all of that, you had scientific method as well, and Empress Kushti, this, that, and the other. You get me? And you came on here like on some victim thing, like, oh, you get me? People that were onto me, and blah, blah, blah. Whereas you was actually the antagonist from the very, very beginning. You were the one that were bringing people's family members into it from the very beginning, 2, 3, 4 times before people even answered you, you know what I mean, and gave you a similar type of energy. And then the thing is, you know what I mean, if, I don't know, because, you know what I mean, depending on, you know what I mean, where you're sitting on a particular day, but you don't know, in a fluid settings, you know what I mean, if you dash a fire's going to get dashed back. You know what I mean? So what's happened in this instance is you've dashed plenty fires. You know what I mean? And a man can slap you back and okay, he said, what did he say? Half-breed or whatever. And that touch your corn. Yeah, it touched your corn, which is fair enough, isn't it? Who feels it knows it. But what we can't do is disregard all the stuff that you said. No, Buddha, we can't do that. No. And this is what I'm trying to say, man. The next time you come amongst me, Virgin, or come amongst Yasser, we have to deal with this because, like I've said, you've allowed right-wing racists to use your bullshit lies to go and build big stories. You know what I mean? And now here we're listening to it. I didn't even remember it when it's clear as this. Because this is even more clearer than I thought. You know what I mean? Because like I said, 4 times, 5 times, you've dashed Muma. Yes, so you're talking about his whole family and rare. So now we touch you back and he said, you shut your up. You can't even be upset, bro. If you actually can't even be upset, man. Oh.
Yeah. It could be because it might be interesting and stuff all that.
All right, what was so basically this person? And it's 47 minutes as well. So is there a timestamp as well? Because that's what.
Not really. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to play the whole thing at all. I'll play that so people can watch that in their own time. The point is that he keeps saying the game has changed. Buddah keeps saying the game changed, and I agree the game has changed. But the game has changed to the point where they're trying to fight a culture war, and they're fighting this culture war because they're pressed, because they realize that they can't get away with the same things they used to get away with in terms of racism, all them kind of things. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Buddha's saying that it's his thinking, this, that, and the other. I still don't sort of understand it. I can't lie. Like I said before, I don't see how it helps us. I see how it helps them. I definitely don't see how it helps us. But I do believe that there are some amongst us, or some people of color amongst us, that would just sort of rather. I don't know, just, you know what I mean, forget about the past. I mean, it's the past, and we've heard them speak, forget about the past. Do you know what I mean? Let's just concentrate on the future and blah 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 and blah blah blah. And I think that maybe Buddha's falls into some of that school. I believe he said that he used to think a certain way, something.
No. I don't forget the past. I told you I'm the progeny of slaves. How can I forget the past? Why would you even say that? Like,
well, the reason why I'm saying that is by us taking the word racism out of the books and so forth. Effectively, that's what you're starting to do, and that's why.
Who said anything about taking racism out of the books? What are you talking about?
Buddha, if you don't
Buddha, let me help you out. I think she means that by you saying that us using the racism banner is not effective in any way, shape, or form. It was better we change it up, move with the times, and work with the prejudice thing. She's saying that's you then kind of, without knowing it or realizing it, you're helping to push that kind of agenda. You get it?
Okay, that may be I haven't thought about that, but that may be the truth. But I beg you say that and not say fucking shit I never said. Like,
I think that I'm actually summarizing what you're saying very well. All right, so I need let me just rewind that bit, yeah, because you know what I mean. You know when some the best play the anyway. You know when some things clearly ain't properly thought out. So let's just rewind that a bit, yeah.
Effective in any
shape. And also, right?
In
fact, hold a minute. Now, also, and this is what I'm trying to say, yeah. And I don't know, man. Because, like I said, the trolls probably ain't even the chat, right? But this is very telling here, right? Remember, this guy has gone on some fucking. He's allowed some pity party and poor Buddah, poor fucking, poor biracial, poor. And look at him. Yeah, remember, this is after he just told man about his mom and how the whole of his family are hoes or whatever he said. And this is him in the chat laughing. Yeah? Yeah? Truth and right. This is him in the chat laughing. Remember, this is him in the chat laughing, yeah? But again, like I'm saying, and this is what I'm trying to say about how propaganda is real, family, and worse in this digital age. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say, yo, Buddah. If and when you come amongst us again, brethren, yeah, you're gonna have to talk, man, because like I'm saying, yeah, you've got people doing big fucking Enoch Powell presentations, looking in the country like your country needs you, kind of thing, on the back of your whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Meanwhile, you're here laughing. You get me? Remember, you just told man about his people, them and rare, yeah, which you wouldn't do in real life because you know it go, and you're here laughing. You're here laughing. And this is what I'm saying about history, fam, and how dangerous people can be and how people can die, bro. You know what I mean? That because, like I'm saying, Danny Roscoe has used your pain and going on big, you get me, and Gummy and whoever else. And they don't know that you're just that guy sitting there laughing, you know what I mean? Just throwing bombs, whatever. And yeah, man. See, I didn't even see all of this, Buddah. I didn't even see all of this, trust me, the first time around. But for me, this makes it even worse, brethren. And I ain't even got to the other bit, man. You're a joker, man. Yeah, anyway, you've done your thing.
Change it up, move with the times and work with the prejudice thing. She's saying that's you then kind of without knowing it or realizing it, you're helping to push that kind of agenda. You get it?
Okay, that may be I haven't thought about that, but that may be the truth. But I beg you say that and not say fucking shit I never said.
Of course you ain't thought about that, man. Of course you ain't, because the people them, you get me, that's doing the programming, they hadn't thought about it neither. Woo! There was obviously no testing phase with that little ideology, bro. Yo, my God. Anyway, it is what it is. I could well imagine, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. Because right now he's in the bushes. Yeah, he's in this bushes, he'll be in Gummy's bushes, he'll be in all the bushes. And he ain't crawled out. You know what I mean? Because he knows when he crawls out, over this side at least, I mean, over there, so he might look like a hero, innit? But over Yasso, you know how good, Buddah, because your thing ain't straight, man. Your thing ain't straight. So, like I said, in fact, hold on a minute. Have I got any charge in my phone? I ain't got no charge in my. Let me just check something a minute and see what the. But yeah, man. So anyway, you just heard the man be like, "Oh shit."
Said like.
I think that I'm actually summarizing what you're saying very well. You know what I mean? If you just calm down a bit, because I know at the minute that you're on like a 9. I'm not actually saying nothing wrong in terms of what you're saying, man. Yeah, and it goes back to what I said from the very beginning of my show, whereby my fear is exactly that. Yeah, my fear is if we start only using the word ignorance, yeah, in the future, it won't be slavery, quote unquote, won't be known. It will just be down to a bit of ignorance. You get me? It will be ignorance that made people hang people by their fucking balls. It will be ignorance that made people cut out live belly out of belly, out live baby out of belly. It will be ignorance while we were fed to the crocodiles and all the other type of degenerate shit that happened to us, yeah, because we were black. Nothing else, just because we were black and we weren't considered human beings or the rest of it. Yeah, that's my fear, brethren. That's the point I'm making. Don't get me wrong, it's not a nice history. Don't get me wrong. So like I said before, I could see why the people then would not want that kind of stain on their books. Now, especially now when we're making such strides to go forward, especially now where apparently they freed us from slavery, and especially now when A, B, C, D, and E. You get me? And the thing is, I know it's working because I hear the young people. I've got a son myself. You get me? They're different. They're built different. They're being programmed different. You get me? So I understand completely what you're saying. I'm just a little bit surprised it's coming from you as a big person, you know what I mean, in your age group. So that's why I know. That's why I also said, even years ago, I said that's why I find even James Jones interesting. You know what I mean? Because these they come with these similar kind of things whereby we need to just forget about things. You know what I mean? We're victims. We're this, we're that. Right now, Big Age is doing his thing, and now all of a sudden, and this is what I'm trying to say here. This is why I know it works, right? Because they like it when we are docile and fucking clappy handsy. You get me? So if we go down starting saying that shit is ignorance, that's what that is. That's making us docile and clappy handsy, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying to you? Because like Scatter said, it's only now in recent years how we're even getting any progress. Remember, it's just in our lifetime we're seeing this change, Buddha. In our lifetime. So I don't think we are nowhere near at the state yet where we can now say, you know what, it's all good now. We can put down race. No, we're nowhere near that state. If we get to some kind of utopia, yeah, whereby people are being treated equally and this and that, and we're not still being killed for aid, then maybe so. But we're nowhere near that.
We must always reverence what our ancestors went through, like other communities can do.
Well, all of that too, because, and this is what I'm trying to say here, because this is what it is here, because now some of us can sleep in their bed. You get me? Some of us can go into their jobs and this and that. We think we fucking made it. I keep saying this.
Facts.
I keep saying this. So because now you can, let me not even. Big up yourself, Biggie. Let me just go back.
Hey, what on, man? I was just checking if this was the All Lives Matter celebration stream.
Number one.
You know what? Keep off, Ellie. I don't like him. Just keep him off.
I was just checking, man. Just checking, man. All Lives Matter, babe.
Easy,
No racism zone.
You got anything productive to add about this discussion, bro?
You know what? Yeah, I can't lie. I literally just jumped on in it.
All right, so I'm gonna pause it there, yeah, and then I'm gonna switch it up soon. But I don't know. We've been playing at least 3 hours, yeah, and obviously you've heard some of the exchanges between EIE and Buddah and so forth, okay? And like I said, I didn't really remember it as it went, but now listening back to it, yeah, and anyone truthful in the audience, including yourself, Buddah, because like I said, I know you're listening, yeah. You would have heard that Buddah actually, as ignorant as we know EIE to be, he was doing most of the antagonizing. He was most disrespectful. He was the one that brought in EIE's family, blah, 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 blah. And as far as I'm hearing, it was only on like the 4th or 5th occasion, do you know what I mean, of such exchanges that yes, EIE did reply, you know what I mean, and definitely use the word adjective, what mixed breed or half breed or whatever. You get what I'm trying to say to you, yeah? Cool. So now, unless there's something more, Buddah, that's even more extreme, yeah, I'm gonna take this that you've actually used this. Yeah, I'll be so real. It's a bitch move, to be honest, Buddah. It's a fucking, oh no, hold on. I'll tell a lie. Let me just switch it up now because I think that's just part one in it, because That was what it was, isn't it? When he came in my stream yesterday, yeah, and he goes, big up Gummy, at least she don't call me half breed. You get me? So I'm gonna make a massive presumption and think that that's what he's referring to, because that's who their EIE is the only person that I believe mentioned that, because it certainly wasn't myself. You see what I'm saying to you, all right? So like I said, EIE is called you a mixed breed, this. All right. Let's get into this other part. I don't think. I mean, there is more, but I'm gonna presume that that's about it. And I ain't gonna be out here all day.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Why talk
No,
about
well,
it?
I'm not really
Happened a
about
long
that
time
still,
ago.
man.
I think just naturally, you get me. I think as the generations go down, there's less of a what's the word? Let's just use the word battle in the first place. He said that
reason. So I think it's from the kindness of their heart.
Yeah, the job's not done, innit? So people know
recent
they weren't with that or what. Yeah.
There's a certain
Implemented or places. That's not what I was saying though.
you said it
80 million people who live in this country, right? You had less than a couple thousand anti-racism, this, all that sort. So,
wow.
but the point that you make was about in regards to laws
I just
being
made
passed.
the point I was making.
No, but okay, but you made another point. You made another point. Do you want to let me?
You can dictate rather than having to like accept different things. And yeah, you can start saying, all right, this is how we do so and so around here. And then
currency, right? How do you interact with other countries? So in that scenario where
all right, family, I think that's really okay. Right. So I think that's the now, yo, Buddha, I'll be so real, man. Yeah. The way you came over, yeah, like you had got really pressed on the panel and blah 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 blah, and you had been really, really disrespected, and you know what I mean, your whole mix. Nah, it didn't even go like that, bro. And that's what I'm trying to say. This is how people can get other people killed. I'm not even gonna lie, man, because yeah, other people have taken your story and whipped it up. Yeah. And then when we really come and see the truth, boy, sir, not on the gossip. Not when it comes to being on the panel anyway, and the oppression that you was going on. Bro, you was actually you was actually the antagonist. Fuck, you know, you can't make this shit up, man. But yeah, history is real now. Alright, let's go into the alright. So this is the same night, second part, family. Alright. All about the context. But yeah, Buddhage, man, not telling a lie, you flopped, fam. This is even worse than I thought, but you flopped, bro. You actually flopped, man. Because the way you made it out, like EIE really nyam out your blood cleat, but it was actually the other way around. And you know what I mean? In the family settings, if you was gonna put that argument, everyone's gonna be like, nah, he was calm compared to what you were doing. He was calm. And you know what I mean? But yeah. In other circles, you can spin it a different way, Buddha. But you know, say amongst us, you get me. You know, say you got away lightly. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even know it was like that. But you got away lightly. If all my Mandelas call you that, bro, you got away lightly. Because like I said, you brought in his mom, his dad, his whole family line. Yeah, again, man, you've been groomed. It is what it is, man. All right.
To harass and intimidate both victims and their family members. This is a despicable act that, again, bully legally with a link to constant. Candace Owens also named the victim on August 5th, 2023. Doing so continues.
We've been watching this video for a little while still.
Her and I tied to these brothers on why she's out here catering for them and posting this type of a bomber clot.
Sorry, say again.
So let me pause again and come back here. Now you see, this is what I'm trying to say. Yo, Buddha. Yeah, Buddha. Buddha, come out for you know what, Buddha, yeah? Let me see if you're a real guy, yeah, or what, yeah. Let me see. Because you must always give them the right to reply, yeah. So you've heard the first segment, Buddha, and already, if you're gonna be Buddhist, yeah, and true to yourself, you know, say you told her you span a yarn, boo. You span a yarn. But what I also want to add to it now is, so that was the first segment now. Now the energy that you came and gave, yeah, like you were so highly offended. You know what I'm saying to you, and you got violated and blah 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 blah, and no one defended you and all, and as such you felt away and whatever. However, here you are, yeah, with me. This is me, and this is divine, and obviously this is you on the same day. Maybe what, a couple hours later or whatever. You see what I'm saying to you? So where's the feelings that you were carrying, Bridget? You know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say about the grooming and the radicalization. Because where's the feelings you were carrying? All right, you know what? In fact, let me not talk so soon because, in fact, we haven't got to the vibe thingy bobby yet. But at least, you know what I mean? Some of that false vibration that you was going on with before, we can cut that out. But let's press play.
You say banking?
I said he's rich in a bomber clot.
No, okay. Do we know how he got his wealth, or is it like?
Hey, that's what I mean about the rabbit hole. You got to go down it, Buddha, and it's not nice down there.
Yeah, like, you see, like people like Candace Owen and all kind of people, they're really irrelevant to me. Like, to me, she's just doing the most. Like, over. Like, do you know what? You can have an opinion, right? And your opinion may be controversial. I get that. But when you're having every single opinion is controversial, then you're doing the most. You're not being real. You're just trying to suck. You get me? And that's the way I look at her. So she's fine.
But isn't she just using a different type of weapon?
Different type of weapon.
She's definitely not S on your chest, isn't it? So isn't she just using a different type of weapon?
For who though? For who's
for herself.
Yeah, for herself. Yeah, she'll do. That's what I'm saying. She's doing the most. She'll do anything. She's like a media whore. Like she's not getting any attention for her, good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't. Who did she go after? She went after.
It depends what her objective is, though, isn't it? I mean, you're
Well,
calling her a media whore, which I think is quite strong. But anyway, you're calling her a media whore. Why?
Because what she's doing, she's out for herself. She ain't out for her community. She's not like trying to. In fact, she hates herself. She got a lot of self-hate from what I see. If she could be white tomorrow,
Hold on, let's go a little bit at a time because you're saying you're making some really strong accusations. So you said you think from your observation she hates herself, she hates her community. Why would you say that?
Because she said that.
She said that she hates herself.
She said she hates black people. I'm paraphrasing, but she's got no time for black people. What did she refer to somebody as once? I can't remember who it was. Like she went for somebody recently, and I was like, why the fuck is she coming with this? It wasn't Kamala Harris. It was, oh my God, who was it she went for recently in the past few months? I can't remember now, but it came to me like, this is a bit random. Why is she going for this person? Like, she was saying, who was it, man? It was a woman. But anyway, nevertheless, so the thing is, she's always been anti-black, in my opinion. From my observation, not just my opinion, many people's opinion. She's been anti-black. She doesn't like black people. She feels like anyway. I would let her speak for herself. But yeah. So I feel like she's doing the most to try and garner attention to herself. And I'm thinking, like, garner attention to yourself. Like, look at Al Sharpton and all those guys. Back in the day, they were bringing the most fucking heat on themselves, but they're doing it for alleged causes, although they were corrupt in certain ways. But they're trying to get, they didn't mind saying controversial. Look at Farrakhan. Farrakhan used to say the most controversial shit, but he was doing it for his community. I rate that. Certain things I don't rate that him.
What Nines is asking, sorry to cut you. I think what Nines is, I might be wrong on Nines. I might be assuming this is what you're saying, yeah. So correct me. But I think what Nines is trying to say is, so who's to say now, Buddah, that what she's doing, she might not be looking at it from maybe the way you was putting it out earlier, like she's gonna do a different route to get to her community, or a different route to fight racism, or a different route to get black people heard. And those black people, the S on the chest black people, are not her black people. She's doing it for her types.
What are her types though?
Well, whatever she deems as decent black people, innit? Not the S on the chest ones though.
I disagree. I disagree. She's made it abundantly clear she's got no time for black people. Like, if she was coming out, I'll give you an example.
Well, wait, you keep saying that, but when you say that, what has she said for you to say that? Because I'm just looking at some stuff now, and I can see that she's made a quote here saying, alleging Black Americans are the most murderous group in America. So are you saying that her making a quote like that, would you use that as her saying that she don't love black people, for example?
Yeah, that's one of the quotes. But
okay.
If I can be able to find it later on, I'll find a couple of videos for you. But like, statements like that don't really sit well with me in the sense that you can't be for black people if you're coming with that. You see, when Farrakhan talks, yeah, he'll say, listen, this is wrong and this is the solution. He's not going to go out there and victimize and demonize, which is what she's doing just in that statement alone. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's quite clear.
See, I don't know. I don't know, man, because I could actually use the argument that you used today in defense of what my girl is doing. Because,
go ahead, do that.
Because I believe like she's like a conservative sort of liberal, this, that, and the other. So some would argue that she's trying to sort of hold that mirror, you know what I mean, and also hold sort of accountability, etc., etc. You see what I'm saying to you, as opposed to what you might have been describing today, again, as in the S on chest and rare, and you know what I mean, keep doing the same thing. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying to you over and over again. So as much as I may not agree with what she has said, I'm just saying I'm sort of using your argument that you made today in defense of her. You know what I'm saying to you?
You know what? I would agree with you if you could demonstrate to me or everybody that what Candice Owen is doing, no matter the route she's taking to do it, it benefits black people at the end cause. So if you could show me an example of that, I'd agree.
So it could be argued that the statement that she just made, if it is indeed a fact, you see what I'm saying to you, blah, 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 then maybe that's a bitter pill that needs to be swallowed, and the people need to look at themselves and think, well, why is that, innit? It's just like Charleston White, isn't it? You know what I mean? He's another one that could be argued. You know what I mean? He's very disagreeable to many because often he's exposing and highlighting the fuck shit, you get me, in the industry or in the communities or whatever. You see what I'm saying to you? Now, it could be argued he's on the diametric other end of like a Diddy or whatever, because Diddy's on this side doing the most, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Let's keep it on Candice Owens.
Over that side with Diddy are hiding it.
Let's keep on Candice Owens.
The other, which is continuing the status quo. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Whereas Charleston's on the other end of the spectrum, and he's trying to highlight the fuckeries and then whatever, and saying, nah, this is not the way that we're supposed to be going. This ain't us. This, that, red, boom, boom, boom. So that's what I mean, bro.
So again, I'll give the example of Farrakhan, right? So Farrakhan will identify an issue within the community and bring a solution. Now, I'm saying to you, that's all good and proper that Candace Owens may highlight issues within communities, and okay, they may be controversial in the manner in which she's highlighting them, but what solutions is she offering? What are the benefits that she's putting forward? You're going to do the most, but what's the benefits?
Well, I guess
I gave you the example of going to the bank and doing. Sorry, let me finish if you don't mind. So I gave you the example of going to the bank, getting a loan, getting a house, and housing black people. All right, cool. So that's the controversial thing, and that's the benefit of what I've done. Now you do the same with Candace Owens. What's the benefit?
I guess her solutions is trying to encourage people to maybe go back to a more conservative way of life, I would say. Do you know what I mean? Family.
Dictated by who? Who dictates what's conservative?
Excuse me?
Who dictates what's conservative?
What do you mean, who dictates it?
Right, so you're saying that she's
it has a definition in it. Like, it has a definition in it. Most people pre 60s, 70s, or whatever were coming from a conservative family, 2 parents, 2 up, 2 down, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Man, nothing revolutionary.
Is that the American template or the British template though? 2 up, 2 down.
I don't think that they were too dissimilar, like in England. Like, even when I was growing up, it was still very much 2 parent households that were running things. Like, I'm not saying that you didn't have single parents.
I agree. That's definitely
when I was
true.
growing up, you still had bastards. Like, people were actually known as bastards for real, for real.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's definitely the situation in the UK. But in America, given the projects and all that kind of stuff that goes on over there, I'm not sure that that's the same. So the when I say what is the type of conservative, so are we talking about the conservative in Utah, the conservative Rust Belt? Like, who dictates what conservatism is? Like, don't listen to that music, or do you get what I'm saying? Because America's a bit, well, quite different to the UK in certain respects. So don't dress a certain way. Don't, you know, like whose flavor of conservatism is she promoting, and is it right?
Right, whose flavor of conservatism is she promoting? I mean, I don't know if I could answer that wholeheartedly, because I don't know her things like that in it. But the little bit that I do know of her, I would probably say it's a mixture of her Americanness, Christian values, and I'm sure there's a bit of blackness in there somewhere creeping out, if she'll let it. But
that's a good point.
What I'd say somewhere trying to creep out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Could you like maybe identify some of the blackness that she's, because we can identify some of the quote unquote conservative values she's putting up. But where's the black one? Sorry?
She's black. She's black, Buddah.
Because she's black, so that's the black value she's putting out. She's black. Okay, cool.
No, I'm saying when you say black values, what do you mean? Like, isn't Christianity a black value? Isn't family black value? Isn't conservatism black values?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to understand. So the point I'm making is this, right? So I don't really know about America that well, so I'm not well placed to speak on it. So those values that you've just mentioned definitely work in the UK, but
they work in Jamaica as well. Up until very recently, Jamaica was a very conservative Christian country.
Well, in all the Jamaican people I've met in my lifetime, that's absolutely true. However, again, I'm talking about America, not Jamaica or the UK.
No, but that's what I'm saying, though, Buddah.
No, but that's what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. In my understanding of America, the oppression is much more severe than it is in the UK that we see. So when we talk about the projects and we talk about the racism, that
they went to church in the projects, Buddah.
Okay, I didn't say they didn't. I feel like you're just interrupting. They're making these things for the point, like trying to point score. I'm trying to have a conversation, not point score, right? So I'm trying to understand certain things, right? So in my opinion, Candace Owens attacks black people on a regular basis without offering any solutions. Now, I see that as not a productive stance to have. Okay, now you're telling me she does because the mere fact that she's black and she promotes conservative values could be considered.
No, I wasn't saying that with regards to solutions, to be fair. With regards to solutions, I think I'll take away the blackness thing. I just spoke about her Christian values, thing for family, etc., etc. Yeah.
Okay. So was one of those Christian values like if people were to listen, the black community in America were to listen to her, follow her, they'd be in a better position. You know what you're saying?
Excuse me?
I'm saying if the black community in America were to listen and to take heed in what she's saying and what she does, would they be in a better position?
Possibly so, because whether we agree or not, she's got quite a big black following in America, because there are black conservatives in America.
Okay. So when you talk about the family and all those kinds of things, so marrying a white guy, you think that's a positive thing for the black community in America?
No, not necessarily, Buddah, no.
Okay. All right, cool. All right.
Is that it? Anything else?
I can't think of anything else.
Okay. Big up Serena. At least they married money, man. I'll give them that, boy. Just like I said, I'm gonna do that. Marrying money. You hear me? No poor guy. Marrying money.
See, but you know, like what you're saying there, marrying money and all that kind of stuff. You see what you're saying about the misogyny that we see within Andrew Tate and his brother and all the rest of it. To me, that kind of is all part of it. Like, if a man was to go out with a white woman, he's a coon, he's this, that, and the other. But if you're a black woman, you marry a white guy and he's got money, then that's okay. That's cool. Like,
I'm not saying this. No, listen. I didn't say.
No, you just picked up Serena. You literally just picked up Serena.
All right, sorry. All right, go on.
No, you literally just picked up Serena. So you know she married.
I'm gonna pause there, yeah. I'm gonna rewind it, family. So again, I want you to check. Yo, Buddah. Yo, Virgin. You shouldn't even have done all of that, because you just really come and double expose yourself, bros. I'll be so real, yeah. So let's listen to his part in question. Is this? Hold on.
Married into money, yeah. He was to go out with a white woman.
Right. So we've been talking about Candace Owen, okay. Obviously, Buddah doesn't like Candace Owen for various reasons, and he basically is saying that she's anti-black and whatever, yeah. You can hear me sort of using his same argument that he used in the stream before about, you know, being a different way, yeah, as in, you know, because obviously in the last stream he was very anti-S on chess kind of settings, you know what I mean? And when we say S on chess, we're talking about being, you know, like overtly, you know, I don't want to say like overtly black because that just sounds mad, but it is what it is. You see what I'm saying to you, right? Anyway, hold on. Let me just hold on. Confusion. All right. Good night.
Okay.
A big black follower.
In values like if people were to listen, the black community in America were to listen to her, follow her, they'd be in a better position. You know what you're saying?
Excuse me?
I'm saying if the black community in America were to listen and to take heed in what she's saying and what she does, would they be in a better position?
Possibly so, because whether we agree or not, she's got quite a big black following in America, because there are black conservatives in America.
Okay. So when you talk about the family and all those kinds of things, so marrying a white guy, you think that's a positive thing for the black community in America?
No, not necessarily, Buddah, no.
Okay. All right, cool.
Okay, right. So you hear his part in question, yeah, about, you know, if I think marrying a white guy is positive or not, right? And you've heard me answer, yeah. Okay. Is that it? Anything else?
I can't think of anything else.
Okay. Big up Serena. At least they married money, man. I'll give them that, boy. Just like I said, if I was gonna do
Shots
that,
fired. Brat, brat.
marrying money. You hear me? No poor guy. Marrying money.
See, but you know, like,
Yeah. So you see, all right. So now he's awoken again, because before he's asked the question, I've answered it. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm adding a caveat that, and I said, big up Serena. You get what I'm trying to say? Now I'm adding a caveat that if I were to do that, I'm marrying money. You get me? Which most, you know what I mean? I'm marrying up, innit? You're not gonna be marrying down. You're marrying up, innit? Which woman's gonna marry down? All right, let's hear the response.
what you're saying there, marrying money and all that kind of stuff. You see what you're saying about the misogyny that we see within Andrew Tate and his brother and all the rest of it. To me, that kind of is all part of it. Like, if a man was to go out with a white woman, he's a coon, he's this, that, and the other. But if you're a black woman and you marry a white guy and he's got money, then that's okay. That's cool. Like,
I'm not saying this. No, listen, and that's another lie as well. And this one I'm trying to say about the grooming, man. You know what I mean? Like, this is embarrassing, to be honest, Woodage. You know what I mean? You've obviously made up your mind. I've made up my mind. Oh, I'm leaving my baby. You've obviously made up your mind. You're leaving, bro, because the type of shit you're talking. Who has been called a coon for being with for dating outside their race? Who? That's a big fat stinking lie. Who? Buddah, I know you're fucking listening as well, yeah. So you can type in the chat, you know. Who has been called a coon for dating outside their race? That's a blatant lie. And if so, it hasn't been by myself. Yeah, because you know that dating outside your race isn't even what we coin as being a coon, brethren. So this is what I'm saying about the grooming. You know what I mean? You're mixing with people that don't even know the terminologies, and then you want to come amongst us using wrong terminologies and feel like it's gonna go that way. Like, what are you doing? Because that's a lie. Like, look how many of you all date out, and you have not been called coons for dating out. You get me? When we've called the midget a coon, it's not been because he's married to a white woman. Like, it's never been that. Not by myself, anyway. You know what I mean? He's a coon because he does coonish things, of which you know. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying about the grooming and the radicalization, bro. Because, yeah, you're coming amongst us just, I don't know, just, yeah. Hey. It's like you left with an afro and come out with a skin fade. It's a mad thing. Hey. But you're chatting shit, boss. I didn't say.
Well, you just picked up Serena. You literally just picked up Serena.
All right, sorry. All right,
no, you literally just picked up Serena. So, you know, she married into money. Yeah, and okay, cool. So that's your statement. Stand on it, innit? So
I'll take back my chats.
Wicked.
Talk about Serena.
Yeah, cool.
And I even went on that's exactly what I would do. If I was ever going to do that, I'm marrying money. And I've come online and said that. I've to say that. If I'm going to be doing that, I'm marrying money. I ain't going to be married to some fucking council estate.
She's sleeping now. Jana Rasta. Kushti better be sleeping.
Okay. And so that's what I'm hearing. So people like Candace, that makes sense now, right? So people like Candace Owens, who's married to a white dude, who pushes out all of these values and all the rest of it. So if you're marrying a white guy who's got money, that's fine. If you're marrying a white woman,
I'm not saying it's fine, Buddah. You get me? You're still stepping out, innit? But my thing, like I used to say,
she said, if she was to go that way, if she's going to do it, she's going to go up. She's not going to marry down. She's going to marry up. If that's what she said. So
yeah,
I think it was
marrying money. So when people like Divine are dissing me, and the thing is, I don't even know why people are always getting so pressed, because most women in real life, you're gonna try to marry at least your equal, or you're gonna marry up. You know what I mean? If you've got the preference. You see what I'm saying to you? Unless you're a sugar mommy and, you know what I mean? Whatever. But most women, like, when they're fucking dreaming of when women are dreaming of being princesses and this and that, they're not fucking dreaming of paupers, are they, to marry and all the rest of it? They're dreaming of fucking princes and kings. So I don't know. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. So I don't know if this is like a thingy bobby of low expectation from yourself, Buddha, like subliminally or subconsciously. You know what I mean? Car, you shouldn't be feeling a way for me to say this. Like, I'm gonna marry up. I mean, whomever, but yeah. But anyway, let me press play still. Whatever I am, you get me? I could just
work, yeah, cause we'll take the money, I'll rob you and send you back to your wife.
Couple bills on the floor.
I'm swelling, I need some work.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that properly, Divine. You're gonna take the money and what now?
Hey, I'm saying I'll just fling on.
No, not you, Nines. I was talking about Divine. You're gonna take the money and
no, she said she's gonna take the money. She's gonna come and pop style on. I said it. So I'm making her know. Even if she get that money, I'll say once she's popping style on, is gonna rob her and send her back to our white man and tell her to go back and go swear.
But you don't even need to rob me though, because I'll be giving it to you. That's the point that I'm making. You get me? That's the point that I'm making. Like, I literally know I'm gonna have to be buying off my community.
So to me, that's I don't know. I see a double standard here, because in one sense we're looking at Tate and saying that it's misogyny, treating women a certain way, making men go and do whatever they want to do with women, and the misogyny, all this kind of stuff. And on the other hand, we're saying, like, you know what? If the guy's rich, go and do what you got to do. Like, I don't know.
How is that? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do this. Just tell her. Wait.
I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm hearing. What have I got wrong?
Listen, I'm telling you.
Dangerous. Yo, Buddha. Oh my life. Oh my life. So Buddha, hold on a minute. You're so emotional, yeah, that you've taken me saying, you get me, that I would marry up, etc., yeah. Now you're gonna try to equate that to fucking Andrew Tate being a pimp. Potentially being a pedo and all the rest of it. And you're trying to equate the fucking, but and this is what I'm trying to say. This is like, Buddha. This is like, when I fucking reviewed Bonnie, Bonnie the fucking slag, that done 100 in a night and is looking to do 1,000 in a night, I reviewed that show, right? And this is what I'm trying to say about how dangerous these people are. I reviewed the show that was on the real RTM podcast, same podcast Tommy's been on and numerous other people, whatever. We reviewed it. You know what I mean? And seemingly, I'm going to have to say people got in their emotions, because there's a very similar trait here. Like, when people get in their emotions, boy, anything can happen. You know what I mean? And then it was said that, she's just the same as I. Because I'm reviewing it. They basically said she's just the same as, and then they all denied it. You know what I mean? I hope you're not going to deny this though, Buddha. You get me? Because right here, you're trying to equate me saying, I will marry up. Yeah, I'm marrying up. I don't want no counter. I'm marrying up to fucking Andrew Tate. You know what I mean? And all of his, do you know what, man? It's oh, mate, you're a fucking mess, Buddha.
You will tell her that
you trying to equate.
But you see, when
there's two people speaking, I can't hear. Sorry. Sorry, start again. What did you say?
No, I was saying to you that to let her do all that talking now, but you see, when Kushki comes back, tell her to keep that same energy. That's what you do.
No, I'm not trying to create a fucking argument or whatever. I'm just trying to understand,
innit? But Kushki's already been on to her about. We've had this conversation many times before, so I know what she's doing right now.
All right.
I don't see what the problem is, man.
Of course you don't.
I don't see the problem with what I said, Buddha. I don't even know why you're taking offense, man.
I'm not taking offense. I'm just trying to understand again. Like
I'm saying, Buddha. Oh, what are you trying to understand about why I would marry a rich one instead of a poor one?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm gonna make that ultimate sacrifice and step outside of my and all of them thing there, then I've got to do it's got to be worthwhile, isn't it? It can't just be for fucking love. You get me? It's got to be worthwhile.
So what I'm hearing is your melanin is up for sale for the highest bidder. That's what I'm hearing.
No, because we're not bidding, but there's no bidding going on. So I don't know why you're trying. There's no bidding. You understand? Like, what are you doing? Boy, this sounds awfully familiar, Buddha. Me not on a live virgin. This sounds awfully familiar, man. Yeah, either you've and the thing is oh Buddha, this sounds awfully. Oh my god, is my melanin up for some? Oh melanin, oh Buddha, man. Oh my Lord, have mercy, fam. This ain't no Andrew Tate thing. There ain't no bidding, bridging. I'm just saying, if I'm doing that, I'm gonna be stepping out with a money, man. Simple. I don't see what the big deal is, but
okay. And so, do you know if a man was to do the same? So if there was a man who was, I don't know, in a low-paid job, and he ended up dating a lady and marrying a lady who's maybe in a high-paid job, solicitor or whatever, would that same? Would that be the same for him, or would he still be?
I'll be real. I would rate, like I said, I'm on record as saying, I'd rate the man them more if that's what they were doing. You get me? But instead, we got millionaire footballers picking up fucking council estate gal. The fuck?
Wow.
And then getting their money grabbed with baby motherfucking child payments.
Get me? Talking about, man.
I think, Buddy, you're missing the actual bigger point of the story. You know, we're taking the piss and we're laughing it out here. The bigger point is Nine doesn't date outside her race, isn't it? That's our whole point. But if she was to go that direction,
no, that's what I'm kind of shocked to hear her say these things. Like, I know she's trolling, but you know.
But I said it very. That's not what I do. You get me? But if I were to do that, like if one day I lost my head or whatever, he has to have money. That's what I'm. So you can see how we have both stressed and gone at great lengths to talk about this is all hypothetical and blah 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 blah. You can even hear him saying, because I was about to say, do you know what I mean? That doesn't sound like Nines or whatever, yeah? So again, we're stressing it's all hypothetical, blah 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 blah. All right, let's go. I'm saying, you get me? Wow. So when you can't be stepping out with no poor one, no fucking way. Are you mad?
So let me ask you this, right?
That wouldn't make no sense.
Let me ask you this. Okay, let's say if there was a black man, right, and he proposed marriage to you, and he was rich, would you marry him even if you didn't love him?
But we've dealt with poor black men, so I don't know why you're doing that, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Because I'm trying to understand. If you don't want me to talk about it, just tell me to shut up, innit?
No, but
I'm trying to understand your logic, because what I'm hearing is you'll marry more or less anyone. If you step out, if you're going to marry anyone and it's outside of your race, you'll marry anyone who's got the most bank. So I'm asking you.
You didn't hear. No, where the fuck? You didn't hear that. You didn't hear anyone.
I know.
Let me try
Did I not?
Doesn't all right, Buddah. Let's just try that. I'm gonna try not to laugh, right?
And now I'm listening to it back, man. You can see, like, my man Buddah, he's got something in his mind, innit? You know what I mean? He's got like a jigsaw in his mind. And what I'm saying, those pieces ain't fitting it. You get me? This is actually it's even more interesting. Yo, Buddah, I know you're listening, you know, Bedrin. I know you're listening. And one day
she doesn't marry outside. She doesn't marry outside her race. She doesn't date outside her race. That's not her natural thing. She's not naturally attracted to.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
But if she was going to go in that direction and to pick up a white guy or an Asian guy or whatever guy it may be, Arab guy, whatever, he better have to check. It better be worth the fucking sacrifice of her going outside of her race. What's the problem? Why would she go and date outside her race and pick up a fucking Nico in the chat that's rock pocket and not have no job? Why?
No, so that's what I'm trying to understand. So to me, it seems like a financial endeavor. Now, the question I'm trying to ask is this: would you marry someone you don't love, even if he was black? Would you marry someone you don't love, so long as you live in bank?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
All right. So it wasn't that difficult to answer, was it? Like there was no. Okay, right, cool.
Like I said, I don't think so. But how rich are we talking about?
Hood rich.
Hood rich.
Oh, what a blood clot. You're bright.
No. But big up Serena. Get me. Yeah. Big up Serena, man. You know, you have one of them babies. You're having intergenerational babies. Intergenerational wealth babies. That fucking yeah, man.
I'm not gonna lie. Don't take offense, but I'm hearing Asketi vibes here still. I ain't gonna lie.
Why so? Hold on. Why so? Why are you hearing Asketi vibes?
I don't know. I'm just hearing, like, I'm getting these Asketi vibes.
Well, why?
I'm not sure. I can't tell you why right at this moment in time. I'm just getting those vibes. I can't pinpoint why I'm getting those vibes, but I'm just getting them.
That don't even make no sense to me, to be honest, man.
Well, it's not gonna.
Stop badding up waste man Nico, man. Let the Nick fly in the chat. Banana, stop badding him up.
I don't see what the issue is, to be honest, but yeah, man. But I've always said that, man. 100%, man.
I've never heard you. Like, that's why I'm shocked, because I've never heard you say that. But
me and James Jones have had this
always, man, too.
Conversation, man.
And so if you'd get married to, if hypothetically speaking, if you was to date outside of your race and get married to a white guy who was rich, you'd have children with this guy?
If I've done that, then yeah, you know what I mean. If I've done that, I've done it, innit? Now I'm looking at intergenerational wealth, so I'm sure
again with the money, again with the finance, again with the money.
That's the first thing I'd be doing. The fuck? I'll be doing like them rich people going to the hotel. Yeah, man. What? That's the first thing I'll be doing, Buddah. Yeah, man. Fling down a couple pitneys.
Drop a couple pitney on him. Quick, secure that bag.
Secure that blood cleat for the rest of the generation. Them, you know what I mean? 100%. Just in case he changes his mind, you know. You're going for the next 6 to 7 generation, and that we have said collection. You mean, man? No, but I'm laughing, but I'm dead serious, man. If I'm doing that, man, All right, so can we note that Buddah is very much aware that this is all very hypothetical? You know what I mean? Yeah. Nah, man, you've definitely got a chance for your animator, because you know about that van life, that outdoor life, man. So you know, man, they can catch me like that, man. Worse if you can put up a tent in 5 minutes, reanimator. Come on, man. Yeah, because you know what I love, man. So yeah, 100%, man. With money on top, man. You know what I mean? Because by then you'll have had your money. Because I know you're stacking whilst you're doing that van life, man. Yeah, but yeah, man, reanimator, man. You know what I mean? The question is, would you want to share a tent with me, reanimator? Woo! Would you want to share a Microresha 6XL reanimator? Yo, the reanimator, the tent's bad, no, yes. Oh my god, I didn't even get to use it this year, but yeah, man. But anyway, you know what I've told you already, reanimator, man. So you're good, man. You're good. But let me not digress, yeah. So I want the people them to understand that we're still everything's all hypothetical. Yeah, you heard him himself reiterate, if it. I would, of course you're gonna try, Rihanna. How you mean? Of course you're gonna try. You know what I mean? You know I'm hot things, man. Of course you're gonna try. What happened to you? Doing that for, and that's what I'm saying. I would even rate the man them more if that's what they were doing. That's why I even. That's why I give. That's why I give.
Nanifa,
a little bit more rating, man. At least he went for a mod.
Would you love and care for that baby that you would have with this white man?
That's a very retarded question, Buddah.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Buddah. That's a very retarded question.
Buddah, when she makes, hold on, when she.
So I hope you lot heard the question, yeah, and not even that, but the line of question that's led up to this, yeah. So now remember, we're all it's all hypothetical, you know what I mean? And now he has asked me, would I love that child? You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, this is what man's asking me, yeah. But then when it all comes to bump now, he wants to play victim. Yo, Buddah, Buddah, I'll be real. Stay over there, sir, Benjamin. If you come back amongst me, I want apologies. I'm not even gonna lie, man, because the move that you made, yeah, in old times, you would get me hung, drawn, and quartered or lashed. Yo, oh my God, you know what? Let me not even. The only reason why I'm not gonna go so far is because at the end of the day, you didn't necessarily go places and say it, but you said it here. You know what I mean? The implication is out there. You've heard the people that run with the story, and at no point have you tried to correct them. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say. If this was olden days, you know, and they got old, they caught hold of me, you know, yeah, finished. There would be no 9. There might be like a 1 or a 2 by the time they finish me. I'll be finished. And it would all be based upon a lie. Yeah? Yeah? Or if not a lie, you know what? Let me just press play, blood. Yeah? But you just asked me, would I love that? I should have, at that point, I should have done an EIE until you forgot suck your mother, Buddah, to be honest. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because you know how we do. I mean, you might have forgotten, actually. Yeah? But at that point, really, I should have said, yo, my boy, go suck your mother. You know what I mean? How are you going to ask me if I'm going to love my pitney? Are you fucking dumb? Yeah? What, didn't your mom love you? Huh? Anyway, let me just press play. Yeah? Let me press play.
She lays down and creates this baby, yeah, this imaginary mixed race baby. Ain't that baby still not half of her?
Well, I don't know. It could be a half breed, so you know, I'm just trying to understand.
But it's still not going to be half of
her. It could be like the United Colors of Benetton.
All right. So you hear the feelings and emotions, yeah, yeah. So you heard what he just said. It could have been a half breed. Remember, you know, it's EIE that's called him a half breed. However many hours it was before that, yeah, after you, Buddah, called out his whole family and told him to go suck out 4 or 5 times. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say about the chronological order of events, family. Yeah, so you've heard, I mean, and it's obviously it's been a bit elongated, man, but you know, sometimes I saw, you know, I mean, if you're gonna get the truth, you got. So you've heard the various exchanges between EIE and Buddah, of which, if you're going to be honest, there's not even if, yeah, he was the antagonist and he was the one throwing most of the shots, and he was the one certainly that got personal, you know what I mean? And if the truth be known, EIE's only reply, only jab back was the half-breed thing, yeah, amongst all the other stuff that Buddah said. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So then now we come into another show, X amount of hours later or whatever, part 2 to the show, yeah? You hear me and Buddah having this reasoning. Remember, it's all hypothetical. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? It's all hypothetical. His last question, he's asked me if I would marry a white man, blah, 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 blah. And I told him if I would, it's got to be on these conditions, blah, 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 blah. He's then asked me, would I have a child with that person? I'm like, well, yeah, if I'm married, then I'm having children. I'm like, and I even stress them, saying that's the first thing I'm going to do. We're going to secure that, you know what I mean? Obviously, you know what I mean? Not even tongue in cheek, to be honest, but you know what I mean? Just going in a bit, whatever. Yeah, but it's right. I can't even remember what the last. Okay, what was this last bit?
On turnout. Like, will you love and care for that baby? Like, you're half breed, so I'm just asking.
Man, if I'm doing that, man, I'm doing that for, and that's what I'm saying. I would even rate them and them more if that's what they were doing. That's why I even. That's why I give. That's why I give. At least he went for a mod.
Would you love and care for that baby that you would have with this white man?
That's a very retarded question.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
That's a very retarded question.
But when she lays, hold on, when she lays down and creates this baby, yeah, this imaginary mixed race baby, ain't that baby still not half of her?
Well, I don't know. It could be a half breed, so you know, I'm just trying to understand.
But it's still not going to be half of
it could be like the United Colors of Benetton turnout. Like, will you love and care for that baby? Like, would you? Is that
have other black women?
That may sound
for their mixed race children, Buddah?
Sorry, say again.
Have other black women cared and loved their mixed race children?
Yeah, I'm asking you, not other black women.
So then, why would I not?
I didn't say you wouldn't. I asked you a question. Would you?
Well,
You're
that's
saying
why I said it's a retarded question in the first place.
Okay, well, I'm asking a retarded question. Humor me. Would you love this mixed race, half breed, United Colors? I didn't hear you. So what did you say? Did you say yes?
It goes without saying, Buddah.
Okay,
although, like I said, I think that's a very disrespectful question.
Okay.
To be honest,
very disrespectful.
Very
Buddah,
disrespectful.
especially when you know full well Nanifa's half-breed mixed race baby will be the most litest half-breed mixed race baby on the face of England. Yeah, it will be the one mixed race that everybody's gonna know about. Remember me tell you, that one's gonna be all in newspaper. I talk about our mother secured the bank for the next 20 generations, and she'll be in Forbes. Trust me, she'll be in Forbes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I've heard, in fact, I've heard Nanifa refer to me as United Colors of Benetton, and I've heard people on that panel refer to me as.
Hold on, Buddah. Wait. No. You've heard me call you the United Colors of Benetton.
Yeah, you remember when I was telling you I used to date different ladies from different parts of the world? And all that kind of stuff?
That's exactly. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, so I didn't call you the United Colors of Benetton. I said you date the United Colors of Benetton. Get it right, brother.
I did get it right. Yeah, I did.
No,
actually,
you didn't.
You did say United. Did you not use that terminology?
I use that terminology not to describe you as an individual, but it's to describe.
I didn't say you did.
No, but you did though, Buddah.
So you referred that statement to me, right?
Yo, Buddha's doing that 4K fucking remixing. Oh my god. Buddha's doing the 4K remixing in your face. Lord have mercy on my black soul. Very disrespectful.
Especially when you know full well Nanifa's half-breed.
So not only did you try to diss me about asking me if I would I mean, to be honest, like I said, it could be argued these questions say more about you than me, bro. You know what I mean? But yeah, you asked me if I would love my mixed race child. In fact, you didn't even say mixed race, you said half a breed. You know what I mean? So I'm just doing all this. So I'm sure everyone in the audience would agree that he's still carrying feelings in it. You know what I mean? He's carrying feelings from an argument that he's had with a guy. You know what I'm saying to you? He's come onto a whole new fresh panel. Yeah, and it's only me, Divine, and himself. And he's still obviously carrying them angst. Yeah, you've heard the line of questioning. You know what I mean? You've heard the last question, like I said, very disrespectful, very, I even know, man, but just
mixed race baby will be the most litest half-breed mixed race baby on the face of England. Yeah,
but the thing is, and you know the thing is, yeah, the people that will be listening, you get me. But they won't stream or not even stream it because you're not gonna hear it. But they won't say, "Oh, Rati, do you know what? I heard the whole stream and you know what Buddah actually said this," and that's not, no, so they're not gonna do that. Them not gonna do that. You know what I mean? We know what they're gonna do. Yo, Buddhage.
The one mixed race that everybody's gonna know about. Remember me tell you that one's gonna be all in newspaper. I talk about our mother secured the bank for the next 20 generations, and she'll be in Forbes. Trust me, she'll be in Forbes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I've heard, in fact, I've heard Nanifa refer to me as United Colors of Benetton, and I've heard people on that panel refer to me as.
Hold on, Buddha. Wait. No. So you hear him there say that I've referred to him. Obviously, he is an individual as the United Colors of Benetton. Yo, Buddha. Blood, you got it bad. Nope. You've heard me call you the United Colors of Benetton.
Yeah, you remember when I was telling you I used to date different ladies from different parts of the world? And all that kind of stuff?
That's exactly. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, so I didn't call you the United Colors of Benetton. I said you date the United Colors of Benetton. Get it right, brother.
I did get it right, yeah. I did.
No,
actually, you did say United. Did you not use that terminology?
I used that terminology not to describe you as an individual, but it's to describe.
I didn't say you did.
No, but you did though, Buddha. That was just opening statement.
So you referred that statement to me, right?
Buddha, it wasn't about you. It's about your dating pool. Your dating pool is the United Colors of Benetton, not yourself.
Okay.
By saying that, you're making a whole different implication, and I'm not involved in that. Yes, your dating pool, 100%. That's one of my limits, but not you as an individual. You're under it, bro. So get it straight, please.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's what she referred to. Not me, but the ladies I was dating. All right. Cool. Fine.
And I'll check back my chats.
Okay, let's start and then ask you to. But it's interesting because we've had conversations before. You know, I've been on panels where I can't say. Have you been on a panel where someone called me a hybrid before? I can't remember if you have. But yeah, there's been a number of occasions.
Mixed race thing that bothers you. So I noticed that you bring it up a lot whenever you're around. What is it about the mixed race? Go on, get it off your chest. I'm listening.
No, listen. I'm comfortable and I'm proud of my heritage. You understand? Some other people ain't. So, like we saw today, that degenerate fucking retard called me a half-breed. I'm glad you think it's funny.
Let me try to speak for EIA. He's not even here.
Right. Okay. So I hope you followed that then, yeah, family, yeah? So you can hear that my man's bitching out and wilding out until Divine's like, yo, what is the actual problem? You know what I mean? With this whole mixed race thing. His first thing is, nah, EIE, allow it, Regina, I beg. His first thing is to say, EIE, whatever. Remember, he's on a panel with two women, yeah, still feeling sore about him and EIE. But let me again highlight and reiterate, yeah, because he came up on the thing and he went on said he was attacked by EIE, like he was some lion and gazelle situation or whatever, you know what I mean? And he got nyam and no one was there to help him or save him, all the rest of it. And you can see that there was nothing further than the truth. There was X amount of people on the panel, you know what I mean, including Scattered Minds or whatever, and everyone quelled it, you know what I mean? And whatever there was, you, Buddha, you see what I'm saying to you, was the one firing shots. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, how people dead.
Of course you will. Of course you will. Yeah, go ahead.
Of course, yeah, because he's not here to defend his team, but I'm not going to put it in the way he would, right? But I'll put it in the way
don't talk for it. Because you're just going to try to dress it up. Don't do that.
No, I'm not going to dress it up. I'm going to put it in the way that I would perceive it from his kind of point of view then, yeah?
But you're not the one that's been offended by what he's saying, so where you perceive it is not relevant.
But go on, talk.
What I'm saying is there's no point in speaking for the man, trying to dress up what he says and trying to give us an interpretation of how you feel he's spoken, right? It's my interpretation that counts. I was the one that was offended. Okay, you weren't called a half-breed, I was. Okay, I noticed both of you never come out and say nothing. Yeah, quiet. All right, cool. But you got the most energy for like when I'm chatting to fucking Wendy. Imagine this. I've gone on Wendy's channel. I've gone on Jupiter's channel. Not once has anyone ever called me any type of racial fucking thing. I come here amongst my own people, allegedly, and get called the most shit.
But Buddha, what,
And
again?
then you ask me about why I go there and kiki.
So hold on, Buddha, yeah. As you see, this brings it round beautifully, yeah. Yeah, because this was obviously your opening this was your opening gambit when you actually came into my chat, right? But have you ever told Gummy and Wendy to go and suck out the whole of their mother and their generations, Buddha? See, this is now, you see, this is now where it all comes to bump what Divine and EIE and that was saying yesterday, Buddha, you see. You fuck up yourself, yes, sir, Bridget. You fuck up yourself, yes, sir, man. Yeah, because this is when it all comes to bump now, Buddha. And I know you're listening, you know. You get me? And you're such a pussy, you won't even jump out. But you see, because, yo, Buddha, I swear to God, man, this move that you've made, yeah, I don't know in what part of your sphere that you think this is a good move, but trust me, now I'm going through it because, like I said, you know, more times, sometimes you're on the paddle, it's all kicking up, you don't even hear everything, this, that, and the other, you know what I mean? But now it's coming back. It's actually all you, Buddha. It's actually you. Let me rewind this, bros. Nah, fam. Nah. Let me just rewind this, man.
Or are you gonna?
Not once has anyone ever. There's no point in speaking for the man, trying to dress up what he says and trying to give us an interpretation of how you feel he's
right. So all we've, at least on this stream, unless there's something that I missed out, and I don't think I did. You know what I'm saying to you? All we've heard thus far, Buddha, is that he called you half-breed. Yes, he did. You know what I mean? But we also heard you, like I said, call him out of his whole family, his mom, his dad, whole heap of suck yours. You know what I mean? X amount of time. And the thing is, Buddha, like again, I don't know if you remember or whatever, but you know, sir, in real life, you tell a man suck your mum and all that, that's on site. That's on-site settings. So that's 4 or 5 times you've done some on-site settings. So now the man's replied to you once, yeah, and once he's giving you a whatever, fuck off your half-breed, whatever the fuck he said. You know what I mean? And you've carried these feelings for all that time. You've carried it onto my panel. You know what I mean? We've done this whole Candice Owen things. Would you do a white man? Blah, 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 blah. Would you love your child? You know what I mean? So it's bubbling and it's bubbling and it's bubbling. And then we get to hear now.
Spoken, right? It's my interpretation that counts. I was the one that was offended.
So
Okay.
so what? Hold on a minute. So wait. Because this is important. So is it a thing like you can be offended by being called mixed race, but he can't be offended for you calling out his mom and his dad and his whole family? What is this? Is this some victim Olympics, or is there some hierarchical thing here going on, Buddha? Because like I said, if we're gonna be truth and rights, you violated EIE. Oh, at least on this particular occasion, unless you're carrying feelings from somewhere else again. You know what I mean? But from this stream that we've been listening to, you were the perpetrator, bro. So I know you can't be. Well, I shouldn't even say you can't be carrying feelings because
you weren't called a half breed. I was. Okay, I noticed both of you never come out and say nothing. You're quiet. All right, cool. But you got the most energy for like when I'm chatting to fucking Wendy. Imagine this. I've gone on.
Now you see, you're a dickhead, man. Yeah, you're an actual. You've been groomed, bruv. I'm gonna not take back my chat. You've been groomed, man. Yeah, because we never said nothing to you neither when you was really telling man to suck his mums and all of them thing there, innit? Or if most was like, all right, you lot calm it down or whatever. Even scattered minds. But you're trying to use you're deadly, actually. You're actually deadly, man. You're actually yeah.
Wendy's channel, I've gone on Jupiter's channel. Not once has anyone ever called me any type of racial fucking thing.
Now you see, you know, and this is what I'm trying to say. You're Yeah. And again, it's like I said to you yesterday. So what then? Because Wendy hasn't called you. What does that mean? Does that mean that because she hasn't called you whatever, that the mere fact that she's called fucking Jedi or ape or whatever, and what does this mean? Because everyone's nice to you, that we should cancel out all the disgusting things that have happened to everyone? Like, what the fuck you doing? Yeah. You've already made your decision, Benjamin. No, I don't even care. I don't even care, fucking Kane, because that means man's carrying feelings upon feelings upon feelings. At the end of the day, it still ain't got fuck all to do with me. So why the fuck are you coming to me? You know what I mean? Fuck that, man. Actually pissed.
I come here amongst my own people, allegedly, and get called the most shit.
But Buddah,
Then you ask me about why I go there and kiki.
Or are you going to just continue to talk and we listen? Which one do you want?
Go ahead, speak. Go ahead. I'm you up.
I keep telling you, every time this half-breed conversation or mixed race, you get very, and that's why I addressed it and asked you want to talk about it. Clearly, it's bothering you. And then we come to find out it is bothering you and it is a problem, but it's a problem for us too. And I'll tell you why it's a problem for us. I'm going to try and put it in the best way I can, but it's something I've noticed personally. But I'm going to try and put it in a way that EIE could have done it better, right? Let me help you out, yes, sir. I'm getting sick of this shit myself now. It's wearing on me. Now, I notice that you keep coming on these panels, you keep bawling about the half-breed, mixed race thing. And then when we question you, like earlier today, when Nines was talking to you, your quotes say you're black. But when you're not around us, you're no longer black. I don't fucking find that funny. I think you're abusing the black card. And that's why I said enough for you lot earlier when I said enough for you lot want to go out like you're black when it fit you lot. And when you're not around us, you're not black. When you're ready, Buddah, you'll be on panel balling that you're fucking Irish. When you're on panel, Buddah, you'll be balling that you're fucking Mauritian. When you're around us, Buddah, you'll ball like you're black.
Funny,
Which one are you? Which one are you? Talk to us.
I said I'm gonna be on the panel saying I'm Irish. You're hilarious. But anyway, listen, do you know what? I've explained it to you ad nauseum, right? You just ain't never gonna accept it, or me for that fact. So it's a pointless endeavor, right? This is what I face. Imagine this, like I was saying, right? So when someone refers to me as a half-breed, do you think that's appropriate?
That's not my conversation I'm having with you. I'm having a conversation about how do you identify as? And that's why I found it interesting, kept quiet earlier when Nines pulled you up on it. Because I don't think you realize, you know, we as black people can hear you sometimes. So when you're barling your black to us, but then we hear you another bit bigging up your Irish heritage and your Irish this and your Irish that and your Irish, then the next minute it's Mauritius. But when do you find time to be black then? What is going on?
So I mean, I don't know. How many times have I explained this to you? Why do I find myself explaining it again? Like, you see the thing with EIE, right? So let me give you the example, okay? So you're Creole yourself, okay? So you understand the differences here, okay? So where EIE is from in America, there are Creoles. But when you look at them, they're white. They're like Cajun people, the Creoles in New Orleans. Yeah. The majority of them look white for all intents and purposes. So when EIE first started speaking to me a few years ago and he found out I was Creole, he assumed I was the Creole from New Orleans, that type of looking. Hence why he had so much fucking energy for me, because in his mind, I'm white. In fact, he had to ask me on the panel, on Nine Ether's panel, are you not white heritage? Do you not have a white mother? No, I don't. It's like me saying to you, you're not black. Nine Ether's not black because she's got a mixture of heritage. She's got Guyanese and Jamaican. No. Let me finish if that's okay. Divine's not black because she's got a mixture of St. Lucian.
No, man. We can't be doing this, man. We can't be comparing like Creole or mixed fucking heritage or mixed race or whatever with fucking two black people, one being from fucking St. Lucia and one being from Jamaica. We're not doing that. We definitely ain't doing that. Someone tried to do that the other day. I don't know if it was you. I don't know, but we're not doing that, man. You get me?
Why are we not doing that? Does it hurt? Does it hurt that you're not fully black? Is that what it is? Or why are we not doing that? Because it hurt that you're not fully black.
Cool, boy.
How are we not fully black? Explain to us, no, sis. Explain to us how you come to that conclusion that we're not fully black.
Well, that's what I'm asking the question, right? And I need to like cut me off before I'm even making my points. So is it that you don't want to explore that? The possibility? Does it hurt?
I'm willing to explore it.
Okay, so Divine's willing to explore it, but Naif, are you going to censor me or what's the issue here?
Explore if I'm fully black or not?
Well, yeah. You're not willing to do it, but
if we are fully black or not?
Well, Divine's willing to do it. Are you not?
I know I'm fully black. I don't need to
Okay,
explore
all right,
shit.
cool. Okay, cool. All right.
But
So, do you mind if I speak to? Do you mind if I explore it with Divine? Is that going to hurt your feelings or?
Divine, man.
All right, cool. So, Divine. So, what I'm saying to you is, right. So, I know a little bit about your heritage, right? So, part of your heritage is Creole, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And the other side of your heritage is Black Jamaican, yeah?
Hold on, what do you mean black? Hold on. My culture's Creole. My lineage is not Creole. Again, Buddha, this is where me and you differ. Creole's not an ethnicity. Creole's not a race. Creole's not Creole is a heritage, a culture, an amalgamation of things. It's not a definition of. This is where me and you. We had this argument before. This is where you and EIE first originally fell out. Hold on. This is how you lot originally fell out. Remember. And
So
it's what it is today.
Okay, right. So you're saying that your culture is Creole, but your ethnicity is not Creole because the Creole ethnicity does not exist. Is that what you're saying?
Bingo. That's my argument, right?
Yeah, cool. So when you've got, I'll use my own ethnicity. Yeah. So within my ethnic background, I've got African, Indian, Chinese, French, and possibly a drop of Irish, allegedly. Okay. All right, cool. So what does that make me? Does that make me a mixed heritage or does that make me, okay, first of all, what does that make me? Does that make me black or mixed heritage, in your opinion?
So, Bud, say that again. My bad. I was just answering a text and I missed it.
Okay, so within my ethnicity, I have Indian, African, Chinese, French, and possibly Irish, allegedly. Okay, so
you know about the Irish still.
Do you know the Irish thing is, you know one of them things when back in the day, my mom used to say to me, yeah, you know, your great grandmother's sister had an Irish, blah, blah, blah. There's one of those ones. There's no actual verification. But the mere fact that my mom's side of the family are Irish, that's are Catholic. That's why I asked her why is her side of the family Catholic. All right, cool. So
can you grow an afro?
Sorry?
Can you grow an afro?
Not anymore, but yeah, used to.
You could grow an afro, and could the afro?
Well, when you say afro, it's more like, all right. So you know what Super Cat hair come like?
Yeah.
All right, like that. So back in the day, that's how my hair used to. If I didn't maintain it, it'll turn into a fucking afro fuzzball. You know who it used to look like? You know the guy that used to do the painting on TV, that Bob guy. Him. You know, he had that big fucking afro, the white dude, like that, kind of like that still. But nevertheless, so the point I'm saying, given what I've told you about my ethnicity, does that make me black or of mixed heritage, in your opinion, Divine?
Mixed heritage.
Brilliant. Okay. So that mixed heritage, do you know what do you call those kinds of people in Jamaica? Say a half Indian and a half black person. What do you call those people?
Mixed.
You don't call them coolies, no?
Is that who you were talking about, Leo Sayer? No, you weren't talking about Leo Sayer, was it?
No, his name's Bob something. Bob.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Bob something. He used to, the white dude that used to do the painting on the fucking TV. Like,
I've got to go and look now.
Go and look. I remember coming out of fucking jail and my hair was like that. I was like, raw. You don't get no product in jail, innit? So, but anyway, point being, what did you say? Right. So I'm saying to you, do you not call mixed Indian and black coolies in Jamaica?
No.
Don't chat shit. So there's no coolies in Jamaica.
There's coolies in Jamaica, but they're not Indian and black.
What are they then?
Indian. Coolies are Indians.
Okay.
You see where I'm saying that you're getting confused with the whole thing?
Right. Well, listen. So you said so. So Super Cat's not a coolie then, no? I'm hearing crickets because, like you're saying, I'm confused. Like, yeah, I am confused because the man told you he's a coolie himself. Like, well, okay, we'll just go with the crickets. But nevertheless, all right. So those people that
right in it, all
right. So those people that are mixed heritage in Mauritius, where my family.
Sorry, I can pause for a reason. I just wanted to read you out something, to help you, because this is why
let me finish.
But you're not actually in. But let me just help you.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
But I was paused for a minute because I was looking for something just so I can help.
So that's okay. You could just jump in and cut me off whenever I feel like.
I wanted to respond to what you asked me originally when I was on mute. Okay, so let me just, before you carry on. The term coolie is used in Jamaica slang to refer to people of full Indian descent. I just want to prove my point. You're confused on the culture. You really are.
Yeah, because I'm not Jamaican, as I've explained before. My understanding of a person who is of mixed heritage from Jamaica, i.e. black and Indian, they're referred to as coolies.
Again, that's just lack of understanding.
Okay, cool. So the people like
I would say that you can definitely I would say that you can have byproducts of such and be called a coolie in Jamaica. Yeah, I would say so in 2020.
Byproducts. You don't feel that's offensive in any way, no?
Buddah, what do you want me to say? Okay, what would be a better way to say it?
No. I'm just saying, like, you don't feel that's offensive calling someone a byproduct.
I'm not really. I didn't. It's not like I'm trying to get personalize it. Yeah.
I didn't say it's personal. I'm just saying that the statement byproduct, you don't find that offensive.
Okay. What would be a better?
Listen, don't answer a question with a question. I'm asking you a question. Do you not feel that the statement of byproduct is offensive?
Okay, so if I answer yes, and now I ask you, what would be a better word to use?
All right. So your answer is yes. You do find it offensive. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
What would be a better word to use, please?
No, go with what you're saying, man. Go with your heart.
No. 1 second, because you're all about solutions, yeah. So
yeah, so what would you call?
Pulled me up for it, and I said, okay, yes.
I called you out. I asked you a question. I'm calling you out. If I was calling you out, that'd be different.
A better word that you would find less offensive.
Children. That would be, yeah.
But if I just said. But this makes it 100 times worse, man. This makes it brother. Oh man, I don't even think I can call you Buddah again. I'll be so real. No, you can't be called Buddah again. Is this how it went then? Oh my Lord, man. So we've been literally hung, drawn, and quartered, for this word byproduct, 1, we weren't even speaking about Buddah, 2, I was there thinking, no. I'm actually vexed now. I'm actually fucking vexed now, man. I'm actually vexed now. I'm actually vexed now. You've created a whole scenario that's not even true, yeah. You've heard people, and the thing is, you're not gonna come out. Oh, brother, I don't know, man. I don't know how long you're gonna be hiding for, man. But let me just rewind this. So we were speaking about coolie people, yeah. And then you see, and when I'm asking him, okay, then what would, if not byproducts, what would you call them? He's gonna say children, yeah, which is not a description or an adjective or of what we're speaking about in it, because he wants to know what a certain type of admixture in Jamaica is called, in it. You know what I mean? Because he's saying that as far as he's concerned, black and Indian make coolie, right? Yeah, so that's what we're speaking about. We're speaking about admixtures, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, for everyone that's going to be getting offended, whatever. I actually couldn't give 2 fucks at this time of the morning, yeah? Yeah? All right? You just heard Divine come with a definition about being of Indian extract, whatever. I'm going to rewind this. Yo, brethren. Yo. And what I'm trying to say, though, family, and I'm being so serious, yeah, in different times, I could be dead. In different times, I could literally be dead, because Danny Roscoe and Gummy and their crew could have just found me and fucked me up. You know what I mean? All based on a big, stinking lie. And the thing is, none of them fact-checked. And these are things that have happened in history. Emmett Till settings, none of them have fact-checked. You know what I mean? They just gone with it. My man's gone all the way to X. And this is what I'm trying to say about. So we're seeing in 4K how dangerous the internet can be. You know what I mean? How dangerous narratives can be. How a small bit of truth can be taken and made into a whole 8-hour street. Yo, bridge. Buddah. The word byproduct wasn't even being used in reference to yourself. It wasn't even being used in reference to anything real. Again, it's all in a hypothetical, bros. And you allowed, stay where you are, man. You fucking stay where you are, Buddha, man.
So you're gonna ask me a question and say, "But all right, cool. Use byproduct then, isn't it?" So anyway, back to what I'm trying to have a conversation with Divine, and you're pushing me off what kilter and what I'm trying to.
And then you see, to show you how disingenuous it. See. So even when I'm here trying to have the conversation with you, yeah, again, like I said, you're all about solution-based. You don't even want to have that conversation. No. Now you want to go and chat to Divine. So I don't know if you just wanted a little soundbite to go with it. And then the same thing you done when you jumped on yesterday. You know what I mean? When we're drilling down into it, and I'm like, what? You ran off like a bitch. And then these people have had it that I ran you off. You know what I mean? And that's why black men run away from their Buddah. Buddah. No, but anyway, you need a new name, because I can't call you Buddah again. I can't call you. But someone put some new names for Buddah, because I can't call him Buddah again, star. That name's too. You can't be making moves like this and fucking call yourself Buddah. Are you crazy? Are you mad? And I know you're listening now, and you still, let me see if you've got any type of gumption. You're probably gonna be like, I wasn't listening, but we'll see. We'll see, man, because I believe you're listening. Yeah. In fact, I know you're listening. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say to you now, Buddah, is that you now would have got a woman like me, finito. Just based on your I don't even know what this is based on, bro. I don't even know what you would describe this as.
A conversation, right? Your byproduct conversation. It's not worth my energy, to be honest with you. Carry on with them kind of statements.
Yeah, brethren.
Yeah.
Ease up. Yeah.
Ease up what? Just let you use those kind of questions, those kind of statements, and be happy with it.
Half breed and all them way there, which is the way in which Danny Roscoe talks, this, that, and the other. In the context of the actual conversation that we were having, I don't actually think it was that bad a thing to say.
All right, cool. All right, fine, wicked. All right,
you know what I'm trying to say to you? In the
context, no, that's fine. But listen, I expect no less from you, Nanifa. I expect no less from you. That's why I'm good with it.
Speaking about people or a person like that, we were speaking about Indians and this and that, and how the mix goes to make it one thing or another.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
yeah.
saying to you? Yeah. So you
So,
need
so
to like,
they're
take
not human beings,
emotion.
they're products. They're
Sorry?
products, yeah? They're not human beings, they're products. Yeah?
But they are both human beings and products, Buddha.
They
both
are.
human
They,
beings
I
and
see.
products.
Okay.
If you want to fucking split hairs, Buddha, and being all technical as you seem to want to be,
Technical.
they are both products and children. Now what?
So they're not progeny, they're products.
They're
I see.
all of those things.
Oh, they're all those. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I'm mistaken.
All of them. They're products.
I clearly don't have a command of the English language like you do.
Money. They're all sorts of things. Now what?
All right, cool. No. Listen, like I said, Nanifa, I expect nothing less from you.
What do you mean? You expect nothing less from me? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I expect nothing less from you. I expect.
Well, what does that mean?
That means that I expect those kind of statements to come out of your mouth. That's what that means.
What sort of statements, Buddha?
Byproducts.
What is wrong? Okay, Buddha, what is wrong with that?
No,
statement?
I'm not even going to waste my time with it. I'm trying to talk to Divine, and again, you're censoring me by interrupting me.
There is actually nothing wrong with that statement. In fact, technically, I'm not even wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Listen. Sorry, Nanifa, I'm wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't open my mouth. I was wrong. Is that enough for you? Can I continue?
No. It's
All
not
right,
even
cool.
about that. It's about you saying I should expect nothing less than you. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to infer, Buddha? Go on, I'm listening.
It's just that, you know what this is. This is what I mean about every time we have these conversations about mixed race and whatever. I noticed though, Buddha, don't take this in the wrong way. You do get very highly sensitive over it, yeah. So Nines made a comment, right? And she said byproducts. Okay, she could have chosen better words, but you know and I know what she means. Literally is, I'm giving you the literal definition of what a coolie is, and this is lack of understanding, right? Over time, Jamaicans have adopted that word and applied it to others, but the actual definition of the word coolie is a full Indian, and no one ain't gonna come and remix up nothing and come tell me. Yes, today in today's language, you might call a half Indian, half black guy a coolie or whatever, but that is not a coolie. A coolie is a full Indian. We just don't call them Indian. We call them coolie. We don't call Chinese. We call them Mr. Ching. Every Chinese are Mr. Ching.
Because the original
way it's our culture.
Well,
if you don't understand our culture, then it don't make sense.
They even mix with the black folks, if you want to get technical. Yeah. So the original coolie were coolie before they. And do you even know how they got the term coolie?
So I feel like you're just diverting the conversation left, right, and center. I'm trying to have a conversation with Divine, which you didn't want to get involved in. Like all of a sudden, you're all up in the conversation.
This is what I'm trying to say. You're a pussy, man. You get me? Because watch this now. So I'm here trying to clear this up with you. This byproduct thing that has been taken around the fucking internet and made into some big thing, yeah. And here we are in live 4K actually having it, and you don't even want to talk about it. You done with this? You know what I mean? You don't even want to talk about that. You just go to the bedroom. I swear to God, man. Yeah, you'd have me hung, drawn, and quartered, man. But we're going to fucking rewind it for the slow motherfuckers in the back, fam. Yeah. But like I said, I know the little racist right wing pussy, or they won't play this.
Every time we have this conversation,
they won't go tomorrow and say, "Oh well, do you know what? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It wasn't even." No, they're not gonna do that. They'll rather run with the lie. Yeah, but hopefully
it's about mixed race and whatever.
They're person all because fucking EIE stepped on your fucking corn and you can't hold your fucking nuts. Yeah, this is where we are now, Buddha. Oh no, I can't even call you Buddha. About solutions, yeah. So I asked, what would be I'm actually pissed off now because I thought it went a different way, but it went like this, whereby I wasn't even speaking to you personally. We were speaking about hypothetical fucking combinations, and you've used that to bitch out. You fucking You know what, Buddha? No, don't fucking come back around me, bruv. Fuck you. Yeah? Fuck you, Buddha. I know you can hear me. Fuck you, man. Fucking danger. I'm putting you in that dangerous.
Do you know what do you call those kinds of people in Jamaica?
Yeah. Oh, this is what I'm trying to say. You and that fucking you. Listen, yeah. You know what? It's all right. You're going to Wendy and Jupiter, yeah? Because remember, they've never called you, so you're going with them, man. It's all right. Leave me, because you're dangerous, bruv. You'll get me in fucking trouble, man. You'll get them right-wing people kicking my ass, man. It's all right. You stay with part, you the brethren.
Say a half Indian and a half black person. What do you call those people?
Mixed.
You don't call them coolies, no?
Is that who you were talking about, Leo Sayer? No, you weren't talking about Leo Sayer, was you?
No, his name's Bob something. Bob.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Bob something. He used to, the white dude that used to do the painting on the fucking TV, like.
You know, I'll go and look now.
Go and look. I remember coming out of fucking jail and my hair. Don't chat shit. So there's no coolies in Jamaica.
There's coolies in Jamaica.
Cool, mixed Indian and black coolies in Jamaica.
No.
Don't chat shit. So there's no coolies in Jamaica.
There's coolies in Jamaica, but they're not Indian and black.
What are they then?
Indian. Coolies are Indians.
Okay.
You see where I'm saying that you're getting confused with the whole thing?
Right. Well, listen. So you said so. So Super Cat's not a coolie then, no? I'm hearing crickets because, like you're saying, I'm confused. Like, yeah, I am confused because the man told you he's a coolie himself. Like, well, okay, we'll just go with the crickets. But nevertheless, all right. So those people that
fine in it, all
right. So those people that are mixed heritage in Mauritius, where my family.
Oh, sorry, I can pause for a reason. I just wanted to read you out something, yeah, to help you. Because like, this is why
let me finish.
But you're not actually in. But let me just help you quickly.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
But I was paused for a minute because I was looking for something just so I can help.
So that's okay. You could just jump in and cut me off whenever I feel like.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what you asked me originally when I was on mute. Okay, so let me just, before you carry on. The term coolie is used in Jamaican slang to refer to people of full Indian descent. I just want to prove my point. You're confused on the culture. You really are.
Yeah, because I'm not Jamaican, as I've explained before. My understanding of a person who is of mixed heritage from Jamaica, i.e. black and Indian, they're referred to as coolies.
Again, that's just lack of understanding.
Okay, cool. So the people like
I would say that you can definitely I would say that you can have byproducts of such and be called a coolie in Jamaica. Yeah, I would say so in 2020. So there we have it. So so there we have it. So this is where I've obviously used the term byproduct. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And I'll be so real, Buddha. This is foolishness what you've done, Bobs. It's absolute foolishness. And it's dangerous, man. But it's absolute foolishness, man, because do you know what I mean? It's definitely not being done in a personal way. It's not even being done in a way that's describing anybody's family or whatever. We're obviously just we're talking about a general situation, whatever. Like Divine said, you know what I'm saying to you? Obviously, I could have used better language or whatever. I don't know what time of morning, day, or whatever it was, in it. Definitely, I could have used a different language or whatever. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to make a point, in it. You know what I mean? We're grown ups. You know what I mean? If you wasn't in your feelings, you'd have just let that fly and go through, innit? You know what I mean? But it's because you're in your feelings why you then made that another smoking gun for you to then mention whatever you need to mention again. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Like I said, I thought it went in which I knew it. I hadn't called him it. I thought it was said when we were speaking about the hypothetical child that I was having with the hypothetical white guy. That's when I thought it occurred, but it didn't even happen then. You know what I mean? It's not even related to any children or nothing. It's just, I'm so glad I've done this, man. I'm actually so glad. But like I said, the thing with lies is that once they're out there, innit? You know what I mean? You can't do nothing about it. You know what I mean? The die is already cast. That's why even when newspapers used to like make big, massive headlines, you know what I mean, which would be lies, and then invariably when they had to make an apology, you'd find the apology like on page, you know what I mean, 23 at the bottom of the bottom left-hand corner. You know what I'm saying to you? Because by then it no matter again. You know what I mean? It no matter again. But here we are, man. But he's have to keep running to the grannies, man. He's have to stay over there because he has tried. He's tried to tuck me up, mate. You know what I mean, he's actually tried to tuck me up, and then when we come and check it now, not a Rastafari Nagossa. You know what I mean? Not a Nagossa, because the way in which they've taken it around the internet, like, oh, like mixed race children, mixed race are being called byproducts, and blah, 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 and werewolf, blah, 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 and not a Nagossa. Worse, they weren't even talking about mixed race. Worse is not even mixed race. We're talking about coolies to Rastafari. Mad. But I'm glad, like I said, and I'm gonna be wrapping it up soon because boy, but I'm glad I got to this because
you don't feel that's offensive in
I
any way,
didn't
no?
even remember it. Like, what do you want me to? Okay, what would be a better way to say it?
No. I'm just saying, like, you don't feel that's offensive. Calling someone a byproduct.
Out, man. I'm not really. I didn't. It's not like I'm trying to get personalize it. Yeah.
I didn't say it's personal. I'm just saying that the statement byproduct, you don't find that offensive in any way.
What would be a better?
Listen, don't answer a question.
Bitch it out, yeah, because you can even hear me say, "Listen, I'm not trying to personalize it." Blah 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 blah. So you can see that I'm already like, you know what I mean. My hands are up. It's like I'm like, it's not even like that, man. Just, you know what I mean. Just, but he's in his zone, innit? He's in his confusion zone, innit? And it is what it is. He's where he is, man. You get me? Oh, yo, I'm coming. Telling you, do that and tell me what your honest opinion, Jay, because like I said, yeah, through this youth's actions, yeah, and I'm saying to you, and not coming out and quelling the thing, you know what I mean? 9 Ether could be a 1 out here, seriously. You know what I mean? You could have fucking Danny Roscoe and his lunatics on my case, you know what I'm saying to you, based on a fucking lie. At this point, it's not even a misconception, it's just a fucking lie. Disgusting, fam. Absolutely disgusting, man. Absolutely disgusting, man.
For your question, I'm asking you a question. Do you not feel that the statement of byproduct is offensive?
Okay, so if I answer yes, yeah, and now I ask you, what would be a better word to use?
All right, so your answer is yes. You do find it offensive. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
All right. Anyway,
what would be a better word to use, please?
No, go with what you're saying, man. Go with your heart.
No. 1 second, because you're all about solutions, yeah. So
yeah, so what would you call?
Pulled me up for it, and I've said, okay, yes.
I called you out. I asked you a question.
Now,
I'm calling you out. If I was calling you out, that'd be different.
A better word that you would find less offensive.
Children. That would be, yeah.
But if I just said,
so you're gonna ask me a question and say, "But all right,
right." You see, you're Buddah, you're Bobs. You've been fucking sleeping in some fucking alleyways, brother. Yeah. I swear to God, man. I don't know. And all it's like the people who said it are too nice. Because really, I should have said, "Are you being a dickhead? Are you taking me for a fucking prick?" Yeah. You know what? So this Buddah, you need to, like. In fact, I gotta fucking stop calling you that because that is not your name, man.
I was calling you out. That'd be different. Right?
So let's have this right. So he's making a song and dance, yeah, about the word byproduct being used for an amalgamation of two sets of different ethnicities or whatever, yeah. Clumsy, I agree, but all right, cool, okay. When I'm asking him, so okay, then what word would you use? His answer is children. Yeah. just children. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say. You're not even real, Buddha, man. You're fighting you lot are battling yourselves, because at the end of the day, you're supposed to give an answer that is a description or some sort of adjective of two sets of people coming together, because that's what the conversation's about, right? Yeah, this is the conversation that you've made it about. Let me also reiterate. Yeah, okay, yeah. So cool. I've said the word byproduct, which is obviously now you've made it into a hot potato. Cool. I'm saying to you, all right, then boom. What word would you say? You say children. You're taking a piss, man. You're taking, and again, that answer just shows me that you're just in your feelings, man. You're just in your feelings because of from EIE. You brought it over to me and D, and you're still in your feelings, bobs. You know what I mean? And so even just hold your fucking dick like a man, and just you're doing all of this. This is embarrassing, my guy. I'll be so real, man. Fucking embarrassing, man. Yeah. Call them children. So then how do you, if you just call them children, then this is a fucking useless conversation, because you're the one here trying to ascertain or establish what different types of fucking people are being called, only for you to one of them call them children. You're a dickhead, bobs. Yeah, I don't even listen to say that disrespectfully, but this is just dickhead shit, fam. Absolute dickhead moves, man. Just dickhead moves, man. You don't know if you're fucking coming or going, man. A word that you would find less offensive.
Children. That would be, yeah.
But if I just said,
so you're gonna ask me a question and say, "But all right, cool." Use byproduct then, isn't it? So anyway, back to what I'm trying to have a conversation with Divine, and you're pushing me off what kilter and what I'm trying to have a conversation with.
And the reason you're rushing the conversation off is because you know you're chatting shit, bruv. Just like yesterday when you ran off when I started to ask you certain things. Because you know once your fucking equilibrium comes back, you know what I mean? You know you're chatting shit. You see what I'm saying to you? You get me? That's all it is, man. I'll be so real, man. I'll be so real, man. You know what I mean? And then worse than that, then you came when I'm doing my show now. You know what I mean? And your opening gambit is big up Jupiter. At least she don't call me half, but you're in your feet. Just keep your fucking feelings over there, so brethren. You know what I mean? Just for real. You know what I mean? That's what I said to you yesterday. Well, as long as they ain't fucked you over. That's what I'm trying to say. All you're showing is that you're not even part of the brotherhood, man. You're just saying, I'm over here, lads, and you lot are over there, man. You know what I mean? Because she ain't done this to me, but she's done that to you. She ain't done this to me, but she's done that to you. So you're showing the man them to me. Like if I was man them amongst here, I'll be like, well, you're just showing me. Say you're because you're just saying, well, boy, she ain't done this to me. You know what I mean? I must be all right, isn't it?
Right? Your byproduct conversation, it's not worth my energy, to be honest with you. Carry on with them kind of statements.
Yeah, brethren.
Yeah.
Ease up. Yeah.
Ease up what? Just let you use those kind of questions, those kind of statements and be happy with it.
Half breed and all them way there, which is the way in which Danny Roscoe talks, this, that, and the other. In the context of the actual conversation that we were having, I don't actually think it was that bad a thing to say.
Cool. All right, fine. Wicked. All right.
You get what I'm trying to say to you? In the context.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But listen, I expect no less from you, 95. I expect no less from you. That's why I'm good with it.
Speaking about people or a person like that. We were speaking about Indians and this and that, and how the mix goes to make it one thing or another.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So
they're not human beings, they're products. They're products, yeah? They're not human beings, they're products.
They are both human beings and products, brother.
They are. I see. Okay.
If you want to fucking split hairs, brother, and being all technical as you seem to want to be,
technical.
They are both products and children. Now what?
So they're not progeny, they're products.
They're all of those things.
Oh, they're all those. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I'm mistaken.
All of them, they're
I clearly don't have a command of the English language like you do.
money, they're all sorts of things. Now what?
All right, cool. No. Listen, like I said, Nanifa, I expect nothing less from you.
What do you mean? You expect nothing less from me? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I expect nothing less from you. I expect.
Well, what does that mean?
That means that I expect those kind of statements to come out of your mouth. That's what that means.
What sort of statements, Buddha?
Byproducts.
What is wrong? Okay, Buddha, what is wrong with that?
No, I'm not even going to waste my time with it. I'm trying to talk to Divine, and again, you're censoring me by interrupting me.
There is actually nothing wrong with that statement. In fact, technically, I'm not even wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong. Listen. Sorry, Nanifa, I'm wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't open my mouth. I was wrong. Is that enough for you? Can I continue?
No. It's
All
not
right,
even
cool.
about that. It's about you saying I should expect nothing less than you. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to infer, Buddha? Go on, I'm listening.
It's just that, you know what this is. This is what I mean about every time we have these conversations about mixed race and whatever. I noticed though, Buddha, don't take this in the wrong way. You do get very highly sensitive over it, yeah. So Nines made a comment, right? And she said byproducts. Okay, she could have chosen better words, but you know and I know what she means. Literally is, I'm giving you the literal definition of what a coolie is, and this is lack of understanding, right? Over time, Jamaicans have adopted that word and applied it to others, but the actual definition of the word coolie is a full Indian, and no one ain't gonna come and remix up nothing and come tell me. Yes, in today's language, you might call a half Indian, half black guy a coolie or whatever, but that is not a coolie. A coolie is a full Indian. We just don't call them Indian. We call them coolie. We don't call Chinese. We call them Mr. Ching. Every Chinese are Mr. Ching. It's just the way we chat. It's our culture.
Well,
if you don't understand our culture, then it don't make sense.
They even mix with the black folks, if you want to get technical. Yeah. So the original coolie were coolie before they. And do you even know how they got the term coolie?
So I feel like you're just diverting the conversation left, right, and center. I'm trying to have a conversation with Divine, which you didn't want to get involved in. Now all of a sudden you're all up in the conversation. So would you do me the grace of let me continue my conversation with Divine?
No problem, Buddha.
Thank you. So Divine, as I was saying, right, cool. So in its root.
You see them bitch moves there, yeah? So he came and made a whole fucking song and dance about that exchange, family. That exchange. Yeah? That exchange. A whole song and a dance whereby people have now run and made up a whole... Like, oh my God. It's like, I heard a fucking gummy bitch review. And this is what I'm trying to say, how these people are dangerous, yeah. Live in 4K, yeah. Live in 4K, just like you heard me before say, obviously, if I had a mixed race child, I would love the child, yeah. She's listened to that she's listening to that live, right? And then she said it back then. Cool. How could you say you would love your mixed race? Wow, I'm just like, wow, just wow. You get me? So like, so you'll hear it just like Buddha just done there. I can't even call him that. Someone give me names. I can't think. But just like he just done there, you know what I mean? When the urges, and then dangerous, man, absolute. And like I said. The audience won't even, I mean, to be fair, most of the audience don't, but no one won't even say, nah, that's not, nah, Duke, she didn't. No, like I said, do you know what? It doesn't even matter because this has been going on from day dot, man. Do you know what I mean? But it's obviously spreading. Like I said, man, it's spreading. But yeah, man. So I think that is
meaning the word coolie refers to indentured slaves or Indians from India, right? Okay, cool. But the modern understanding of coolie is a person who got a mixed Indian and a mixed black. Is that correct? Have I got that part right at least?
No, you're there. It's basically, it's not even that it's not the modern time. It's just that we've just got laziness applied it everywhere. But the original, if you go back home and you call coolie, we know you're chatting to the Indian them, yeah? We know who you're talking. Same way I'm lazy in here in England, and I just say Indian for everybody. They might not all be Indian. Some might be from other places in Asia and whatever. But me, just lazy, I just say Indian, or I just say Asian and apply it, thinking Americans understand me, forgetting I'm from a whole different culture. When I say Indian, me just say Indian apply to all of them. But it's not that way. They're not all Indian. They're not all like that. You understand? There's different ones.
Okay, cool.
Just being lazy, Buddha. That's literally it.
Okay. Well, either way, whether it's lazy or it's been adopted as that word, that's how these people are referred to in modern times. Anyway, because that's my understanding. Anyway, all right, cool. So when we talk about Creole, people of mixed heritage, yeah. So instead of referring to them as people of mixed heritage, we refer to them as Creole. Okay. Now, the reason they're classed as Creole is because they have the essence of blackness in them. So they have a ancestor who is black. So, for instance, if you was a white person and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct with a Chinese person, now that byproduct couldn't be Creole because.
Hold on a minute. Nah. Yo, Buddha, I swear to God, if I rewind this stream, yeah, and I've just heard you use the word byproduct, I swear to God, Buddha, yeah, I swear to God, I'm gonna rewind it. Oh my life, I'm going to rewind it. I swear, I just heard the word byproduct. I'm gonna rewind it. Yo, you see my God, you see the God me serve. Bumblecleat. You see the God I serve, boy. So, you see, I tell you, boy. I tell you, man. Let me just rewind this a piece, because I'm sure I just heard man say byproduct.
Refer to them as Creole. Okay. Now, the reason they're classed as Creole is because they have the essence of blackness in them. So they have a ancestor who is black. So, for instance, if you was a white person and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct with a Chinese person, now that byproduct couldn't be Creole because it doesn't have black inside them.
Wow.
The Creole specifically refers to someone who has a black ancestor. Okay, that's the meaning of Creole. So even those white people in New Orleans, right? At some point they had a black ancestor.
I'm gonna leave it there, family man. I'm gonna rewind it one more time. I'm gonna be clipping this. Yeah. Car. I swear to God, Buddha boy.
With a Chinese person, now that byproduct couldn't be Creole because it doesn't have black inside of them. With a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct, the ancestor who is black. So, for instance, if you was a white person and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct with a Chinese, you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct with a Chinese person, now that byproduct couldn't be Creole because it doesn't.
Yeah, we're done the sign of family. Yeah, spread the word. Yeah, Spread the word. Yeah. So let me just conclude it, yes, sir. Yeah, because I'm really fucking up my. The same you, yeah. The same. So let's conclude. Yeah, let's summarize and conclude. Right. So I can't even believe it. It's actually even worse than I thought to write it. I don't even want to listen anymore. So Buddha, the very same word that I used, you know what I mean, that not 5 minutes previous in this conversation, you were fucking, you know, you had your wife once in a definite twist. You don't want to chat to me. Let me chat to the vat. And then you come back and you use the very same word twice. You didn't call them children. No, not like you instructed me to do. You didn't call them children. No. Look at that. You followed Nynefa fashion and called them fucking bipod. Now look at that. Now look at that. Now I bet these to use Biggage's spazzes won't fucking hear that, and you know what I mean. And nah. That was not being sarky. Nope. Let me rewind this, Bomber Clark. You know what I mean? That's not being sarky. Don't even try it. Don't even try it, because you wouldn't even be sarky in that sort of situation. So we're not even gonna do that, Mark. To be honest, but nice try, but we're not gonna be doing that. But you know what? Because I'm a fair person.
Doesn't have black who is black, the essence of blackness in them. So they have a ancestor who is black. So for instance, if you was a white person and you had a child with a Chinese person, if you had a byproduct with a Chinese person, now that byproduct couldn't be Creole because it doesn't have black inside them. The Creole specifically refers to someone who has a black ancestor. Okay, that's the meaning of Creole. So even those white people in New Orleans, right? At some point they.
I'll tell you why it can't be sarky, Mark. And if he is trying to be sarky, it can't work because the whole what. No. I'm going to tell you why it can't be sarky. Yeah. Because the whole thing about using that particular word was to describe a combination of children, innit? You know what I mean? If you want to be all fucking whatever, you know what I mean? To get, because this is what he's talking about, innit? This is his whole thing, innit? Because obviously, he's letting you know he's got various admixtures in him, whatever, and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? So we know this is all very personal to him and whatever. But the reason why it can't be forgot the word now. Forgot the word now. So
had a black ancestor, otherwise they wouldn't be able to classify themselves as Creole.
Anyway, it doesn't even matter because I actually don't even.
The issue is where they've been. The byproduct has been white and whiter to the point they look white. That's why they're called. Still classify themselves as Creole or Cajun. They still try to hold on to that culture, which is essentially died out, if anything. Okay. So once again, I'm expressing to you that Creole is an ethnicity, a term for ethnicity. Okay. It's a language. It's a culture. It's a food.
Like I said, I actually don't care anyway after listening to this.
Under that term, Creole, we fall under diaspora. Like, imagine this, right? So you talk about Caribbean, you talk about Jamaica, Grenada, Trinidad. None of those places are actually considered Africa. They may have people from Africa in them, but they're not considered African countries or islands. Guess what? Mauritius is part of Africa. So we are classed as African. But no, you're going to turn around and say, well, do you know what? Well, not you, but people are going to turn around and say, do you know what? You're not black. You're hybrid, or you're a mixed breed and all this kind of stuff. even though we've got definitions to explain who we are and what we've gone through, every single black person on the island of Mauritius has a progeny. Well, not every single, but the majority of us have a progeny back to slavery, because every single black person that was on that island was a slave. You couldn't come from another person, country and be black and be a businessman back in the day. That's why I say not all, and be a businessman. I can trace myself all the way back to Mozambique.
Do you know the best way to do this, Buddha? Without me trying to be funny about it, but this is getting really complicated. When was your last full set of black parents, black grandparents, great grandparents, great? When? How far back down the line do we need to go to get to the black part?
Quite a way back.
And that's the point. That's the point. How are you going to compare that to Nanifa or me?
Okay,
I got 2 black parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great grand, and the line goes on and 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 on. Right? Okay. You can't do the same. How are you and me the same?
I didn't say we're the same.
You said I'm Creole and I'm mixed race. How are me and you the same?
Right. So let me go in there. I'm glad you brought me back to that. So I was explaining what Creole is. Right. Okay. Cool. So it's a mixture. All right. We understand that. So it's not half breed. It's not anything else. It's what it is. It's Creole. All right. Cool. So, given your heritage, right? And as you know, I know people from St. Lucia. We in fact we speak exactly the same language. Like it's really eerie. So within your heritage, maybe far back, but nevertheless, there is a heritage of something else. Who knows? Maybe Indian, maybe whichever. Do you acknowledge that, or do you say it's too far back for me to acknowledge?
Damn my mouse. Sorry, bud. My mouse is doing the most. Go and say that bit again.
So I'm saying, like, given your Creole heritage, right? Even though it's far back, 3 or 4 generations, let's say, hypothetically
3 or 4?
I don't know. What would you say?
I don't have Creole heritage like that, Buddha. My Creole heritage is our culture, the way we speak, our food, our music, our lifestyle. That's what's Creole to us. So again, your definition of Creole doesn't match ours. Hence, I don't understand the mindset.
So I'm asking you this then. So do you not have any? Let's go with Indian. Do you not have any Indian people in your ancestry, no matter how far back you go?
Absolutely not.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely 0.
Okay. So all of your ancestors have always been black, African.
Greek, Italian, African, Somali, that counts. They could be classed as Italian. I'm taking the piss. Somali, don't send for me. Don't send for me.
A can of worms there, boy. So what did you say? Italian.
Italian Greek.
Italian Greek.
I got a 2.6%, 2.3% Italian Greek. Now, how far back did I have to go to find that? How many generations do I have to go to find that? And who were the people on the land at that time? Now let's go.
Do you know how far you have to go back for that?
It said back to, I went onto the DNA thing and I went and done the download and the upload with brother. What's his name again? What's the brother name again? I forgot. The Muslim brother is gone out my head. I forgot his name now. He's gone out my head. Anyway, I had to go back to the Stone Age to get there. Yeah? Stone Bumper Clock Age. That's nowhere in the DNA.
Wow. So you literally have to go back to the Stone Age to get that. Fucking, I didn't even know those DNA things go back that far.
What's the brother's name? It's gone out of my head all of a sudden.
Cat Mines.
No, Orthodox, brother Orthodox.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Orthodox more. All right, cool. And I take it you don't acknowledge that heritage within you.
Well, it's called raw data, and it's your raw thing, so you have to go way back to find it and whatever. But as far as they're concerned in the scientific world, I think and Luke also confirmed as well, you've got to have more than, I think it's 4% or 5% or whatever for it to even be considered impacting your DNA or something. and then you got a double. Every time you do it, you got a times by 2, times by 2, times by 2. And every time you times by 2, that's how far back the generations go. It's complicated, but it works. Insufficient.
Okay, so I think the question, because this, like you said, is kind of confusing. So let me ask this question. I think this is probably. So, do you have a Greek or Italian ancestor? I think a yes or no, from your understanding, a yes or no kind of response. Or I don't know.
Boards?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's me though. It's me. I can't hear you. Go on.
Can you hear me?
No, it's my phone. That's why I couldn't hear you. Go on.
So the question is, I think it's either yes, no, or don't know. Do you have a Greek or Italian ancestor?
Yeah, according to my DNA, yeah.
Okay. And does that make you mixed, or does that just not count?
It doesn't tell me that. Hold on, let me just be clear. I actually said that wrong. So it doesn't mean that I have a Greek or Italian ancestor. That's not what it proves. It proves today, in today's world, that the people that share that DNA are living currently in between the Greek-Italian region now. That they have that same DNA as me. So what the DNA does is it gathers up who shares that same kind of DNA as you. And I've got a 2.7%. No, it was 1.7. Sorry, 1.7% stake in and it says in the region of Greek Italy, I share that little 1.7%. They share that same DNA there too. So that's what it proves. It doesn't prove where they were at the time. It proves the location of the people in current today.
And those people, are you able to like Google that place and look at the people that are in that place?
All right, family, I'm gonna leave it there, yeah, because I am actually taking the piss, man. But I think I've proved my. In fact, I've beyond proved my point actually, because I didn't think the evidence was actually so overwhelming, man. But now having listened to it, yeah, Buddha, you done me wrong, man. You actually done me wrong, man. I'll be so real. You done me wrong, man. You done me wrong, man. You done me wrong, man. You allowed your beef with EIE and whatever, and you definitely took it out on myself. You lied, you done a lot, man. You lied, you went on like you were some victim and like the whole black fucking people then bum rush you and all that. Whereas you were the one who was actually antagonizing. You was the one telling man to suck his mom and fucking hold his family for suck out and hoe out and all that. That was you. You done all of that. You done it on at least 4 occasions that we all were here to witness. He flicked out on you once. And that once, and yes, he told you, he said something about the whole mixed race thing or half a breed or whatever. And you've taken that. And yeah, you've done what you've done, Bob. So that's what it is, man. You know what I mean? And now I've got an even better understanding of, they're wilding out, innit? Because you actually took the piss, man. And like I said, you're dangerous because, Danny Roscoe and his goons could find me and you know what I mean, kill me, beat me up, all based on a lie. So I hope you feel good in Buddha Tower, where the fuck you are, lying down. Anyway, let me not even go into all that. But yeah, man. But listen, family, I'm out, man. But you know my thing already, truth and rights. You know what I mean? Always like to prove my point. But this one was a mad one still, because obviously it definitely what. You know what I mean? It had hills and gullies, and obviously people are using it for their own their right wing propaganda. But the thing is, it's right. It's probably quite in line with their thing in it, because as we've all now learned, that a lot of their thing is based on lies and propaganda. Do you know what I mean? Little bit of truth. You know what I mean? Just and we know the rest, man. Little bit of truths. And the rest is a lot of bullshit, man. You know what I mean? So this is where it is, man. But yeah, man. So spread for the truth tellers out there. I'm not sure how many there are still left in this world, or at least in these YouTube streets. But you know, if there are any truth tellers still listening, like I said, you can spread the word in it. You know what I mean? And yeah. All right, listen, I'm out, man. And I think I have another one coming up. But yeah, man, have a good one, family, because my gosh, this is like the old days to rotted. Remember flipping lines then going to work on very little kippa, man. But well, you know, so we can't do them things again. Fuck it, no. No, sir. Alright, EIE, big up yourself, man. On this one. But yeah, the byproduct, mate. Imagine after all that we weren't even speaking about real people or whatever. We'll talk about hypothetical combinations of different sets of ethnicities, and my man's taken that and run to the victim bank. Oh my lord. Anyway, and then I think next we'll have to. Anyway, you could, if you want to hear the rest of that exchange, it's on my channel. It's called Part 2. It's only a few videos away, but I think it's more. Yeah, like I said, both for Buddah, and I'm going to be as respectful as I can, but both for Buddah and Roscoe, I think they're just on internal journeys, innit? I'll just leave it there, man. Internal journeys, of which it's got fuck all to do with me, man. The blacks. Anyway, this 90 for black making out. Big up yourselves, people, man. Let's get some fucking thingy book, man. Oh, Lord.